I am Super Viper T302. You've probably heard of me through the mainstream media. I've probably showcased some of these runs and marathons you've seen before, but now I am basically going to be doing all of them in one sitting. So this is going to be either really, really fun or really, really terrible. You decide. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started because we're going to be here for a while. So without further ado, let's get Viperthon rolling in 3, 2, 1, video games. So the first run of this marathon, as shown in the title there, is 16 star in Super Mario 64. So this is sort of the warm-up run of this category, if you must say, and it is also the shortest run of this entire marathon by a few minutes. So during this run, since you're going to be seeing 120 star immediately after this, I'm not going to be doing so much with explaining stuff, and I'll use this run as sort of the opportunity to sort of explain what this is and why the games are what they are. So, basically, I'll quickly explain 16 star though. So the basic premise of this category is it's any % no LBLJ, and so or it's any % no SBLJ, so we collect 15 stars to spawn Nips the rabbit in the basement, and then use him to get through the 30-star door. It's an old any % category. So we got a hard trick right off the start here. And I'm not talking about like Geechee Skip, and I just failed that anyways, but it doesn't matter. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about LBLJ, which is coming up here in a little bit. This is a really dumb trick to start off something like this, but it's the way it is. And once again, I'll go into why I selected the runs I did and why the order is the way it is. Alright, very nice. Got that first try at least. So now I'm going to kind of focus for this level because it's hard. Again, I'll do a lot of the like explaining stuff in the 120 star run, but for now we're just going to be kind of making our way through here. So the reason why we do that trick in this category, the LBLJ trick again here with 0 stars, you don't really have to, but it saves time in routing, because normally you need to collect 8 stars from the lobby in order to access this stage, and some of the stars in lobby are a lot slower. So by going to this level first, we can actually leave lobby with less than 8 stars and spend more time getting basement stars, which are a lot faster. So that's why we do LBLJ in this category. So I'll go ahead and sort of explain how I got into each of these games. So Super Mario 64, which is what you see on screen right now, and which is what I'm playing right now. This was actually my first speed game. I started learning it back in like, it was like late 2013, early 2014 on BBC. By the way, before mid 2017, I have absolutely no proof of anything I did, so just take my word for it. So I discovered Honey SM64's 147.05 120 star run on YouTube, and this was after I heard about a bunch of the cool glitches you could do in this game, and seeing some really cool playthroughs of it. And I had played the game casually several times myself, but seeing a 120 star run just got me motivated to trying to actually try speedrunning this game, which is something I hadn't really tried before. So I played the game on a Wii VC for about a year or so, and then I switched to N64 in December 2014. And I've been kind of playing on it ever since. Of course, this isn't I'm decent at this game, I'd like to say, but this isn't the highest of the 4 games I'll be showing today. Alright, just want to make sure I got that. The second game you'll be seeing, Mario Kart 64, is actually technically the newest of the 4 games I'm running in today, although I've also been running that game for like 3 or 4 years at this point. That game in Galaxy 2 I actually discovered through similar means, or got into running through similar means. So I discovered Galaxy 2. I had played Galaxy 1 casually in late 2014 or so, but then in early 2015 I saw YoshiFan28's AGDQ 2014 run on YouTube, and I kind of had this thing go through my head where two things went through my head. First of all is this game is too much fun, I want to try this, and I also kind of pictured myself, if you will, doing all the insane tricks that YoshiFan was doing and thinking I want to do that. And funnily enough, not to brag or anything, but 4.5 years later I would have actually run the game at SGDQ myself, so that's pretty unreal. And Mario Kart 64 was a similar case, except it was with Amni 317's SGDQ 2015 run, and it was basically the same thought process for me. And then Pack and Roll Remix, that game's actually pretty weird because that's a game I actually kind of developed on my own. But it's a really cool run if you're willing to stick around for that. So, but that game I mostly just came back to because I played it casually a lot when I was younger, and I remembered the sequence break you could do in one of the levels, so I thought the game had potential. Medium bomb, I can make this work, hopefully. Alright, good. Again, I'll be explaining these tricks later if you're really confused. So I guess I should probably now talk about what Viperthon actually is. So, it was around, I think, the end of 2016 when I saw SM64 runner Peter, or Pete _ do something for the end of the new year where he did like a no reset run of each of the games he did, which was all 3 SM64 categories you're going to be seeing here, and I think also Mario Kart 64 no skips. And so that kind of inspired me to do my own little twist on it, because I had already known all 7 of these runs by then, and pretty well. So I decided to kind of do a similar thing where I completed all 7 runs in one sitting. And I originally called it VGDQ. You can guess what GDQ stands for, but I changed it to Viperthon because I didn't want to get called out by games so quick. This is probably a more suitable name anyways. And the basic idea of it is just a way for me to do all of my favorite speedruns in sort of one sitting. But you're probably a little bit weirded out by the game order, and I'll kind of go into that in a little bit. But basically, the thing with the game order is that it is not optimized for at all, in terms of time, and I have it that way on purpose. So, because this is even though SM64 is a highly technical game, since this is the shortest run, I consider it sort of the warm-up run of the marathon. And then, basically the next 3 runs are the runs that are a lot harder for me to get through and feel satisfied with. So we got 120 star, and then Mario Kart 64 skips, and then SMG2 80%. And then the last 3 runs are sort of the quiet part of the run. Oh, that was not a good setup. And I have it that way because if I did all 3 categories of SM64 back-to-back and then both categories of Mario Kart 64 back-to-back, I feel that would both not be very interesting to watch or interesting to play. So, I decided I'd just split them up to make the marathon a little bit more interesting. And for anybody who's wondering, I do count setup time as part of this marathon, because I do all these runs on one timer. That's kind of the whole thing of this event, but I use sub-splits so that I know how long each individual run is. And there was something else I wanted to say, but I'm sure I'll remember it later. So, like I said, not really much going on here, just collecting stars. Again, everything you'll see here, I promise I will go into a little bit more detail on later. I actually used to use a W split, which didn't have sub-splits, and so I would just have individual splits for each run. And I didn't have as many setup splits as I do now. So, switching to live split was kind of a blessing in disguise for me, if you could say that. By the way, you're probably going to notice that after I collect this star, I'm going to get Toad right after, and that's because the Toad next to HMC doesn't spawn until you have 12 stars. And I kind of don't have that right now. So now that I have 12 stars, the Toad's going to spawn so I can get that star. That's just kind of one of the weird things about this 16-star route. Also, in case anybody's wondering, yes, I am going to be using the same English SM64 cartridge for all 3 SM64 runs, because I do not have a Japanese cartridge. That plain and simple. So since I'm coming up on the 15-star mark, I should probably talk about what's about to happen. So at 15 stars, the first Nips, which is the rabbit in the basement, spawns, and he's going to be useful for allowing me to get through the 30-star door with only 15 stars. So I'm going to want to grab Nips when he spawns, but then I actually don't want to collect his star, because I don't really need it, because you don't need that star in this category. Instead, I just want to use the object Nips, which does have collision, and can displace Mario in some very weird ways when placed right next to doors. So now I have 15 stars, so now he's going to spawn. And there is a method to get past the 30-star door with 0 stars, but this marathon idea was conceived before I properly learned SBLJ, which is the trick you would otherwise use. And so I just continue to leave it at 16-star. Plus 16-star is just more interesting, because 1 star is just the 3 Bowser stages plus Dire Docks. So yeah, you can sort of clip into this door with Nips like that, by just placing him in the corner there, and then you can carry him over here, place him in this corner, and you just get pushed through. And that's how you get past the 30-star door with only 15 stars. And the 16-star has to come from here, because you need this submarine star here to spawn Bowser in the Fire Sea. Thanks, Bestara. So that's why this category 16-star. That's also why the category 1 star exists, because there is a variant of SBLJ where you can skip getting this star and just go straight to Fire Sea. But for the most part, if you're going to do any percent, most people will just do 1 star, because 0 star is like actually really dumb. And that is the last star I'll be collecting for this particular run. So I hope you enjoyed this. This is one of the only times you'll ever get to see Fire Sea No Reds. This is how you easily make early cycle. And now that I've said that, I'm going to miss it. There is faster movement than this, but this movement's really consistent. Alright. And here I can just skip the rest of this by just long jumping on the side here. So that is the only time you're ever going to see Fire Sea No Reds in this run, because the other 2 times I'm doing Fire Sea, I'm going to do the red coin star along with it. So my splits are not showing on stream right now, but it should be noted that my last split of this category is named Cuck, and the reason why is because it is where all runs go to die for me, and really any 16-star runner. So the last split in 16-star has Stair BLJs and Bowser in the sky, and particularly Bowser throws are really, really stupid. And Stair BLJs can just not work whenever they feel like it, so this is a really good place for runs to die. So hopefully this goes well. And by the way, if I'm ever going to a course in this category, whenever I exit course like that, it's usually because I either want to get back to the lobby quicker, or I don't have enough stars to leave for the star door legitimately. So here's a stair BLJ to get past the 50-star door here. This is the worst of the two. Yeah. You need to get caught pretty early in order for this to work. That was not going to work. So yeah, if this were a PB attempt, my run would already be dead. There we go. Third time's the charm. So on the endless stairs, there's actually an invisible warp that moves Mario backwards by a little while, which is why the stairs seem infinite. But if you have enough speed, you can just be in front of it on one frame and beyond it on the next. And so you can get to Bowser in the sky early. So yeah, if I had a BLJ segment that bad, I probably would have had to... if that were on PB face, the run would have been dead, pretty much. Probably just because my 16-star PB is so good. In case anybody's wondering, my 16-star PB is currently a 1613, and the world record is a 1459 by Aki. So I'm decent-ish at this category, I like to say. Alright, so BLJs are the first bad part of the split, and then these Bowser throws are the second bad part. Because this is, if you manage to get past all of that, then you risk missing a throw and losing about 12 to 15 seconds per throw. So yeah, like that. Probably gonna miss like 5 hits. Yeah. So I should probably explain something I did there, because it's actually a very little known trick you can do. If you touch Bowser's tail and then run in front of Bowser, it sets a flag to where if you're just standing in front of Bowser and then you press B, you'll automatically grab Bowser's tail. So that's how it looked like I grabbed Bowser's tail, even though I didn't. Wow, that was a terrible attempt to throw there. So this run actually would have been a 16 if I didn't miss all those throws. So again, that just goes to show how annoying this final split is. Still not a horrible run. A low 17 is really good for me. Or that's acceptable for me anyways. So that's one run down, and 6 to go. And I don't bother to watch the credits, I just go straight into 120 star. And because I didn't save, that means I can just immediately start the next run, without having to erase a file. So now we're going from collecting just a few of the stars in the game to collecting all of them. And this is where I would say it really begins, because this is the second longest run of the entire marathon. So 120 star, I'm sure you've probably all heard of this category. It's one of the most popular speedruns out there, and it's I would say of the 3 SM64 categories, it's probably my worst. But I should still be able to show off a lot of really cool tricks, and hopefully this run will still be entertaining to you all. So I'll go ahead and explain this first trick. This first trick is like Heat to Skip. Basically, you can just long jump off the left or right side of the bridge and skip the cutscene where the Hichu comes down and tells you how the camera works. I failed it in my 16 run, so let's try it again. Wow. 0 for 2. That loses like 8 seconds if you miss it. So, if you were doing actual attempts of this game, you would probably just reset, but I treat these as no reset, so I usually don't bother. So it actually would be faster to do that LBLJ trick to go to Bowser in the Dark World first for 120 star, but since this is a marathon and I'm not an idiot, I'm not going to bother with that. So we're just gonna get 1 star from here so that we can unlock Bomb's Fortress. So that trick is called Bomb Clip. So when a bomb is about to explode, it increases in size for 4 frames. And if you grab it on any of those 4 frames, its hitbox infringes with Mario's hitbox and gives him constant backwards. It constantly pushes him backwards. So you can use that to clip through stuff like the Chain Chomp Skate. That's the trick you saw used for Pillarless and Shipping Sandline in the 16-star run. So now I'm going to Womp's Fortress. You saw a few of the stars here earlier, but now again I have to get all of the stars. And this is a pretty tough level in speedruns of this game, regardless of what category you're doing, because it's early on and you just want it to go well. So this is called Owlless. You just use a triple jump wall kick to skip having to use Hoot the Owl to get into that cage. That's actually a lot more precise than it looks, and it barely saves any time. And this next trick is called Candleless, another one you saw in 16-star. So the star's hitbox here sticks out of the wall slightly, and if Mario ledge grabs on this tiny slit in the wall where the star is, his hitbox overlaps with the star's hitbox, and so you can collect the star Candleless. And this is just a setup found by Sockboulder to make this trick consistent. Nice.
Here we go!
I am reading chat here, Uberfox. But I'm probably not going to be responding to chat very much. So I'm going to do the first 100 coin star of the run. Every 100 coin star is going to be paired with another star, because that's one less trip to the level. Here I'm doing it with the red coins. And I want to have decently good movement here, because there's a cycle I want to make. Nice, I made it. Movement is one of the really big things in this game. This is probably one of the most technical speed games out there because of the amount of depth there is to controlling Mario. There's so many micro-optimizations. I personally got into this game because of all the cool-looking glitches and strategies used to collect certain stars, but it wasn't long before I realized just how important optimizing movement is in this game. And once you start focusing on that, then you really start to get good at this game. It also helps to have something like a Game Shark or an EverDrive to make practicing a lot more efficient, neither of which I have. Which might explain why I've stagnated in this game as of recent. But we'll not go into that too much. Something you've also probably noticed by now is that I'm not saving after every star. I do that for two reasons. One is it saves time. When you save on the Nintendo 64, it actually creates a few lag frames, so by not saving, I can avoid those, and it ends up saving a decent chunk of time over the course of the run. And another thing is really for the purpose of Viperthon, because since I am going to be restarting SM64 multiple times, and timing actually starts on power on and not file select, not having a save file A clear actually makes it a lot more optimal. And since I don't want to delete any of my other 3 save files, that if I accidentally save at some point, then I'm going to have to delete file A, and that wastes time. So hopefully I can go through this entire 120-star run without saving by accident. For other games, though, it's not really going to matter that much. So yeah, good little strat there for King Womp. You just ground pound and he goes right through you. And you're probably noticing that I'm saving the Fortress star for last. That's actually intentional. Because the Fortress actually lags the game on N64, and that's also why I'm going to be doing this with the camera zoomed in. The game ate my jump there. Oh my goodness, just get up, please. I'm not a huge fan of this star. There we go. Not the greatest Womps ever, but we take it. So now here's the only category where you'll get to see this upcoming stage, Jolly Roger Bay. And because it is slow to do in basically any other category, including 70-star. But first we're going to make our way to the secret aquarium. I got the star there, because we need to. So, optimal swimming in this game involves pressing A in a rhythm, and I use audio cues to know if I have optimal swimming or not. So if I hear this noise constantly, then I'm swimming with the right rhythm. And it really just comes down to muscle memory. The harder part of swimming is actually taking turns tightly, especially when collecting coins like this, because it's super easy to miss the coin hitboxes, even though they're really, really big. So I'm probably going to take it a little bit safe on all these turns. I'm also going to be holding a C left and C up here, just to keep the fish out of you, because they lag the game greatly. There we go.
Here we go!
And you're going to be seeing me use a lot of those really weird camera angles in Jolly Roger Bay. Because if you just look at the entire stage, it lags the game a lot, and I want to avoid that.
Hey, go!
So I'm going to be kind of moving the camera to the side here. And then I'll just holding C right while I'm underwater here. So there is a strat for this first star where you can clip into the corner of the ship and then swim behind the eel into the loading zone, but I'm not very good at that strat, and this is a marathon, so just for safety I'm just going to not do that strat. It does lose like 10 seconds to not do it. Well, it loses more if you don't lure the eel out properly. There's a visual cue I use for when to swim back to the eel, but I turn around just a little bit too early. So that's what happened there. Now I just have to open these 4 chests in a specific order. If you gotta slide off that slope there and then jump to the star box, you can actually ground pound the star while the water is still lowering and get a swimming star dance in midair, which is pretty funny. So I'm gonna do a really weird looking clip for this next star treasure of the ocean cave, but the way this clip works, so most steep floors have really thin hitboxes, so in this case Mario can just kind of swim right through them. And so I can swim straight into the ceiling hitbox of this cave, and when Mario swims into a ceiling hitbox, it moves him downwards. So I essentially just downwarp into the cave like that. And it saves like no time at all, but it's super easy. So yeah, just an example of how important movement is in this game. So pretty much all of those dive rollouts were dustless, which means I did them optimally. That requires a frame perfect A or B press upon landing from a dive, because if you get dust from a dive rollout, then you will actually lose speed, but no dust means you don't lose speed, which is good. And now I'm going to do through the jet stream, but Viper, I hear you ask, how are you going to get through the jet stream without the metal cap? Well, it turns out if you have optimal swimming, you can just swim right through the jet stream. And you don't need the metal cap at all. Like that.
Here we go!
In fact, if all goes according to plan, which hopefully it will, I'm actually not even going to need to press the metal cap switch at all for this run. Imagine that. So now I'm going to do the 100 coin star, and again pair it with the red coins. Jolly Roger Bay, of the 15 main courses, is actually the shortest on coins. It only has 104. So 3 of those coins are actually going to be Goombas in the cave, which I'm going to be skipping because killing Goombas are slow. And that means I have 1 spare coin in this entire route. And this is just a really awkward star overall because you have to use a lot of really weird camera angles for lag reduction, and I swim in a lot of really weird angles. And you can collect these red coins from the clams without opening the clams, but it's dumb. This clam in particular is annoying because of the jet stream constantly pushing you. So a not so fun fact about this level relating to the 104 coins thing is you actually cannot miss a single one of these blue coins if you are trying to get the 100 coin star here, or else you can get at most 99 coins. That's how strict the 100 coin star is in this level. So far I haven't missed any coins, so I should be able to sacrifice one if I need to. So if you just swim up into this wall and punch, it's a really steep floor, so I can just travel up the wall a lot quicker like that. That's actually a floor. I don't know why I called it a wall. I wanted to get that coin. So I'm opening the cannon now, because I have to go over here to get a red coin anyways. And I'm gonna need the cannon for the next star. So I might as well just do it now while I'm here. And let's see what kind of cycle this ship is gonna give me. Alright, I'm gonna go around. If the ship were lower, I would have done a side flip onto it. It's actually important that I get these 2 red coins in that order, because otherwise during this cutscene, the camera would look at the entire stage and cause a lot of lag.
Here we go! Here we go!
That's JRB 100. So next I'm going to do Blast to the Stone Pillar. This is the star you need the cannon for. I'm going to go for a kind of fast strat here, where you skip aiming at the poles and instead just aim right for the star platform. This is a somewhat precise cannon shot, and I'm probably going to miss it. Nice, I got it. So on the Japanese version of this game, this star actually isn't in an item box, it's just out in the open, which makes it a little bit faster on the Japanese version. The Japanese version, I think, is around even, or I don't know where it stands for 16 star. I know for 120 star, it saves a couple seconds, and it actually loses time in 70 star. Text actually scrolls slower on the Japanese version, but there's just less of it in some areas. It's stuff like that, and then also Peach doesn't have any voice dialogue in the Japanese version, so she doesn't read her letter in the Japanese version, which saves a couple seconds in the intro. So now we gotta just lure Unagi out of his home and get this star from him. There's a pretty consistent setup where you just sit above him. And that's everything from JRB.
Here we go!
So now we're going to get some secret stars for the time being before we go back to any main courses. So to start, we're going to head up here to the Princess's Secret Slide. And this is where you can get slide times if you so desire. And there's a pretty well-known shortcut here that allows you to skip like half of the slide. So you just kind of bump into this wall here to turn Mario around, or not. Saved it. That's not how you're supposed to do that, but it still worked. So I lost like a little under a second and a half there, but whatever. So I'm gonna go into Mario Camp here while I'm in the lobby, because since this light actually lags the game, zooming in like this reduces that lag. Flying is another really, really difficult technique to master in this game, because whenever you do a downward swoop like that, you can gain a lot more speed, but it becomes really difficult to control Mario at that speed. And also you have to make a lot of really tight turns, which can just be really annoying. And here I skip the text box that you normally get from landing on that switch by just jumping off of it and then landing in the star. So I'm going to head back to PSS now. So the star I got before is the star you get for finishing the slide in under 21 seconds. Now I'm just going to go for the star in the item box. So hopefully I actually show off the shortcut properly this time. There we go. That's how you get the turnaround. Alright, so 12.8 is decent. Anything under 13 is pretty good for a regular runner of this game.
Here we go!
So now I'm going to head off to the first Bowser stage, Bowser in the Dark World. So this stage, again, you already saw in 16 star. This is a very movement-intensive level, and there's a cycle I want to go for midway through the level called Shigeru Cycle. I have only a couple seconds of leeway with it, and missing each cycle loses about like 3.5 to 4 seconds, and it's super easy to die in this stage. So I'm probably going to focus here. So the cycle I made there was Shigeru Cycle. That's the standard RTA cycle for this level. There are faster cycles in it, but I'm not good enough at this game to know them, so I just go for Shigeru. It's pretty consistent once you grind out this level long enough. So the reason why LBLJ would save time in this category is because then you would only have to make one trip to Baba Battlefield, because a Tower of the Wing Cap doesn't actually become available to access until you have 10 stars, at least. And you kind of need the wing cap to get every star in BOB as fast as possible. So you would either need to get 1 star from BOB and make it there in 2 trips, because that's the only other course you really have access to, or use LBLJ to go to Dark World early. And this just is the better option of the two for something like this. But now that I have the wing cap, I can go back to BOB and finish it up, which is what I'm going to do right now. But I'm actually not going to be using the wing cap right away because I want to get these first 2 stars out of the way. So there's a couple of different slope climbing techniques you can do in this game. The first one you're going to see right here. If you hold A and tap B on certain types of slopes, you can kick up them like this. That only works if the slope's not too slippery. So I'm going to fight King Bob-omb here. This fight is pretty straightforward. Just got to throw him down 3 times. After each hit, I'm going to wait for him to start walking forward before I jump behind him. Otherwise, he sort of has this auto aim on you, and it makes it pretty much impossible to grab him. That was a good fight. Also, a bit of a fun fact for those: while King Bob-omb is lying there on the ground, after you throw him, he actually has a hurt box. So if you touch him, he gives you damage. So this next star is one of the more intricate stars in this run. The foot race with Koopa the Quick. So I actually want to finish the race as fast as possible because when you finish the race, Koopa's effort doubles, and so he will start speeding up. Also, you have to also be at least 1,500 units away from him. So I'm just going to take this path to get up to the black hole as soon as possible. But he still takes forever and a day to finish the race. So I'm going to take this very specific path here so that I stay far away from him so that I maximize the amount of time he's running fast for. So I'm not really just screwing around. This is actually important. So I'm going back down here to open the cannon because I actually have just enough time to open the cannon and then make it all the way back up before Koopa finishes the race. And normally using cannons during the race is counted as cheating, but after you're finished with the race it doesn't matter. So that's why I'm able to use a cannon now. And also using the wing cap or teleporters does not count as cheating. So yeah, Koopa is not even done with the race yet, and I just beat him up here twice. Although one of them was technically not legitimate, but shh, it's okay. So next I'm going to do BOB 100, and again it's going to be combined with the red coins. I'm sure you're starting to see a bit of a pattern here. Don't worry, it will change soon. So this star is really where you're going to get to see the first of what the major RNG in this run is, which is coin trajectory and angle upon being spawned from something like a box or an enemy, as well as just enemy placement. But really, it's coins that make the bigger difference. Alright, I missed that coin, so I'm just gonna leave it. So I'm grabbing the shell here to traverse this course a little bit quicker. And I have the wing cap here, because there's a lot of coins in the air that I'm gonna want to get. So hopefully I can get a decent amount from the air here. That's not very good. So I want at least 12 more coins out of the air, but the more I have, then the better that is. So I'm going to try to get as many as possible. So I have enough for the route to suffice now, but we're doing a little loop around here to get some more. 62 is not a horrible number. I can work with that. Just gonna have to get a couple extra Goombas. So this is a secret you might not have known. I'm actually gonna grab this box just to have a couple spare coins. There we go. So if you run around these poles 4 times, you get 5 coins from them each. Not many players know about that. So I'm actually going to go for something that not many players go for, called double star activation. If you activate 2 star activation cutscenes on the same frame, then the cutscenes play at the same time, and so I'm going to try to do that here. Alright, I didn't get good enough RNG. You need the 100th coin to go near that last red coin in a specific way in order for it to work. And you also need to grab the 2 coins at a precise frame interval from each other. That's BOB 100. So for these next 2 stars, I'm going to be using a similar trick to get up onto the floating island. So Mario's horizontal speed is used as a function to determine how high his single and double jumps can go, as well as how fast and high up his flying can go. So by sliding down that slope like that, I can get a lot of speed, and that gives me enough height to make it up to the floating island like that. You need that speed from the slope to get up there using that strat. And you can just get all 5 secrets there in 1 cannon shot. Nothing too difficult about that. Nice Goomba.
Here we go!
So I'm gonna use that same trick again, but this time just to get the star that's in the box on the island. Again, you need the speed from that slope to do that. If you just tried standing on the cannon lid and doing a triple jump, you would not have nearly enough height. Yeah, like that. And that's it for BOB. So now I'm going to make my way down to basement, which is generally considered one of the hardest areas in 120 star, because a lot of runs die here for various reasons. Specifically to a Shifting Sandland or Hasty Maze Cave, because those 2 levels are really difficult. There's a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and explain the first trick I'm going to go for in Shifting Sandland, which again you saw me do in 16 star. It's called Pillarless. It's basically an extension of the Bulleted Bob-Omb trick you saw me do earlier. Except I'm going to combine it with a glitch called the hands-free glitch. Okay, missed there. I'm actually going to, just so I can stay on my splits, I'm actually going to go ahead and grab him here. It's really dumb to back it up, so I'm just going to take that time loss. It would actually save time to just go ahead and do SSL, but again, I like staying on my splits, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So by diving into a grabbable object and landing on a downward slippery slope, you get this state called hands-free, where you can do stuff like double jumping and ground pounding. Okay, that failed. It's a really dumb trick. So luckily I have backup stars, so I'm going to go in here and do the first one. I'm going to go for something here called Topless. And I failed it. So you can do a wall kick into that hole there to skip having to do that. Now I gotta do the IROC fight. So to go into a little bit more detail on hand spree, so normally when Mario is holding an object, he's considered in the holding action state, but when you're in the hand spree glitch, he's not. So he's able to do stuff like double jump, triple jump, and ground pound, and the bulleted bomb will still be pushing him. So I can use that to clip to the top of the pyramid without having to stand on all 4 of the pillars. And you're not even normally supposed to go to the... You're normally supposed to go to the top of the pyramid for this star, but it's actually faster to enter through the bottom. And so I'm actually going to enter through the top for the inside the ancient pyramid star, where you normally have to enter through the bottom. It's weird, I know. Alright, that's the biggest bomb size, and now we're in hands free. Now I just gotta make it all the way to the pyramid. And there we go. So that's pillarless. So in the 16-star run, I actually have the second biggest bomb size, which you can use for pillarless, but it's slightly slower and a lot harder. What I had there was the biggest bomb size, which makes the trick a lot easier. So Fly Guy's movement is not actually random, it's based on your position relative to it. So by going up the right side of the pillar like that, I can manipulate the Fly Guy to not try to lunge at me or be too far away, and that makes getting that star from Klepto pretty easy. Next up, I'm going to do the red coin star. This is considered by top 120 star runners one of the hardest stars in the run, but thankfully the route I'm going to be using, which is slightly slower, is a lot easier. So let's see if I can get this cool movement at the start here. Nice. So when you do a slide kick like that, it conserves like 90% of your horizontal speed. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab this coin over here, and then I'm going to grab the one in the water. And that's going to be one of the fights accounted for. And I'm going to grab the other 3 aerial red coins in one play. And what I just did there, if you do your first jump right at the top of the pillar, it clips up onto the top of the pillar, so you can start a double jump right away, which makes starting a triple jump with the wing cap a lot easier. So I'm making a pretty good Toxbox cycle here. Nice. That was a pretty good start.
Here we go!
Next up is one of the more tedious stars in this run, and that's SSL 100. Believe it or not, this route is actually less tedious than it used to be when I started running this game, and it's still terrible. Because there's a decent amount of RNG from coin spawns and enemy positions. That was not great, but I can work with it. And there's a lot of really finicky movement you gotta do. I'm surprised that worked out. So now I'm on a timer with this wing cap because I want to finish everything out here before this wing cap runs out. So there's actually not enough coins in this course normally to get 100 coins outside the pyramid, so I do actually have to go inside the pyramid. So I'm gonna do about half and half. This is a horrible angle, and yet that somehow worked. Get that one, please. Again, there's a lot of really finicky movement in the stage. So I actually do want to stand on all 4 of the pillars here and hit all the activators so that I can cause the pyramid top to open. And we did that. It's really annoying when you miss one of the activators, because then you... Oh, that's not good. Okay. We're gonna play it safe. So you can back kick up slopes like this. Or get caught on fire. That works too. That was really close. I actually lost a run to that semi-recently. So I feel kind of good for getting that. That's really, really bad. Missing that second secret is one of the worst mistakes you can make. now I have to actually climb back up the pyramid. Fortunately, it's not a huge climb up. But it's really annoying. Alright, wait for the camera to adjust here. The camera is really, really bad here. There we go. So I'm actually, since I'm playing on the English version, I don't have to worry about something called sound glitch, where, for some reason, if you, create dust or something right after collecting the 5th secret, it causes an error, it causes an exception in the audio thread of the game, which causes all the sound to mute. And then when the audio thread tries to interlace with the game thread on a level load, the game crashes. But since I'm on the English version, I don't have to worry about that here. There are other places where it can happen that are not Japanese specific, but it's extremely rare. And we can cross that bridge when we get there. And the last star here is incredibly easy. And incredibly fast. If you start your, if you start a triple jump and do your your second jump lands on a slope that you normally slide down, you can't actually triple jump off that slope. So now I'm gonna go to Hazy Maze Cave. The 100 coin star here is usually deemed one of the hardest stars in the run, just because of the amount of tomfoolery you have to do. You kind of go all around the level in this star. So I activate that elevator there, and I'm going to try to make it back without losing my ride. Okay, that was a little weird. So I'm just going to kind of wait on here for a little bit. And hopefully I don't miss this long jump coming up. Oh, wow. So I got hit by a wall hitbox there, which pushes Mario 50 units to the side, and that's what prevented me from ledge grabbing. There's a pretty good backup, but it's really stupid. There we go, got it first try. So I'm going to be saving the rest of this red coin room for later. I am doing this with the red coin star again, but it just makes some RNG later on in the level a little bit more favorable. And less annoying to deal with. So coming up is another BLJ, or backwards long jump. I'm going to use an elevator for it this time. Basically, Mario speedrun long jumping backwards isn't capped. So by long jumping in an area where I can have it consistently interrupted, I can build up negative speed exponentially. I'm going to use that here. Just kind of clip through this gate, like that. And that makes this route work out nicely. So now I'm gonna head back and finish up the red coin room. Because if I had those 5 coins as my last 5 coins of the 100 coin star, I would have had to deal with the rolling rocks. But I did not have to do that because they were not my last 5 coins. So killing Mr. I and then abandoning the blue coin before collecting it kind of leaves it up to luck, and I got terrible RNG as expected. You want the blue coin to fall down, but usually it doesn't. At least for me.
Here we go!
So next up is a strat that I really should not be doing at my skill level, but I happen to know how to do it. And this is a marathon, and it doesn't lose a whole lot of time if I fail it. So I'm gonna give it a try. I'm not gonna say anything about it, but just hopefully this goes well. Alright, I'm actually gonna abandon this star and get this one instead. So Hazy Maze Cave just doesn't have ceilings, so you can just kind of jump over walls in some rooms, like that one. But doing it off of that item box is actually very, very precise. And what I'm trying to do here is even more precise, and requires an even more precise box jump. That did not work out. So I was trying to use that BLJ to get the navigating the Toxic Maze star, but didn't quite work out. So I'm actually going to ditch that strat now, because I wouldn't have any good backups left for it. That being said, I still have to do that box jump strat like 2 more times. Because as you saw in a 16 star, I can just go straight to the yeah. I can just go straight to the cavern with this box jump. I don't know why this is giving me so much issues. So I'm going to do the metal cap course here. If this all goes well, I should be able to get all 8 red coins and the star with this metal cap, and I won't even have to hit the switch. Because believe it or not, you do not actually need to hit the metal cap to get all 120 stars. So I hope you enjoyed the metal cap, because that's the only time you're ever going to see it. In this entire marathon, believe it or not. So I gotta do that box jump one more time. This time it's just gonna be for the star in the cavern. There we go. Finally got it first try. You actually want to be careful when doing that box jump, because all the death pits of the starting room are located directly above the underground lake. So if you move too far forward, you can actually end up above one of the death pits and die. So this is the star I was trying to use that BLJ for, but I'm just gonna do a slightly slower but more consistent strat. So this is a maze clip, I'm probably gonna fail it. Nice, I actually got it. You can just kind of clip into the maze like that and skip having to open a couple doors and take an elevator down. And the bottom side of this floor does not have any surfaces on it, so I can just kind of walk it through it.
Here we go!
And now there's just one star left. And it's Metalhead Mario can move, but you're probably once again asking, how am I going to get this star without the metal cap? Well, if I just fall onto the switch in a precise enough manner, I can activate the switch without the metal cap. And to do this, I'm going to jump over another ceiling. Like that. That should be good. And I once again do not need the metal cap.
Here we go!
So now I got another difficult toad star to do. Yeah, that was very exciting. Now I get a little bit of a breather from the difficult basement stages, because now it's time for Lethal Lava Land. Which is a bit of a faster stage and a little bit of an easier one, thankfully. So I'm doing the first 4 stars here because for the 100 coin star I'm going to want the shell, but you have to have collected the first 4 stars in order for the shell to spawn, because it only spawns on stars 5 or 6. By the way, you can basically do stars in whatever order you want, for the most part. There are some levels that are act-specific. But you don't necessarily have to do the star you're assigned to do. However, for stuff like the shell spawning on stars 5 and 6, I can't just get star 6 and then select that star and then have the shell spawn. I have to actually unlock it. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. So an important movement tech thing here, if I hold Z when jumping up this slope, and long jumping like that, I can jump dive off of it instantly. Alright, that's actually fine. Because I can just go over here and lose basically no time. Those bullies can be very obnoxious if you let them get out of hand, but thankfully they were generous this time. An important bit of tech that you probably don't even know I'm doing is I'm holding left at most of these star select screens, which sets a counter. All four like cursor-based menus operate using the same kind of counter, and they all share this counter. So I can cause the counter to update by holding left on the star select menu, and what this counter does is it allows for instantaneous scrolling by just holding a direction. So I have that counter set because I held left on the star select, so now I can just hold down and it immediately goes to continue, don't save. Which makes it a little bit easier to not hit save and quit, because that would be bad. So now the shell is spawned, which means I can use it for the 100 coin star. So there are enough coins outside the volcano to get this star without going inside, but the route works out better to get 80 coins out here and then go inside the volcano. And just get the 20 coins you would get from going up. And I use the shell here to just traverse the level a lot quicker. These Mr. Eyes can be really finicky. You have to be essentially kind of making eye contact with them in order for them to notice you. And the rotation is sort of... The way they initially rotate when you load into the level is random, so I just kind of had to guess there, and I guessed incorrectly. Alright. So now I can just get the remaining 20 coins from just going up the volcano. And hopefully I don't fall down here. Nice. So I just have one more star to get here in the basement, and it's going to be the elevator tour star. And the reason why I had to collect so many stars from lobby before going down to basement is because the second MIPS spawns at 50 stars. And so I want to have 50 stars when leaving LLL. And as you can see, it's going to work out exactly right. I'm going to use a lava boost to skip up to the second elevator. So this second MIPS on the English version is slightly faster than the first MIPS, but there's a pretty cool setup I can use to catch him quickly. Hopefully this works out. Should be good. Nice. On the Japanese version, both MIPS are actually the same speed, but on the English version, the first MIPS is slightly slower. So I'm going to detour over here because I need to pound the pillars here so I can access Vanish Cap under the moat. Because unlike the Metal Cap, I do actually need to hit the Vanish Cap switch in order to complete this game. And also, I need the red coin star for obvious reasons. So the checkerboard platforms here are on cycles, so I want to try to make a decent cycle here. Nice. So I'm gonna go for another tech skip here. This one's a lot harder than the one in the wing cap stage, and I failed it. What you're trying to do there is a triple jump off the vanish cap switch, and then wall kick and dive into the star. It's really, really precise. So I'm gonna... Please. Okay. I need to exit course because I need to head back to the lobby. So next is Cool Mountain, which I could have done way earlier, but for routing convenience, it's better to just do it now. And so for this first star, I'm going to do a little bit of a safe strat, where if you do a dive rollout, regardless of how high you fall from, you don't take fall damage. I can just use some fancy schmancy maneuvering to get up to the star.
Here we go!
So next I'm going to do the CCM red points here. This is one of my favorite stars movement and routing wise. So hopefully I execute this well. That jump is really scary. So you have 5 frames to wall kick off a wall in this game when you bonk off of it, and if you wall kick on the first possible frame, then you maintain all your speed you had going into the wall kick, and that's called a first frame wall kick, or firsty, and so that's why I got a lot of momentum from that wall kick there. Firsties are situation dependent as to whether or not they're useful, or really, really bad. So again, to go back to that fast menu tech, I don't necessarily like scrolling left on the star select because it makes it hard to select the star optimally. So one thing you'll see me doing in some of these stages is delaying star 1 as much as I can. And that's actually what I'm doing here. It'll become a little bit more noticeable in some later stages when the star order matters less.
Here we go!
So next up is slip sliding away. And there's an intended shortcut Nintendo put in this star, and they put in the slide, but we are speedrunners and we do faster stuff. So we're just gonna do this. Alright, I'm gonna do this for the fans. That loses like maybe a few frames, but it looks a lot cooler, so I like to do it sometimes. So now I'm doing CCM 100s. This is probably the scariest 100-point star in the run, because I'm going to be doing it with the big penguin race. There are exactly 77 coins on the slide, and you kind of need to go down most of the slide, or at least all of the slide, in order for the big penguin to say you didn't cheat. So this is sort of an auto-score, so it's best to collect all the coins along the way, but the scary part is I have 1 spare coin for this slide. So if I miss more than 1 coin, then I lose like a minute, so let's not do that. Alright, that's good. That's bad. So, I missed those 2 coins, so I'm gonna have to bail. That's really, really bad. I have not done that in a very long time. Fortunately, there's a really easy place to get a 100th coin, right here. So I'm gonna have to redo the entire penguin race now. So that's like a minute gone.
Here we go!
That's a really, really unfortunate mistake. I'm actually going to try and show something off here while we're waiting. I haven't actually done this trick in a while, so I'm probably going to fail it. So, the way the penguin determines whether or not you've cheated by using shortcuts is if you're in the air for longer than 60 frames. So, that fall happens to be less than 60 frames long. Or 2 seconds, because this game runs at 30 FPS. Please make it. Okay, that was really scary. So you actually, there's actually a faster 100 coin route that uses that, but yeah. I very obviously took a shortcut, and the penguin doesn't say I cheated. Because that fall just happened to be less than 60 frames long.
Here we go!
So now here is a snowman's lost his head. This star is act specific.
Hegel!
So the way this star works is there's an invisible checkpoint you need to hit right around here. But once you hit it, you can just kind of do whatever you want. And as long as you're by the snowman's head when its body comes around, then it won't just roll past you. So I just take that scenic route because it's more fun. And that's it for Cool Cool Mountain. So now it's time for a spoopy level, aka Viperthon. This is a level that's pretty long and roundabout, and also has a really terrible camera inside the mansion, and it's a nuisance of a level. So first I'm going to go on a ghost hunt where I have to kill 5 specific boos on the lower level, and this is a pretty terrifying start, especially coming up right here. This next room is probably the scariest part of this entire stage. Okay. If I had gotten that slide kick a bit more optimally, I would have gone for a really risky dive over there, but I was able to safe it out. So I'm going to kill these last 2 boos at around the same time, hopefully, which will cause only 1 text box to spawn. This is actually a little bit more lenient on the English version. So you've probably seen me do that fast kick technique a few times in this run already. It's called a speed kick, and it is actually a pretty precise bit of tech. Basically, if you hold A and neutral upon landing from like a dive roll or a long jump and you have a decent amount of speed, then the next time you press A and B at the same time, you do a kick that preserves your momentum. And it's useful for, again, preserving momentum and also for starting triple jumps, because A-B kicks like that have a set height.
Hegel!
So this is probably one of my favorite 100 coin routes, is doing hundreds with reds here, because you get to go all around the mansion and even go outside it for a little bit. So I'm going to grab this Spanish cap here, and once again I'm on a pretty strict time limit here, because I need to make it back before this Spanish cap runs out, otherwise I have no way in sight. But we're good. I can miss those 2 coins, by the way. You have 2 spare coins in this route. And the rest of the coins are all reds or blue coins, so I don't have to worry about it. Come on. Wow, I cannot believe I didn't make it up there. So they got another Mr. Eye to kill here. This one noticed me a lot quicker. The angle range is somewhat lenient, but you do have to be pretty careful with how you do it. Otherwise, it just won't spot you. And there's one more scary part of this star coming up. So I'm going to use the trapdoor to sort of fall from one red coin to the next. But the risky part about this is if I screw this up, I can actually fall all the way down to where the merry-go-round is. And it takes like over 30 seconds to get back up. But we're good. At least if I fall now, I don't have to come back here for that red coin.
Here we go!
So that wasn't horrible, but still far from ideal. So believe it or not, I've been around speedrunning long enough to remember when the norm was to do the 100 coin star here with this star, the merry-go-round, but now we do it separate. Because this star is pretty fast when done by itself. So these boos are officially deemed dead when that puff of smoke appears, and that puff of smoke appears quicker if it hits a wall. So I'm going to kill this last boo while facing this direction, which causes that puff of smoke to appear quicker, which causes the big boo to appear quicker.
Here we go!
So next I'm going to do the star from the big Mr. I. And this star you're mostly just doing as intended, so there isn't much to say about it. Aside from walking up to the second floor, which you're obviously not supposed to do because there's stairs right there. But Nintendo thinks out their level design very, very clearly. Not really. Great. That's the last Mr. I'm going to have to kill in this run, thankfully.
Here we go!
So these last two stars are stars you would see in 70 Star, which I will also be doing later, as you see on the schedule. So this star has a pretty cool sequence break. You just go up to this balcony and then double jump to the other balcony, and that skips a puzzle.
Here we go!
I always find it funny that on the DS version they actually put a glass wall there to prevent you from doing that. And the last star I have to do is Big Boo's balcony, which is a pretty annoying star casually, but once you get good at speedrunning this game, it's really not that bad. So I meant to go through the left door there because it's a few frames faster to go through the left door when going through a pair of double doors, because Mario pushes the door open as opposed to pulling it.
Here we go!
So now the only thing left to do before going upstairs is, well, the only things left, I suppose, are Dire Docks and Bowser in the Fire Sea. I have to complete all of Dire Docks, and then I have to get the second key, as well as the red coin star there. So I'm going to start off with a DDD 100. So the way this level is supposed to work is normally you collect the sub-star to spawn Bowser in the Fire Sea, then you beat Bowser in the Fire Sea, and then the sub goes away, and it's replaced with a bunch of slow floating pulls that you use to collect the red coins. But while the sub is present, you can actually collect all 8 red coins without using the pulls. And it's a lot faster, but also very, very difficult. And this is another stage that's pretty tight on coins. This is once again a route where I only have one spare coin. Because there's 5 coins that are just too far out of the way. And swimming while collecting coins is not exactly the easiest thing. As demonstrated. Right. But I have one spare coin, which is pretty good. I can use that spare coin to save a little bit of time in terms of movement. And I'm turning the camera here because the sub lags the game a lot, and so I want to keep it out of view as much as possible. Alright, so I can skip that one coin because I don't need it. Now the real fun begins. So the front of the sub here is actually a really, really slippery slope, so to get up it I have to use some really precise jumps. And this final triple jump dive here is really stupid. Nice. That went pretty well. It's not over yet though, I could still fail this long jump. Okay. Falling in the water during any part of that star is a massive time loss, so really thankful that nothing too significant happened. Try to do a really stupid optimization there. There's a easy way to back that up.
Here we go!
So aside from that ending mistake there, that was pretty good. So I'm actually going to split DDD up into 2 trips to get the submarine out of there so I don't have to deal with the lag for later missions. So right now I'm going to do the chest star, which is pretty straightforward. Just got to open the 4 chests in a specific order. And I actually want to be careful when swimming to the star because if I accidentally swim behind it, that wall behind the star is actually a ceiling. And if you remember from JRB, swimming into a ceiling hitbox actually moves Mario downwards. So I would get moved downwards, which is really, really annoying.
Go.
So now I'm going to get the sub-star. And this will spawn Bowser in the Fire Sea, where the next sort of important thing about the run is coming up, which is the elevators midway through Fire Sea are on a cycle, and there's actually a fast cycle you can make with the red coins as well. But if you go really, really fast and make like no mistakes, then you can make a cycle called Lava Boost Early Alleys, where you Lava Boost onto the elevators in addition to not having to wait on them. So this is a really, really precise stage in terms of how much leeway you have, which is basically none. So I'm probably going to be mostly quiet during this stage. Hopefully this goes well. So that's the fastest cycle you can make in Fire Sea RTA. And I made the good ending as well. Nice. That was for all intents and purposes, a flawless fire state. That was really, really good. That's a really hard stage to get down, even. There's been some slight adjustments made to the movement about a year and a half ago that makes the cycle a little bit more lenient, but it's still really terrible. So in terms of Bowser throws, this is actually one of the easiest ones to make, but it's the worst one to miss. Because if I throw Bowser off the edge, then when he jumps back onto the platform, he does that tipping platform attack again, and I actually can't grab him during that attack. So it would waste like 20 seconds, which is very annoying in a speedrun. Especially when you're over an hour in. So the last thing I have to do before going upstairs is just finish up Dire Dire Docks. So first I'm going to do the Manta Ray Star. So due to a bug in the code, the visual orientation of the rings doesn't actually match the physical orientation. So if I don't get these first 5 rings, this will probably be really bad. Alright, that was good. So if you don't get through those first 5 rings, because those happen to line up nicely, then it can be really, really annoying. You're probably going to have to take a lap with the Manta. Luckily, in 120 star, you get some backup stars. Also, that is a hair blow dryer, in case anybody can hear that. So I'm still going to have to turn the camera in this tunnel here because it's still going to lag a little bit. And this is the last star you normally need the metal cap for. But once again, like in JRB, you can just swim through the jet stream. It's actually a little bit harder this time around. So because the star is a lot closer to the bottom of the jet stream, it's a lot harder to get the star by swimming through the jet stream. But it can still be done. And this is the last star before I actually have to go upstairs. And since I think you can only see the full run timer, I'll let you know what my upstairs time is so you know how far into the run I am. I'll probably be doing that periodically throughout some of the other games. So you're actually supposed to use both the metal and vanish caps for this star, but you can just use the vanish cap. You don't need the metal cap at all. Kind of a silly decision on Nintendo's part. So, yeah, that's it. Now all that's left is the upstairs portion. And my upstairs time is a 1:10:18. So this run has been, it's had its fair share of not so great moments, but we can still finish it off pretty strongly, hopefully. So Wet Dry World has the infamous thing where if you, depending on what height you enter the painting at, determines the initial water level. So it's actually faster in terms of castle movement to enter on the highest level first, because it's the only star where I'm going to need to enter on the high level. And then for all but one of the other stars, I'm going to use the lowest water level. So I needed to enter on the high level here just because it's faster to get into the pipe that way. But there are those crystal taps throughout the level that allow me to lower or raise the water level as needed. So, the nice thing about doing both 120 and 70 star in this marathon is you're going to get to see both Wet Dry World 100 coin routes here. So, Here, in 120 star, it's faster to do the 100 coins with the red coins, because the secret star is decently fast by itself. So I'm going to get about half the coins in the downtown area. This is one of my favorite stars in terms of movement as well. That amp just kind of pwns you every now and then. He's probably going to get me at some point later as well. So I gotta do a pretty stupid jump here to get into the downtown. And I got it. And this is the last extended period of swimming in the run. There's still gonna be some swimming, but it's only gonna be for like a few seconds. So I'm just gonna kind of let you enjoy some of this movement. So coming up, I'm going to do something called a star dance clip. So when Mario grabs a star and is airborne, he's put into a state where he can grab onto ledges, but instead of actually grabbing onto the ledge, he just pops up onto the ledge like that. That saves a few seconds.
Here we go!
So now I'm going to do the secret star by themselves. This is a pretty interesting star in terms of movement as well. But it's also easy for big mistakes to, for like one tiny input to lead to a massive time loss. So I hit the ceiling portion of that wall, of that box. I was supposed to wall kick off of it, but I hit the ceiling. And that's kind of not a wall, so I couldn't wall kick off of it. Doesn't lose too much time though. Alright, missing this jump to the star loses a lot of time. So that was really good. I even got that little slide along the slope there. So for next, I'm going to do the express elevator hurry up, which, and this star, there's two things I'm going to point out here. So for one, I'm going to try to break this box during this triple jump. This is kind of a neat little optimization. Now I'm going to go for a precise triple jump wall kick here. Nice, I got it. That just allows me to get there a little bit quicker. I have to activate that platform to make the elevator lower, but after that I can just wall kick up the shaft.
Here we go!
So for top of the town, I'm actually going to enter on the medium water level as opposed to the lower water level for one reason and one reason only, and that's so I can bounce off the speeder and get here a little bit faster. You can actually do that triple jump wall kick on this star as well to save time, but it's not really worth it. It saves like 1 second on this star, and if you fail it, you fall into the water and lose a lot of time, so I just don't consider it worth it. And last but not least, we have shocking airlifts. This is a star I like to poke fun at because there's like 800 different ways you can skip the airlifts in this star. And this is the most overlooked one. Is that there's a warp that just takes you right next to where the star is.
Here we go!
That's all of Wet Dry World. This last portion of the run's probably going to go by a lot quicker. So now we're going to Tiny Huge Island, where I'm going to be entering in the small painting for every star here, just because it takes too long to get to the big painting. And I'm going to do the secret star first. This is another really fun star in terms of movement. And we got this really risky jump at the end here. Okay, so I did a slow ledge grab there, intentionally, because where I ledge grabbed there, if I had done a fast get up, then I would have actually entered a one-way teleporter, which loses several seconds. But by just doing a slow get up, for some reason that avoids that. And I'll explain that weird clip I did at the end of the star in a couple stars from now. But now it's time for the 100 coin star. I'm gonna grab this coin just for a second in case I need it. So I'm starting in the tiny island, I'm just gonna collect a few coins. Alright, there was a coin underneath the ground that I was supposed to get, but I didn't. Luckily I grabbed that one spare coin earlier. So I want to ground pound all these giant Goombas because they give you blue coins when you ground pound them as opposed to yellow coins, and that's kind of needed for this route. This level actually has the most coins out of any of the 15 courses without infinite coin glitches, because yes, those do exist. Probably could have offered to skip out on a couple of those, but I like having every coin I can get, because these enemies do not like to cooperate, as evidenced here. There we go. So 2 of the coins went into the water, so I don't need them anymore. So now we're coming up on the scary part, which is the red coin cavern. I'm gonna go for some pretty risky dive rollouts, and if I fail, if I miss time 1 input, it's very easy for me to just die and lose like 2 minutes. So let's not do that. That was I don't know what just happened there. So what happened there was I didn't press B, and then I bonked on the wall and didn't press A in the 5-frame window. So now I have to redo this entire star. I'm probably just going to save it out for the next time I get there. So yeah, there's just a coin underneath the floor. Don't ask why. Good level design. That's actually the first death of this run, I think. Gonna get the triple? Nice. That's kind of a rare thing I sometimes like to go for. I'm gonna skip that coin and just hopefully I don't miss more than 1 coin from these 2 enemies. So again, I'm just gonna safe it out this time around, because I don't want to die again. There we go. That's a very, very sad time loss. But, you know, you gotta learn to live with it.
Here we go!
So, I'm gonna do the Wiggler Star next, and this is the exact same kind of clip you saw me do on the Secret Star. So, when you, as I said in JRB, really steep floor hitboxes are actually really thin, so with a good speed and angle, you can just clip right through them. And when Mario enters a body of water, he is instantly teleported to the surface. So I can use that here. And I can just swim right into the Wiggler's loading zone. And he acts like I flooded the house even though I didn't. So I could probably sue him for slander. And this is a pretty simple boss fight. And I forgot to hold left at the Star Select menu, so I'm just gonna have to remember to tap down as opposed to holding it. So what I'm doing there is a little ledge grab through the floor there. So a ledge grab involves interacting with walls and floors, and in a frame, both of those are processed before ceilings on every quarter step of Mario's movement. So the ledge grab essentially just takes priority over the ceiling, allowing him to go through the ceiling. Because really good game design. Wow, I just completely dive over that pipe. So this is just the Piranha Plant star, nothing too special about this one.
Here we go!
And the final star here is going to be the rematch with Koopa the Quick, because he decides to rematch us after BOB. But we're going to once again make him look like a joke, and in a really, really convoluted way, if I must say so. So instead of taking the intended route, like what normal people would do, we're just going to go down here and use a Koopa shot. And this does not count as cheating. And it allows me to finish the race just a little bit faster. Because again, if I finish the race, then Koopa will speed up as long as I'm far away enough from him. So that's actually why I was standing over there, which I can manipulate him into staying far away from me. And we're done with THI.
Here we go!
So we got another really hard Toad star to do. And now we're on to Tall Mountain, which is one of the scariest stages. I accidentally say if that's gonna bite me later in the run. So, I'm gonna use the same steep floor clip here, and water up over physics to essentially skip half the mountain. Wall kick here, saved like a second. Climb up the slope, do a little wall kick here, show off a lot of really fancy movement, and I just climbed up that entire mountain in like 20 seconds. Really, really fun level. But it's really easy to fall during one of these stars, which is a massive time loss. And I have to do this 3 times. So for this star from Yukiki, there's a really interesting glitch I can do here. Where I'm gonna grab him, and I'm gonna hit free him just to hold on to, or I'm gonna hold on to him. I'm gonna jump onto this slope and hit free him, but he's still in my hands. So I can jump off over here, ground pound, and that just skips most of him walking down the mountain. So he's all ready to go. I don't know why that trick works, but it does, and it saves time, so we're doing it.
Here we go!
So now I have to do that trick one more time. This time, I'm just gonna get the waterfall star. Breathtaking view from bridge. Perfect. Well, not optimal, but still really good. As long as you really don't fall down or make any major movement mistakes, then that's really all you can ask for. So next star I'm going to do is Blaster's Only Mushroom, but I'm not actually going to use the cannon. We're going to use a Crazy Box. As believe it or not, this actually works. That jump actually looks scarier than it is. It's actually not that hard, if you have a good setup for it. And now we're going to do the next 100 coin star, which I'm once again going to be pairing with the red coins, but I'm actually going to be... This is going to seem like a pretty roundabout route, because it's actually impossible to get the 100 coin star here under normal conditions without going on the slide. Because there's, I believe, 62 coins on the slide, but one of them I'm going to be intentionally skipping out on. So I'm going to be making my way there in a little bit. But first I'm just going to do some stuff out here. I meant to side flip there. And this red coin star will persist being available after I get off the slide, so you don't need to worry about it like unloading or anything. There's a few instances in the game where that can happen with some stars, but thankfully it doesn't happen here. And this jump is dumb. There we go. Okay, nearly fell off there. So I'm going to do a cool trick here called the C-up trick, or I'm going to go for it anyways. So when you enter first-person mode while running, Mario sort of skids to a stop, and on certain types of slippery surfaces, like the ones on the slide, if he goes into that braking action, then he won't enter first-person mode right away, and he'll just slide forward with unbounding forward speed. So I use that to traverse the first part of the slide a little bit quicker. And I skip one coin intentionally there, because I don't really want to spawn the 100 coin star on the slide, but I have to be really careful once I get off the slide here. That's not great, but I can work with it. So, if I die after exiting the slide here, I'll actually spawn back on the slide, which is not what I want. So, hopefully that just doesn't happen. Hopefully I can at least, if it does happen though, I can at least get the 100 coin star first. I need to kill some bob-ombs here to get the 100 coin star. So there's a bunch of exposed ceiling hitboxes around this mushroom where the 100 coin star is. So hopefully I don't bonk on one of them. Alright, we're good.
Here we go!
And there's one star left where I'm going to go for a pretty dumb strat called Breezeless. Basically, most fences in this game are just one-way wall hitboxes. And by hitting the lower portion of one of them, I can clip inside the mountain. And I can, if I do it right, I can ground pound into the star compartment. Got it. That skips the slide, but the normal strat for that would just be to just take the vertical wind up to the higher area and then just jump down into the star compartment, but that's a little bit faster, albeit way harder. Next up is Snowman's Land. This is another pretty fast-paced stage, and a really tedious stage. That wall kick is extremely precise, because again, there's only a small sliver of that wall that you can actually wall kick off of, the rest is just ceiling. You kinda can't wall kick off a ceiling, because, again, it's not a wall. But now I have the most tedious star in the entire run, in my opinion. Alright, I'm actually gonna bail on that. And we're just gonna do World from the Freezing Pond instead, if the game will let me. There we go. Nice thing about being able to do the stars in any order you want is that oftentimes you'll have backup stars for when you need them. Alright, so I'm actually gonna do a slightly different movement this time around.
Go.
There we go. And the camera inside the igloo is awful. Even in Mario Cam like this. And with how tight of spaces you have to navigate through, it's just a pain navigating the igloo. That didn't go terribly, aside from failing to get to where the Vanish Cap is. And here's the last 100 coin star that's going to be paired with red coins. To put it lightly, this star kind of sucks. Partly because of RNG, because these money bags are known for having their coins just go all over the place. That one coin that just kind of flew off. This kind of serves as a good example of this. And you also have to kill a lot of spindrifts, and their coins can just kind of go wherever they want. There's also just a lot of really tedious movement. Getting into this igloo can... Mario! Getting into this igloo can sometimes be a bit of a pain. So because I missed that coin earlier, I'm going to kill this Goomba here so that I have a spare coin in case I need it. So this is a little bit of a cool maneuver. I can punch a little bit, lure the spindrift forward, and then just jump off of it and get over here. So now it's very important that I don't break the shell. Because if I do, then that's terrible. Because it is possible to get the 2 red coins underneath the chill bully without the shell, but it's incredibly dumb and not really worth it. So if I were to break the shell here, I'd actually just do the 100 coin star with the bully star and then do the red coin stars by themselves. But we didn't break the shell, so we're good. Alright, I have 1 spare coin, so hopefully I don't get screwed over by 2 of the coins here, and I almost did.
Here we go! Here we go!
Now I just have 2 stars left to do here, and they're both pretty fast and pretty easy. We're going to start with in the deep freeze, and it's just long jump, triple jump, jump dive, there.
Here we go!
And last star I'm going to do is chill with the bully, which is pretty fun because you get to slide into the bully to basically knock it off the platform, and it makes a pretty hilarious sound. Psycho Crusher. Grab the star, please.
Here we go!
So now it's time for Tippy, or the tip top floor of the castle, where the last 2 main courses and last 2 secret courses reside, including Bowser in the Sky. So you don't need to do this in this category, but this just saves a little bit of time if you can get it. I'm going to go for the 50 starter BLJ again. And yeah, that wasn't going to work. That can save, it saves time because you don't have to watch this cutscene, but it's a little inconsistent. So we're going to start off with Wing Mario over the rainbow. This is a pretty scary stage in this category, because it's not hard, but if you fall at any point, you land outside the castle, and it takes like 30 seconds to make your way back up. And I've done that more times than I care to admit. But I'm past most of the pretty hard parts now, so the rest of this should be straightforward. Fun tidbit, this is the only star in the game that is currently not possible capless and cannonless, even with tool assistance. I am going to try to do this on 1 wing cap, which is not exactly the easiest thing in the world. But you do have a decent amount of leeway, and I aimed that cannon shot way too far to the right. Back and grab this red coin without grabbing the pole. Alright, I really hope I have enough wing cap left to make it to the star. Alright, we're good.
Here we go!
There you go. That's Wing Mario over the rainbow. Now it's time for the first of the 2 Tippy stages, Tick-Tock Clock. This is a really, really fast-paced stage, and the slider music really helps with that. So I'm entering with the Minahan on the 12, which will cause all the clock parts to be frozen, and I'm going to do the 100 coin star first. So hopefully I can execute this well and you get to enjoy the moment. I meant to do a triple jump there, but instead of a kick, I got a dive, so I'm just backing this up. So I just bonked on nothing, it looks like, but what I actually bonked on there was an exposed ceiling hitbox. So ceiling hitboxes in this game extend upwards to infinity, usually. They can be overridden by floors, but sometimes they slip past floor hitboxes, and you can just kind of encounter them, and they kill all your momentum and cancel your movement when you enter one. So that's what happened there. But other than that and that little movement slip-up, that was still a decent TTC 100. So for most other stars, I'm going to enter with the Minahan near the 9, which will cause the clock parts to move fast, which means I can do this interesting set of movement at the start. I'm going to do that for 3 of the stars here. Alright, so because I messed up some movement there, because I slid on that last spinner when I didn't want to, I decided to do roll into the cage next. Normally I would do the pendulum star next, but my cycles would have been off, so I just decided to opt to do that instead. Wow, I failed it again. As long as I don't fall down, then that's really all that matters to me. I'm gonna just do that backup movement, which is slightly slower. And for the last 2 stars, I want the clock parts to be frozen, so I'm gonna enter with the Minahan on the 12. Unfortunately, this means I have to wait for it to get all the way there. But it's worth it. And the last star is red coins. Technically, it could be faster to do these with time moving, but I do not know how to do that strat, so we're just going to do it with time stopped. And I ground pound most stars in this run because that just sends Mario to the ground slightly quicker. Because it automatically sets him to fall at terminal velocity. Which, fun fact, is 75 units per frame. And now there's only one main course left in the 120 star run portion of this, and that is Rainbow Ride. And Rainbow Ride is a pretty frustrating stage in 120 star, because there's a lot of easy ways to screw up and die. Sometimes they're not even your fault. First, I'm going to do this strat called Lakiji Bounce, which is dumb. And I messed it up. You're basically trying to manipulate the Lakiji so you can do a triple jump ball kick off that ramp, and then bounce on it to get onto the ramp. It's incredibly easy to mess up. So I'm just doing red coins as a backup. sometimes you just mess it up and it isn't even your fault. And that's why the strat is so dumb.
Here we go!
And I have to do it twice in 120 star. But what happened there is I just mistimed my double jump. Because I tried too hard to adjust my angle.
Go!
There we go. So I can get to this pole here. And use this other pole and some creative platforming to skip pretty much every carpet right here. And get up to the cruiser. So now we got one of the longest stars in the category, which is Rainbow Ride 100 coins, because I'm going to do it with the big house in the sky. And no, I'm not going to do carpetless. I'm not even going to try to explain it. But yeah, the thing with this 100 coin star is I'm going to be taking the big house carpet ride throughout the star. Because there isn't really an RTA viable way to skip it. And that's like a 1.5-minute long auto-scroller. So not really much you can do to speed it up. Also, I just want to point out that the fly guy somehow flew all the way near the red coin maze by itself. In case anybody didn't notice that. And while I'm up here, I need the cannon, so I'm going to open it now. I got a little bit of a tricky jump here. Now we just kind of have to ride this carpet for a little while. So now would probably be a good time because we're coming up with the first game switch of the run. I should probably talk about how the game switches are going to work here. So there's going to be 2 times in this run, as evident by the schedule, where I'm going to have to transition between Super Mario 64 and Mario Kart 64. So I'm simply just going to swap out N64 cartridges. I actually have Galaxy 2 already set up on my Wii, so what I'm going to have to do after those skips run is I'm just going to switch cables so that my Wii is what's being output on the TV. And then I can just go ahead and immediately start the SMG2 run. There is going to be a much longer setup between Galaxy 2 and Pack-and-Roll Remix, though, because I have to switch Wii discs. And again, this game order is not optimized in terms of time, but rather in terms of like which runs are better for me to do first and which runs are, and splitting the games up in a way that seems interesting. So you'll see me swap out cartridges after the SM64 120 star run is done. That star grab is actually a lot easier than it might seem. If you just mash A and stand at the front of the carpet, you'll get it. And here I'm manipulating the fire to blow at a specific time. It's actually not low enough to... The carpet's not low enough for the fire to hit you the first time, but the second time it can. Right, hopefully I don't fall off the carpet here at Paracuja. There we go.
Here we go!
So that's that star done. And I have 42 lives, which I like. So I have to do that like T2 bounce trick one more time. Hopefully I get it. Because I'd rather not be too stressed out over it. Yeah, that just happens sometimes and I have absolutely no idea why. It's incredibly stupid. That's what I was talking about when I say sometimes you can just fail this trick and it's not even your fault. Like, I did that perfectly, but the game said no.
Go!
Okay, that did not look like a good angle, so I'm just gonna bail on that. Or just do tricky triangles instead. You need to be facing within 45 degrees of a wall you want to wall kick off of if you actually want to get the wall kick, otherwise you're just gonna slide past it and die. Alright. Third time's the charm.
Go.
Nope. Alright, so I'm actually gonna have to do a regular cruiser stress now because the game decided to not be cooperative. So this is really, really old movement. Which thankfully I am quite well versed in doing. And last star in Rainbow Ride is going to be Swinging in the Breeze, which is not a terribly difficult star, but there is one long jump at the end that's easy to mess up, because the angle is quite hard to decipher.
Go.
And there we go, that's Rainbow Ride. So the only thing left to do in this particular run is Bowser in the Sky, where I also have to collect the red coins. This is a pretty fun star to do, but it's also really, really stressful and really difficult. So hopefully I get a good execution of this. You can grab that red coin with a triple jump instead of pushing that box all the way over there. This jump's really scary. Alright, I played it a little bit safe there. You can just kind of side flip over that flame there, it looks pretty cool. And it saves a little bit of time. This Goomba's in a good spot. Alright. That Goomba can just knock you off if it's in a really bad spot, so I played it safe. Alright, I'm actually gonna play it safe. I think I might be able to. Alright. Grabbing the star like that is really scary. But now it's time for Bowser throws. I missed 3 last time, so that's the number to beat. And we're coming up on the first game switch for Restreamer, by the way. Wow, nice way to start the fight. That's 1. Might be 2? No. That was like 1 frame too early. 1 frame too late. That should hit. Nice. So this is a high 150. My PB is a 145.50. World record is 138.28. So this run was bad, but, you know, it's 120 star. Sometimes this game just likes to do that to you. And game switch incoming, so be ready. Let me swap out cartridges. Nice. And timing for Mario Kart 64 skip starts upon selecting the cup, so we're just going to quickly do some menuing. And here we go. Mario Kart 64 time. So Mario Kart 64 is an incredibly broken game, as you're about to see, hopefully. Nice. So what I just did there, so off of that start boost, I launched into DK, who is a heavyweight, and Yoshi is a lightweight, so I was able to get a nice little CPU jump, and that allows me to just kind of go over that wall and land in the water below the tunnel, which saves a good like 12 seconds. So that's the first unintended shortcut of the many that there are in this game. So what I'm going to do next is grab the item block from this blue shell. I'm going to grab the item block from that balloon, and there's always a blue shell on that item block, which is going to come into play at the start of the third lap here. So the main driving technique you're going to be seeing used throughout this run is this drifting technique called a mini turbo, where as I'm drifting, I'm oscillating the control stick back and forth at various intervals. And it's letting me build up a little charge that allows me to get a small burst of speed when I release it. So I can use the blue shell there to just hit myself because I'm in first place, and it just launches me over the wall and once again into the tunnel. Which just skips the first half of this lap as well. So yeah, mini turbos in this game are a 7-step process, and it is frame dependent to get them optimally. So they can be really hard to optimize. But you can tell when I have the charge fully built up because the smoke changes from white to yellow to orange. And so that is it for Luigi Raceway. That's the first of the 16 tracks in this run. This is on 150cc, by the way, which is the fastest mode. So here is Moo Moo Farm. There are no skips or shortcuts anywhere on this track. We're just going to be kind of driving this one straight. The only thing I really have to point out is that the poles are RNG dependent, and so sometimes they can just kind of pop up in front of you. This route I'm taking through them here is pretty risky. Thank you, Peach, for saving me there. So a couple things I want to talk about. First of all is character selection. You might have noticed that I picked Yoshi. So Yoshi, Toad, and Peach are all the 3 fastest characters because they all have the same top speed, and they're all the lightweight characters, so they get knocked around more when interacting with heavier characters. Yoshi and Peach are slightly heavier than Toad, but the real advantage is that the reason why I'm using Yoshi is because he's just quicker to select off the cart menu, which matters. Another thing is that in Grand Prix mode, I do have to worry about item RNG. For most tracks, it's not a huge deal, but some tracks are going to have shortcuts with skips that require specific items. And there is actually an item table in this game, in the memory, that gives us exact probabilities of what items you can get in what place. And obviously you can't reasonably control what items you get when, but you can maximize your odds. But even then, this game sometimes just doesn't want to cooperate. And also, the CPUs are pretty tame with items in this game because they can pick up shells, but they will never use shells, and the 8th place CPU only has a 1% chance to use a lightning. So it might happen, but it's pretty rare that it does. It usually happens like once or twice per run. So Koopa Troopa Beach also does not have anything that is classified as a skip or shortcut, depending on which one to call it. But it does have this little tunnel jump here, which is allowed in the no skips category that you'll see later, because obviously that's built into the track, so it's not something the developers didn't intend for you to do. Here's a little glitch here called the finish line glitch. So you're not normally supposed to get a blue shell in first place, but there's some mismapped polygons to the right of the finish line that mistakenly think you're behind by a lap. And so that's how I was able to get that item in first place. But optimally, I want something like a star or a golden mushroom, something that'll speed me up. And there's several courses that have like, ooh, I can actually use a boo here. So a boo actually functions exactly like a regular item box. It gives you the same probabilities of the same items you can normally get, except you also have a 20% chance of giving you nothing. And that using a boo makes the finish line glitch a little faster to set up, but I didn't get anything useful from it. The blue shell is not exactly something that helps me go fast, unless it's on some courses where it can be used for skips, but oftentimes you don't really want to try this. And you saw me about to spin out there. When I'm about to spin out like that, sometimes I can prevent it by slowing down, which involves just, which usually involves just like letting go of A and mashing the B button. Usually that works, but sometimes I'll spin out anyways. 150cc is actually the only mode where you can spin yourself out. Alright, here's Calamari Desert. Get your prayers out, because this is the first level where RNG is going to rear its ugly head, and could cost me a huge chunk of time. So I'm going to sandbag for items at the start here, and I'm hoping for a... Okay, triple red shells could be good. Alright, I'm actually gonna... I want a star. I really want a star here. So I'm actually gonna be sandbagging for items a little bit more. If I get too many, like, red shells or something, I'll just have to go with it. Jesus, I'm getting some really bad banana placement. Alright, I'm just gonna kind of sit back here. Okay, golden mushroom is literally the worst item you can get here. This is the third time in a row that I've been screwed by RNG on this track. Let's back up. I'm maximizing my odds of getting a star by going into 8th place. Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to go with the triple red shells here. I can use these for another shortcut. But yeah, RNG in this track just has not wanted to cooperate with me lately. Unless I get a star like right here. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted. So I can use these red shells for a cool little shortcut here. Coming out of the tunnel, I can fire them off. And they just kind of get stuck here, which means I can do this. And they'll still be there when I return here, hopefully. So, should be able to use that on this lap as well. Nice. Alright, and I'm actually coming up. Do not be frightened by this reset. So I do that reset after the final race of every cup just to get to the next couple a bit quicker. So now we're heading on to the Flower Cup. So, Toad's Turnpike. So, I'm going to be playing this track as I normally do, but there's a few things I need to talk about here. So, I'm going to try to abuse something called the Lakitu effect here. Where I'm going to get stuck out of bounds, but while Lakitu's still on the screen, he can't pick me up again. So I can just kind of jump from the higher level to the lower level like that. And I think I was above the road when I did that, but I'll play it safe on the next lap, to where that should break the checkpoint system for the next 2 laps, to where I can just cross the finish line, jump out of bounds, and then I get warped halfway across the track. But there's been actually been quite a few developments in Mario Kart 64 lately, and this track has actually been one of them. There's actually been lap skips discovered recently, but I have not had the time to mess with those, so I'm just gonna play this track as I normally do. Alright, I got the wrong warp. So again, that's just the result of a broken checkpoint system from doing that for a shortcut. The shortcuts I'm doing here still save a lot of time, but obviously skipping laps is even faster, but I don't quite understand how it works. Also, the cars are on cycles, but I never drive this course the same way twice, so I never memorize them. Yeah, I can just drive a little ways past the finish line, jump out of bounds, and I just get warped halfway across the track. It's pretty cool. There's also been some developments on courses like Royal Raceway and Rainbow Road, but once again, I haven't had the time to really go and try out the shortcuts for myself, so I'm just going to be playing these tracks like I normally do. Also, Mario better not touch me here. Alright, so, not a perfect Toad's Turnpike, but still pretty good. As long as I get all the shortcuts with no difficulty, that's really all I can ask for in a no reset. So up next is Fright by Snowland, and this is a shortcut you could literally just turn on your game and try it out for yourself and get in like a minute. This is the easiest shortcut in the game and it saves a lot of time. So you just turn around the start here, jump from the bridge to the road, cross the finish line, and then go past the finish line and go out of bounds. And this causes Lakitu to place me far back enough behind the finish line that the game doesn't subtract a lap from me. And so I can just do this over and over again. I skip, and I basically play all 3 laps faster than the CPU's finish 1. Again, super easy shortcut, as long as you play it safe. So up next is Choco Mountain, and this is probably one of the worst tracks in the run, because this is where runs go to die, pretty much. So this is the first of 2 tracks where I'll be going for wall jumps, where basically there are certain types of slanted walls, where if you approach them with the right speed and angle, and then jump the frame before you hit the wall, you can actually jump off the wall and gain a huge amount of air. And there's 2 places I can go for that in this track. The first is right here. I was too high up. So there's a backup jump I can do right here. Okay, that was really, really weird. I got kind of stuck on the wall there. The physics in this game are questionable at best. So the hill jump is really the big shortcut here because it saves a lot of time, and then that gray wall jump is just sort of a backup. So hopefully I can get the hill jump on at least one of these laps because it looks really cool. So what happened there is actually a really bad phenomenon where I actually had too much speed when attempting that jump, so there was literally no frame where I would be able to make the jump, because, you know, it's that typical one frame you're too early, the next you're too late thing, and so I just tumble right away, and that's what makes wall jumps in this game so annoying. And that tends to happen a lot when you get here on this track. So it either goes really well or really terribly. There's usually no in between. Alright, got another 0 frame there. Wait, I got a lightning. Alright, I'm actually gonna try this again. There we go. So unfortunately I didn't get to show off the hill jump. But just take my word for it, it's really cool looking. Still not that much slower than if I did a no skips run of this track. And what I'm doing during these point screens here is I'm actually holding start and mashing A because that speeds them up by quite a bit. So Mario Raceway will likely be played non-shortcut. There is a lap skip involving red shells that I don't know how to do. So I'll probably just drive around this track. If I happen to get a mushroom, I might attempt a shortcut, just for the fun of it. But the probability that I hit it is extremely low. And also a mushroom is a 10% chance in first place. So I'm probably not even going to get a mushroom. So for the most part, this track is probably just going to be me driving around. If I get a boo, though, I can use the invincibility frames for a small little corner cut. Something you've probably seen me do a lot is throw green shells backwards. I'm actually not just doing that randomly, I'm intentionally doing that, because when you throw a green shell backwards, it can actually never hit you. And because of that, it makes it so that you're much less likely to get hit by your own green shell. It can still hit other CPUs though, which is pretty fun. Alright, so I'm going to try to use this mushroom for a really dumb shortcut. Yeah, there was basically no chance I hit that. You can jump over that wall there and do a little bit of a corner cut. It doesn't save a whole lot of time, but it also doesn't lose a whole lot of time to attempt it. And we're coming up on the end of this race. So we're going to reset the console yet again. Now it's time for Wario Stadium, another great mid-game run ender. Because this track can either be done in under 30 seconds or take you over a minute. It really just depends on how nice the game wants to beat you. So a pretty well-known shortcut at the start here, you can just kind of hop over this first wall. It's probably not as well-known as that you can actually hop right back over if you don't get 0 framed. Which is probably going to happen over and over again. Alright, there we go. Again, this is another jump that's frame perfect and sometimes literally impossible. I'm accelerating quickly from rest, by the way, by just triple tapping A. which allows you to accelerate quicker from a stop. Alright, that was actually not that terrible. Wario Stadium, 34 seconds is pretty darn good for a no reset. I will definitely accept that. So now we're going to be taking a little bit of a break from shortcuts here with Sherbert Land. So there are technically shortcuts on this track, but they're task only pretty much, because they involve getting crazy item luck and also jumping off of CPUs, which doesn't really work out too well when in RTA settings, because you can't really reasonably manipulate where the CPUs are going to be ahead of time or predict it. And yeah, so this track is just going to be me driving around and doing these corner cuts. The penguins are on cycle, so I don't have to, as long as I drive this the same way, they'll be in the same spots every time. This is a pretty fun track to drive as well. And if I want to avoid hitting the penguins head on, because that causes you to spin out like that, but you get recoiled back, which is even slower. Got kind of lucky there. Chance of a new SMG2 world record today? Literally none. I also want to avoid falling in the water on this track, as you turn into a frozen ice cube, and like he just has to take a couple extra seconds pulling you out of the water, and then you have to break out. So all in all, it's just really slow. Right, nearly had that penguin run into me. Okay, I got bumped by the wall there, so I hit that penguin. Fun fact, that was my own banana. I have a bad habit of placing bananas in really bad spots, but what's even more fun is that I said earlier the CPUs can't throw shells. They love to drop bananas in the worst possible locations. And I have had it happen. This track in particular is a terrible offender. I've had it happen several times where I'm about to do a corner cut and there's a banana right in my way that's literally unavoidable. And then I hit it and spin out and fall into the water. Okay, so Royal Raceway, this is another interesting track. That has had some developments lately, but again, I haven't really learned it yet, so we're just going to do this the regular way. So the standard shortcut here is right here, where you just kind of hop across the river, and I failed it because I'm bad. So you want to hit just to the right of that polygon line, right there, and if you see boom, that means it worked. And basically it just tricks the game into thinking you attempted the jump from that ramp and missed, so it just places you on the ramp, and even with that failure I still net time save from it. Right, that's actually fine because I was going across there anyways. So yeah, optimally I get laps in like the 48, 49 second range without shortcuts, so I still net a little bit of time save. There we go. Again, if you see poof when you hit the wall there, that means it probably worked. So the interesting development that's been happening here lately is that using stuff like red shells and blue shells, because green shells you don't tumble high enough, you can actually also do lap skips here using some really broken checkpoint manipulation, but it's really, really stupidly precise, probably not RTA viable because of the RNG required to aim with how precise it is. Also, I just did another finish line glitch there. Again, you cannot normally get a golden mushroom in first place, and I need a boo in order to do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this the way I normally do it. So I'm gonna use this golden mushroom to go fast. Nice. That's that 1% chance lightning I was talking about earlier. It usually wastes about like 4 seconds in no skips driving. That's a okay spot for it to appear. There are much worse times when it can appear. So that was a pretty odd Royal Raceway, but we take those. And the last track of Star Cup is going to be Bowser's Castle, which also does not have any shortcuts, so I'm just going to be kind of driving this track as normal. And keep your eyes open for Marty. He has been locked in his jail cell for all of eternity. No, he's not any of these blue thwomps. These blue thwomps are all on cycles, mainly these ones. And so it's really difficult to determine right away, because it's really hard to drive this course the same way twice in a row. So usually when I see those thwomps, it's sort of a see and react sort of thing, where I have to see which thwomps are up and which ones are down and determine which direction to go from there. Yeah, again, there are shortcuts in this with tasks, but non-tasks, it's pretty boring. But still a pretty fun track to drive. There's some pretty fun parts to it. And it's really satisfying whenever you correctly guess which thwomps to go under. Okay, I gotta go under the right one here. If you collide with a thwomp head on, you also get recoiled back and spin out. And if you get crushed by one, then you really lose time. There's another instance of me about to spin out, but I just pressed B a few times to slow down and avoided it. There are a lot of bananas placed in really bad spots here. Hopefully those don't mess me up on lap 3. Whenever I'm holding a banana behind me like this, by the way, or a fake item box, which causes the camera to sort of zoom out, that actually reduces lag on N64, and we have no idea why. I guess because it's rendering less polygons, using lower res models or something. But it's not so important here, but it'll be important on some later tracks if I happen to get an item like this. So hopefully I don't hit one of those really terribly placed bananas. Oh wait, they're all gone. Funny how that works out, huh? And last reset of this run. The CPUs do some weird stuff in this game. So, when they're off camera, physics stop applying to them, so they're constantly in a draft boost state, and they can also just kind of drive through walls. It's really hilarious. It's rare that you see it happen, but it's really hilarious. So here's DKJP, or DK's Laggy Parkway. This, of course, has way too much lag in it, but we mitigate most of it by skipping most of it, because this corner just doesn't exist. So you can just drive through it, and then skip a lap, because the finish lap Alright, gotta do that skip one more time. Nice. I'm gonna hold this banana behind me, so this is noticeably reducing lag. And I can actually hold the banana... Oh, never mind, Wario destroyed it. I can actually hold the banana behind me through the point screen and reduce lag during then, but again, it got destroyed, so I wasn't able to reap it. Okay, so up next is Yoshi Valley, and this track can go a variety of ways depending on what items I get here at the start. So I am going to farm for triple mushrooms, but if I don't get it, there are alternatives I can use. So I'm going to wait for about like 5 or 6 CPUs to pass me here, and then activate the item roulette. Then I got triple reds, that is not triple mushrooms. That is also not triple mushrooms, so I'm just going to drive forward. So this is the backup route that I would do otherwise. So I'm driving the right path here, which is actually the slowest path in Yoshi Valley. Oh, now I get triple mushrooms. So the right path is actually the slowest route in Yoshi Valley normally, but it breaks the checkpoint system to where I can just do that. That only works if you take the far right path. Now I can do the hairpin jump here. Oh, or fall all the way down like an idiot. And now that I have these, thank you, Mario. Now that I have these mushrooms here, I can use these. I actually have 3 attempts at this thanks to the triple mushroom. I can attempt a lap skip on this lap here. This is what I would have used these triple mushrooms for 3 times if I had gotten that. I'm just gonna line myself up here using some visual cues. We're just gonna kind of pop the fence. And if you hit that dark line and bounce left like that, that's usually a good indicator that you got it. And for some reason, that just skips a lap. Good game. So, Banshee Boardwalk is up next. This is the last track that I'll be playing no skips. But I'm going to be keeping an eye on the CPU rankings for this track. So when you select your character, there's this counter going, and when you actually select your character, it selects 2 other CPUs to be your rivals. So these are characters that will rubber band slightly harder and drive slightly better than the rest. And in this situation, I optimally want my primary rival to be a heavyweight character, so either Wario, DK, or Bowser. I honestly do not know how I split myself out there. So it looks like my rivals are Wario and DK, which is actually optimal. Because what my goal is for this track is to have one of them finish in first and for me to finish in third. And that might seem kind of counterintuitive, but trust me, there is a reason for this. And it's gonna be really cool. But I don't want them to be this close proximity to me, so I'm gonna kind of use some items here to get them off my back. And hopefully one of them just kind of stops rubber banding so hard. And I preferably want Wario, because he's slightly lighter than a DK or Bowser. But if I have DK or Bowser, then that's okay. I didn't mean to hit Wario there, but that's okay. He's probably going to rubber band back. It looks like Peaches might also be one of my rivals. I don't know. It's really hard to tell who specifically is your rivals, but you can get a basic idea. So now I kind of have to pay attention to where the CPUs are. Alright, so Wario and Peach are right behind me, so unless Wario screws up right here, then I'm in a pretty good shape. So this is actually perfect RNG right here. I'm gonna have Wario finish, and then Peach finish. So I'm in 3rd place. So you're probably wondering why I just did that, because I just wasted time. But this is gonna allow me to do something really, really cool at the start of Rainbow Road. So I'm not gonna say anything, so I'm just gonna shut up and let you watch. This is, hopefully I pulled this off. This is a really, really cool strat. Thanks, Wario. So yeah, I just kind of jump off his head there, and I actually landed on the spiral, which means I net time save doing that. And perfect, I have a green shell. So I can actually use this at the end of the lap here to do something pretty neat. This track is terrible at the end of runs, by the way, because there's a shortcut here that I'm going to go for that requires green shells pretty much. This is another track that has had developments where you can actually do a similar variant of this lap skip with red shells, but again, I haven't had time to practice that. And this trick is fairly precise, but I have a decent setup for it, and with how far ahead of the CPUs I am, I have a fair amount of tries at it. But I have to do this before the CPUs come around, otherwise I have to drive an additional lap. So hopefully I just get this first try and I don't have to worry about it. This is normally, as you're going to see in the no skips run, this is actually the longest track in the game. Okay, that's not good. I have a decent amount of time to get another green shell, but I have to get it before the CPUs come back, and this game does not like to cooperate. Let's just say that. Okay, please. It's gonna be another one of those days, isn't it? Okay, there we go. So this is probably gonna be my last attempt at this until I have to drive another lap. Alright, I'm actually gonna play it safe. I'm gonna wait for this chomp to get out of the way. There we go. So what this is going to do is something similar to what you saw in a DKJP and a Frappe Snowland, where I crossed the finish line, but then it's going to place me down, and now I'm an entire lap ahead. As you see, I just jumped from second place to first place, and now I have even more time to do that exact same thing. Alright. So we're going to be finishing up the Mario Kart 64 run here in a minute, so I'm going to take a little longer than necessary to switch runs here, just so we can get the stream set up and get aspect ratio switched and all, because we're about to do a game switch. Turn my Wii remote on, and that's it for Mario Kart 64. So we're going to spend a little bit of time changing scenes here. Now I'm going to switch cables, so that SMG2 is on here, and alright, layout is swapped, which means we can now get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So now it's time for the run I'm sure you've all been waiting for, Galaxy 2 Any %. So this is the longest run in the marathon, but it actually doesn't take up the majority of the marathon. So, we got to start off with 2.5 minutes of prologue, which is just all in 2D, as is the nature with the Galaxy games. There's a lot of downtime. And within a minute of being introduced to this game, we have this little Luma guy who's going to go into Mario's hat and give us the ability to spin. And that spinning basically lets you do everything in this game, because you can hit enemies with it, you gain more height from your jumps, you can hit levers and switches, you basically take every method of transportation in the game with it. You basically can't beat the game without it. Now I have a little trick here. I got it. So what I did there is something called a slope boost, where if you land on the slope within the first few frames, if you jump within the first few frames of landing on a slope, you can maintain the momentum you had going into the jump, and that saves a little bit of time. You can't climb up slopes in this game, unlike its predecessor, but you can get those nice little boosts. And we just kind of have to sit through some text boxes here and mashing. I should mention that coming up there is potential for me to get a tech skip, but I'm not really going to go for it. I'm just going to see what happens. So the second set of text boxes from these Lumas, there's normally 4 text boxes, but if you waste a few frames on the first 2 text boxes and then get the third one frame perfect, you can actually skip the 4th one, but it's frame perfect in 60 FPS. So I'm just going to kind of mash through this and we'll see what happens. I didn't get it. It doesn't really matter. It saves like half a second at best. And we're going to be heading on to the first level of the run, Sky Station 1. And right now I'm going to turn off my N64 because I don't need it on for the time being. So Sky Station 1 is really where the run's going to get to pick up in terms of how cool the tech is. So we got a little skip here. We're going to skip from going to the bottom half of this planet by just wall jumping on here. You're going to be seeing that climbing technique used a lot throughout this run. So if you stand still after that Luma's done talking to you, it actually normally ends that cutscene half a second earlier, but I got pushed off into a ledge grab, so I wasn't able to get that time save. That Octava was in a really weird place. Oh, that was weird. So what I did there was a trick called Luma Bounce, where you can actually skip to that planet with the launch star instead of the one with the slave star, but I executed it a little bit weirdly. So that saves like 1 second normally, and if you fail it, you die. But it's early on, and it's pretty cool to show off, and it's not terribly hard. And as you just saw, their backwards momentum is superior to forward momentum, so I'm going to be utilizing that a lot for some creative movement, such as right here. time for the first boss fight of the run, which is going to be against Pee-wee Piranha. So you're normally supposed to attack Pee-wee by spinning out his shell like 2 or 3 times, but you can actually just shatter the whole thing in one go by just ground pounding it once. Alright, that was almost bad, but I was able to ground pound light enough to not get hit by Pee-wee. That first hit's a lot harder than the second hit. So, for the first hit on Pee-wee Piranha, I had to stun him with some star bits because he runs away really fast, but he takes a lot longer to start running away on the second hit, so I was able to get it a lot quicker. And that's Sky Station 1. So the way Galaxy 2 any percent works, it's very similar to how SM64 normally operates, where you have to collect 70 stars in order to unlock Bowser's Galaxy Generator, and also go through all 6 worlds. And then you have to collect the star from Galaxy Generator to actually beat the game. So this is actually a 71 star run. Now I have the fat purple idiot, Lubba, but we'll call him Purple Idiot because that's what he is. And also for reasons that will be explained at the end of this run. So he's just kind of giving us some sob story. This is just kind of some exposition for the story. We don't really need to worry about it too much. And here it doesn't matter whether you hit that yes or that's right, you get the same result either way. So he's gonna now use this 1 star to transform this crummy spaceship into Starship Mario, which is sort of the hub world of this game. There's a bunch of unlockable NPCs and stuff you can get here throughout the game, but we don't care about any of it, because we're speedrunners. So pretty much anytime I'm on the Starship, I want to make my way to that yellow button so I can go to the world map. Alright, here I'm going to hold down after these text boxes are cleared, because that makes Mario face the camera. And that allows me to just backflip straight to the button, which is usually what I'm going to do if Mario is facing the camera. There's other situations that can arise, but that's the standard one. So we're a little bit more limited on what galaxies and stars we can collect earlier on in the game, but it will definitely start to branch out the further we go. So we're gonna make our way to Sky Station again to get Sky Station 2. And this star isn't nearly as splashy as the first one, but there's still quite a bit of interesting movement that you can do here. So on this first planet, I have a pretty tight chomp cycle I want to make. I'm just going to kind of long jump over the fence instead of taking the pipe. Nice, I made it. So you might think it's faster to long jump in most situations, but depending on the planet's gravity and how it works, it might not be. For example, right there, it was faster to just do a single jump. A long jump would have been a lot slower. Sometimes it's faster to just walk. And here I have to have pretty good movement because there's the elevators inside this planet are on cycles, and I want to have good movement to have the proper way of getting through here. Alright, so when you grab your first 1-up in this game, you get like a short little text box that pops up, so I can skip it there by doing a precise wall jump, but I'm going to grab another 1-up at some point later in the run, so it doesn't really matter. Here I have some flip switches. And they unlock more flip switches. And now we have Cosmic Clones, which copy your inputs frame perfectly. And they're not bad here, but they will be bad later on. So the last planet's really straightforward, so I'm going to explain one really important bit of tech in this game, and that's what you're about to see right here. So you probably just saw the camera kind of twitch there and you heard a little click sound. That was me going into first-person mode and then exiting out of it immediately. So normally whenever you land from a launch star on a planet, there's this short little like 1-second animation that plays, but you can cancel out of it by doing that first-person mode trick. And I'll be doing that almost every time I take a launch star, which saves a lot of time over the course of the run. Now there is another variant of that, where you can jump out of a landing animation by jumping on a specific frame when you land, but I'm only going to really be going for that at the start of a few of the stars. And the likelihood that I get it more than a few times is not likely at all, so... So next up, I'm going to go to Yoshi Star Galaxy, and if you're familiar with Galaxy 2 speedruns at all, or even just know about the various glitches in this game, you probably know that Yoshi is the most broken part of this entire game. Because there is a very, very big glitch you can do called infinite fluttering, and it's going to be abused quite a bit in this run. For some pretty big sequence breaks. And I'll explain what infinite fluttering is later. But there's a pretty big skip here that's pretty reset heavy for some newer runners. It's pretty precise. Okay, so what I did there was a jump cancel. I was just mashing A and I jumped out of the landing animation. So this skip saves like 20 seconds, and if you fail it, you die and you lose like 45 seconds. So hopefully I can just get it first try. I have a pretty good setup for it though, so hopefully it goes well. Alright, here we go. Alright, that was not good at all, so we're gonna try that again. There we go. So how to do infinite fluttering? Basically, normally when you do a flutter with Yoshi, there's a short little cooldown that has to happen before you can start another flutter. But by crouching in midair while you're fluttering, you cancel both the flutter and the cooldown. And so you can immediately begin another flutter. And so you can use that to gain distance, and you can also use it to gain height, like I'm about to see here. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. This is gonna be weird. Okay, we're just gonna take the time loss. I didn't flutter quite high enough to reach the first flower grapple, so that kind of threw me off. Luckily I didn't lose. Luckily it cost me like 25 seconds, but whatever. Or maybe a little less than 20. Yeah, when you're fluttering to gain distance, the best angles to hold are sideways and slightly in the direction of Yoshi's back, but once you're in the air for longer than 10 seconds, you lose all of that speed and you're reduced to a very slow crawl forwards or sideways. Which is actually why I dismounted off of Yoshi at the end of that flutter, so that I could maintain all the momentum I had going into it. And I'm gonna be infinite fluttering almost every time I get on Yoshi in this run, because it usually just saves that much time, even compared to just normally walking. But it also allows for really great sequence breaks and accessing areas that you're not normally supposed to access. For example, here in Yoshi Star 1, I used infinite fluttering to skip one planet and save 20 seconds. Here I'm using it to save like a minute and skip basically the entire level. This infinite flutter to me is slightly less tricky than the first one, but there is an awkward camera change midway through that can screw with a lot of runners. Alright, that was a little weird, but we made it. So I just skipped the entire level by doing that, pretty much. Now I have to fight Giga like Key 2, which is a pointer-based boss, and as you would expect, pretty terrible. Because if your sensor bar decides not to work, like it did for me at SGDQ, then that can be a bit of a problem. I'm grabbing that checkpoint there just for safety. So I'm going to try a fast strat here, where after he throws these two spinies, I'm going to try to hit both of them once with Yoshi's tongue. And then throw this first one on Giga like Key 2, and then grab that second one. So what this is going to allow me to do is set it up so I can just hit Giga like Key 2 as soon as he becomes vulnerable on this third hit. Ah, I threw it just slightly too early. that saves, like, that wastes about, like, 10 seconds or so. It's not that big a deal, but kind of irritating when that happens. Yeah. Well, I guess we're past the first 4 stars. That's generally the harder part of this run. Is getting out of early game. So now we're going to actually get to move forward into the bulk of World 1. And we're going to get to go to Spin Dig Galaxy next, which is where we're introduced to the first of Mario's power-ups, the Spin Drill, which allows us to dig through planets by just spinning, and we can pop up on the other side of them. And you're supposed to use that a lot in this star, but the developers kind of forgot that Mario could jump when designing a lot of these levels. So there's a lot of pretty obvious sequence breaking here that can be done by just jumping. For instance, right here, you're supposed to use the spin drill to get up here. Instead, we're just going to triple jump. So on this next planet, you're going to be seeing me utilize what's called a homing ground pound, which is basically just a spin followed immediately by a ground pound, and it will home in onto the nearest item, enemy, or NPC, i.e. that spin drill, and I use it there just to get a little bit of momentum. And I'm going on my way to collect that common medal. I'll explain what those do later. So I jump backwards into the corner of that pillar there because it kind of clips me inside of it, and I can, and it just saves a few seconds of walking. I have to do some unavoidable waiting on this next planet. So you probably noticed that I've been shooting away star bits whenever I get them. That's actually because if you have star bits, and for that matter coins in your inventory, when you finish a star, there's 1 second text boxes that sort of count them down, and we want to minimize the amount of time we get those in the run. And I do need star bits in this run, but I'll be getting them from another source, which you will see later. Here's a funny little skip. We skipped Captain Toad's text there by just shooting him in the face. And now it's time for Dig-a-Leg, which in this game is the first instance of RNG in this run, but it's not horribly significant usually. Usually only varies like less than 10 seconds. So for this next 2 hits, I'm going to be kind of rubbing up against Dig-a-Leg, and I actually want him to jump on top of me. Nice. So this causes him to jump straight to the other side of the battlefield, and he's going to immediately become vulnerable. Like that. And that was actually a perfect first phase because I kept that yellow Digga alive, which meant he didn't try to spawn anymore. Alright. Oh, he killed one of them, so this is not going to be a perfect Dig-a-Leg, but still really, really good. That was really, really good. And you could walk all the way over to the star, but I'm lazy and I don't want to use my legs, so we're just going to drill straight to it instead. Yeah, so perfect RNG on both of those hits, and only one of the Diggas died, so that was pretty good. And something you'll probably notice about this game already is that there is a lot of downtime in this game. There's usually anywhere between like 45 seconds to a minute between stars. But sometimes it's greatly extended, because sometimes the purple idiot likes to bring us to the bottom of the starship to introduce NPCs that we don't care about. So we're just going to say goodbye to him here and just go back to the button as we always do. And now we're going to make our way to Right Side Down Galaxy, which is a pretty interesting galaxy because here we get to mess with gravity. So there's certain zones where the gravity is either on the floor or the ceiling, and you can tell which way it's facing based on the arrows. I've always liked to call this star the level Nintendo meant for you to break, because there's some sequence breaks you can do here that are really just the fault of convenient level design. And you'll see what I mean here very shortly.
Yes.
So I got this cool little backflip. We're gonna make it all the way down to the flower. So you're supposed to hit this switch here to reverse the direction of gravity, but there's an item block right here, where I can just use that to just jump all the way down here. I'm gonna go for another slip boost here. Got it. And here I'm supposed to hit another gravity lever, but once again, these elevators are conveniently placed right next to where I need to go. And now we're coming up on the fire flower section, so there's some box skips I can do here, where I can skip breaking some of the boxes by jumping under them. This is kind of risky to go for. Okay, I messed up my setup, so I'm just gonna opt out of that first one. The second one's a lot easier. So the reason why it's so scary to go for that without a setup is because if you get crushed in this game, regardless of how much health you have, it's an automatic death. So, kind of wanted to avoid that. And I can just skip the rest of this section by just jumping all over this wall. And awkwardly shipping back into this gravity zone. You're actually meant to be able to go up there, in case you were wondering, and the reason why we know that is because there's one-ups in the four corners there. It's pretty stupid. I'm going to be re-entering right side down now for the hidden star. And I'll be able to skip the level intro cutscenes because I've kind of already seen them. And I have to manually point at the screen. For most stars, there's a clear star, which means I haven't done it yet. And if I ever want to select that star, I just point my Wii remote off screen and then mash A and I auto-select that star. But in some cases like that, I do have to manually point at the screen. So we're going to take that hidden pipe there to get to this box-breaking minigame, which is pretty hard to do casually. It's reminiscent of the trash minigames from Galaxy 1. And it's pretty hard to do in terms of speedrunning as well, especially this one, because there's a lot of awkward positions and angles you have to be at. It's not immediately intuitive. Wow, I missed that one box twice. Alright. The best you can get on the minigame is around a 13 or 14, so 10 is still not horrible. And that'll be it for right side down. So I'm going to give a little bit of a Viperthon update so far. So my XM64 16-star run was, I think it was around a 17-13. 120-star looks like it was a 150-56. And then Mario Kart 64 All Cups with skips was a 31-06. And right now I am almost 22.5 minutes into this run. So keep that Toad in mind, he's going to be important for later. So now we're going to go to Fluffy Bluff Galaxy, where we're going to be introduced to a bit of a fan-favorite power-up, the Cloud Flower, which has its own set of broken physics, as do most of the power-ups in this game. Makes Mario very floaty. And I'm actually going to be doing the Secret Star here first, which requires collecting 100 coins to feed a Hungry Luma. This is actually the first Hungry Luma in the game, but it requires the most coins, funnily enough. But there's two really good places to get coins from. So I'm going to do something cool here. I'm going to long jump into this Cloud Flower, and it causes Mario to face the camera for that text box. And I get a little bit of extra backwards momentum as I long jump towards the pipe. So you have to be pretty quick because I'm on a timer. If I run out of time when collecting these coins, I'm going to have to ditch this star. So I want 60 when leaving this room. There we go. And the remaining 40 I can get on the cloud where the Hungry Luma is. Assuming I don't miss any, which I probably will. Nice. So now we're going to feed them all to this hungry Luma. And he's just going to kind of transform into a planet, because that's a thing that can happen in Mario games. Nintendo logic, I don't know. So each of those clouds that's kind of falling behind me represents a cloud platform I can make by just spinning. And there's a lot of really cool tech you can do with the cloud flower. Most of it is going to get showcased on this planet here during this climb. I'm just going to kind of let this movement speak for itself. So the first really big important piece of cloud tech you need to know is cloud canceling. So whenever I make a cloud, I actually want to crouch when I make the cloud, because that cancels the cloud making animation and allows me to move a lot quicker. And that also allows me to utilize the cloud's upwards bounce, because there's a mechanic in this game where moving platforms actually give Mario's jumps inertia. So if a platform is moving upwards and Mario jumps, his jump goes a lot higher than usual. And the cloud bounces when you make it, so that can be pretty useful. Another interesting piece of cloud tech that I'm going to use on this star, Fluffy Fluff 1, is when you long jump off the center of a cloud and you're over an abyss as Cloud Mario, you can gain quite a bit of horizontal momentum. I'm going to use that for a really big skip here. And as such, I'm actually not going to be collecting the common medal here, because it's just too far out of the way. So you're not supposed to be able to go up here, and there kind of just isn't a death plane here, so you can just kind of jump off. And skip all the way to the last planet of this level by just using a couple of well-placed clouds. Now we're going to do some cloud-boosted long jumps, which is just that upwards bounce thing taken to the extreme. You make a cloud while grounded and then long jump, and if you time it right, you get a lot of distance and height from your long jump, like that. And this guy's going to be relevant later. Now, certain stars where you utilize a power-up, they are tied to this happening right here, where the purple idiot brings us to the engine room of the starship. And you don't even get to use the power-ups in here, you just kind of get to stare at them. And as always, we are not going to care whenever we're down here. So once he's done rambling on to us, we're just going to eat on out of here. And we're going to head off to the first boss level. So each of the 6 worlds in this run has a boss level that we have to complete in order to go to the next world. And they give us the Grand Star of each world. And they are usually really difficult. They alternate between Bowser Jr. and Bowser stages. And in this level, both the stage is incredibly difficult, and the boss is notorious for being really hard to learn for speedrunners. So on this stage here, I want to catch a pretty tight cycle with the swamp that's underneath the Kama Medal, and it's really easy to die to this movement if you screw it up. So let's not die, please. Oh boy. I screwed up that triple jump. That was really dumb of me. So we're going to try that again. So now my cycles are completely different. Alright, there we go. So that's kind of annoying. So we can just kind of make our way up here, and this planet has a huge gravity field for whatever reason. So we can just kind of enter it like that. And what I just did there is a frame-perfect ground pound, where if you spin and press Z on the same frame, you can do you cancel the spin and ground pound immediately instead of doing a home and ground pound. Now it's time to fight Gobblegut. So I'm going to try to hit all the bellyache bulges in the air to keep him from having to bury his face into the planet. This is a fight where you want nothing to go wrong, otherwise you lose a colossal amount of time. So hopefully this goes well. And so I just got those 3 hits. That's the easier phase of the 2. So now I want to run down and in a straight line to lure Gobblegut to get closer to the planet. So he follows me. I'm gonna turn around at a specific time. Just try to get all 3 of these bulges back to back. And that was a perfect alpha gut. I just made that fight look way easier than it actually is. And that marks the end of the World 1 segment in this run. So with these Grand Stars, we'll be able to go to the next world, which we kind of need to do in order to progress. And I hope you enjoy this cutscene that's about to play, because you're going to have to watch it after each of the first 5 worlds in this run. If I'm not talking as much as I normally do, I'm just resting my voice, because I don't normally talk for this long. So I'll probably use these periods of downtime to just kind of be quiet. So now we're into World 2, which is a pretty short world in terms of the amount of stars we get here. I think it's the shortest world segment of the run. So we're going to start off with Puzzle Plane Galaxy, which is it's pretty well known for its music, but in terms of speedrunning, it's pretty simplistic, aside from just movement. And there's a couple small things I'll point out when we get to them. But for the most part, yeah, this level is just about doing stuff fast and puzzles that are pretty simple. Yes. So pray that I hit the right switch here, because it's RNG. Not really. Yeah, it's always the lower right one. Here I'm going to skip going to the bottom half of this planet by just backflipping to the launch star. So when you spin in this game, you typically want to have as high of a spin as possible, and in order to do so, something the game never tells you is that if you hold A when you spin, you actually gain a little bit more height. Also, even though I'm never going to play as Luigi in this run, there are height spinning differences between Mario and Luigi. So with Mario, it's better to spin with the Wii remote, but with Luigi, it's actually better to spin with the nunchuck. I have no idea why they made this change. And they never explain it anywhere in the game. So, your guess is as good as mine. And on this last planet, there's some weird things that can happen when ground pounding these puzzle pieces in. Sometimes you can ground pound them more than once with a single stomp, and it can be fast, but I didn't get it there. But it's pretty weird and random, and I don't understand how it works. But you can save a little bit of time if you happen to get it. Now I have to fight this pretty easy mini-boss from Galaxy 1. This boss gets a little bit of clout because you are essentially killing a family. We like to kill the animals here. So after this star, the purple idiot's gonna have us go through this sort of unskippable sequence where he introduces the Grand World Map to us, and the Grand World Map is actually pretty useful in this game because it allows for the transportation from one world to the other in a much faster manner, because normally we'd have to like backtrack through the worlds individually. But using the Grand World Map, I can, for instance, just go straight from World 5 to World 1 without needing to spend time going through every single world. So the individual world maps are a galaxy by galaxy basis. This is a world by world basis. And I'm not going to be world jumping until midway through World 3, but it's helpful to point that out now, since it's been introduced to us now. So this is going to be Hightail Falls Galaxy. This is where we're going to be introduced to the Dash Pepper, which makes Yoshi go really, really fast. And also you can climb up walls, because again, Nintendo logic. And this is a pretty fun level, because it's really fast-paced, and I think you're going to like some of the strats we do here. I'm also going to be grabbing star bits here, because it's impossible to spit out star bits while on Yoshi, so might as well. There's a lot of them in this level. So this Dash Pepper's effect actually persists between launch stars, so I want to try to maximize the amount of time I have it for. Which is why right here I'm going to go up the trickier left path, so I can get this Dash Pepper that's on the way. I have to be careful, because if you bonk head on, you fall all the way down. And I'm also going to grab this next Dash Pepper a little bit late. And coming up is a pretty strange Infinite Flutter strat, where I'm going to jump off a platform as it's lowering. And if I do it with the right timing and angle, using Dash Pepper momentum, I can sort of flutter forward like this. And I can make it all the way over here. Alright. That was not perfect, but at least I didn't die to it. Gotta spin there to make that common metal snag a little bit easier, and don't blink. So what I just did there, basically, I said earlier, when you dismount off of Yoshi in this game, you maintain all of your momentum. That's basically that logic applied to dismounting off of Dash Pepper Yoshi while he's running up a really steep slope. And that allows me to just skip going around the wall in that last section and just go straight into the star. And it looks really swag. I like to call it the zoom strat. Totally not copy it from OddMe. So now I have a bit more of a relaxing stage here. This is a Cosmic Cove Galaxy. This stage is pretty interesting in terms of its routing, because I'm going to be doing both Cosmic Cove 1 and the Secret Star, but not in the way you would think. So while I'm doing Cosmic Cove 1, I'm going to be collecting 15 coins to feed the Hungry Luma here. So I'm going to detour over here to grab these star bits and also get this Koopa shell. I need these star bits because you can kill these worm enemies with star bits and they give you coins. If you try killing them any other way, they just give you star bits. And I need to use the shell when underwater because you're probably familiar with the fact that in Galaxy 1 you can just spam spins underwater. They added a cooldown between underwater spins in this game. So it's actually better to just swim with the shell in pretty much every instance. Which is nice because it's just less work on your hand. It's less effort required on your arms. You have to do significantly less exercise. And also with the shell you can do some cool jumps out of the water like the one I'm about to do here. So, basically just because of the way everything is placed in this level, it's actually better to feed this Hungry Luma now. And I'm actually not going to be taking its launch star, instead I'm going to be heading over to the waterfalls, where Cosmic Cove 1 is. And I'll be entering the launch star will stay when I re-enter the galaxy, so I can just use that to my advantage. So, I mentioned earlier that typically when I enter galaxies, I'm going to be doing that auto-select trick on stars. This is a situation where I actually don't want to do that, because I'll accidentally select Cosmic Cove 2, and I don't have access to the launch star in that level, so I would have to sit through the level intro cutscenes, and then exit the galaxy and go back in. So basically, I just need to remember to manually select Cosmic Cove 1, and we'll all be good. This is where a lot of runners can lose 30 seconds easily if they aren't thinking. Luckily, I am thinking, so we're good. And we didn't lose 30 seconds, cool. So now I'm just going to make a beeline straight to that launch star. And I I'm also going to get the shell, because again, it's faster. I'm also going to be collecting some star bits on the way for reasons that you will find out soon. TM. So if you play Galaxy 1 casually, you're probably familiar with the bunnies and how awful they are. This is the only bunny in this game, and it's not actually that bad. There's a pretty cool strat I can use to catch it a lot quicker than intended. Hopefully this works. So for some reason, if you just stun it with star bits like that, without moving from your initial location, it just runs the wrong way. Normally you're supposed to hit the switch to freeze the lake, but using that you can just catch it without doing that. And that saves a few seconds over skating to catch the bunny like you would normally have to. So remember that toad I said to keep in mind for later? Well, this is where he's going to become important. If I don't jump in front of him. So this is the bank toad, and he preserves any star bits you had in one save file across all 3 saves files. So these are star bits from another file. And so I'm going to withdraw them into this file, and these are going to be the star bits I use to unlock all the Hungry Luma galaxies, which essentially makes this an any % NG plus run, but it is the standard for running this game, so we're doing it. And you might wonder why I'm bothering to unlock Hungry Luma galaxies, because it takes a lot of time, as you're about to see. But usually the Hungry Luma stars are very, very fast, so it's worth spending some time unlocking them. That's also the same reason why I sometimes go out of my way to get comet medals, because a lot of the comet stars tend to be really fast, and I'll go more into what comets are when they start appearing in World 3. Just know that they are important. So for instance, it probably took me like 30 seconds or so to unlock Honeybloom, and I now have access to 2 pretty fast stars. Well, 1 really fast star and 1 star that's just barely worth it. So this is the shortest star in the game that is not a green star. So again, I'm just going to let the movement speak for itself here. Enjoy. Yeah, that was hard. And now here we're going to get a little bit of an overlapping of events. So the purple idiot's going to bring me to the bottom of the starship here to see an NPC unlocked, because that's tied to Honeybloom's secret. And yeah, as you can see, 16 seconds in game time, that's definitely worth it. But because I have 15 stars, I'm going to get a letter from Male Toad for a Chimp Challenge star in Fluffy Bluff that I'm not going to be doing. And that just warps me up to the Male Toad and saves a few seconds of travel time. I'll be doing another one of those later in the run. So now I'm going to be going to Honeybloom 1. This star is kind of just barely fast enough to make it into the route over Supermassive 1. And this entire level is in 2D, and it's pretty movement intensive. A few interesting things to point out here and there. So the big thing coming up in the mid-section of this level is normally you're not supposed to stand on clouds or flowers if you don't have Bee Mario or Cloud Mario, but there's a few frames where you can jump off of them. I'm going to use that in a little bit. Just play this section without using the Bee Mushroom. This section's pretty complicated to get down. Alright, that jump is a lot scarier than it needs to be, and if you fail it, you just fall all the way down. But now we have no choice but to use Bee Mario because he's required to get through this portion of the level, and he is very slow, unfortunately. Which is is why coming up in a little bit, I'm actually going to try ditching him by taking damage off this Choppa. And that'll allow me to get through this pole section a little bit quicker. That was pretty clean. And this last section is just going to be kind of flying around with the beam mushroom. Basically, the only reason this star is in the route is because it happens to work out better for saving time in terms of world map cutscenes compared to Supermassive 1. That's the only reason this star is in the route. Fortunately, though, this is the only time we have to see B Mario in this entire run. That was pretty good. That level can be very hard to get down, so I'm happy that it went as well as it did. So now we have enough stars to access the World 2 boss level, Bowser's Lava Lair, after the purple idiot bothers us some more. It'll become a lot less frequent as we get further into the game, don't worry. So Bowser's Lava Lair is an interesting level because it has a lot of tiny sequence breaks throughout the entire level as opposed to just like one really big one or something. And this is a very satisfying stage to pull off everything in, but it can also be very tricky. And this is also a stage where it's possible that I could lose a lot of time from one small mistake. So at the start here, I'm supposed to kill a Magic Koopa to make a pole star here to get to this next section, but that takes time and has a cutscene tied to it. So we're just going to long jump there instead. And I can skip this spring by using the side flip. To grab this life mushroom, and I'm also going to deal with the animation because I want these 3 bars of health. These so I'm going to do a little jump here to skip that hammer bro fight and make my way down here. And I'm going to turn the camera a few times here to get the womps off camera so that they don't move, and I can manipulate their cycles. I'm going to double jump into the lava here to store a triple jump so I can get this done a little faster. Shafts the laser trap. So I jumped off that womp as it was rising upwards, which allowed me to utilize the momentum from it moving upwards to get that cool little jump to the meteor. So now here's the skip that I needed the extra health for. I'm just going to skip a couple snake blocks by just lava boosting here and bouncing on these statues. So what I did there was I bounced in the lava once and then landed on the first statue. And normally what's supposed to happen is you land in the lava, then you bounce on the ground once and you can regain control of Mario. But that state can get conserved if you do the bounce and then land in the lava again. So that's what helps make that spacing work out, right? That was a really good level. And now it's time for the Bowser fight, which is, the Bowser fights in this game are all basically the same thing, albeit they get slightly harder each time. So basically Bowser just summons some meteors by yelling somehow, and then he punches the planet and gets his fist stuck, and while he's trying to pull it out, you ground pound the meteors into him. I have to do this 4 times, 2 and 2 per phase. So there's some optimization you can do here. I try to have Bowser punch as close to the meteors as possible, and then I ground pound the meteor at an angle that causes it to travel the least amount of distance. So that's really all you can do to optimize these fights. And if you miss a hit, or lose a cycle at any point, that's usually around 20 seconds lost, which is pretty significant at a high level. So when Bowser breathes fire here for these third and fourth hits, I actually want to pay attention to where it ends, because that's where he starts aiming his next punch, so I can manipulate him into punching right away. It's important to note that Bowser can't actually punch out the meteors, so I usually have to be pretty mindful of where Bowser is punching relative to the meteor before I run to one. Alright, that was a pretty good fight. So after we sit through some cutscenes and dialogue, yeah, that will mark the end of World 2. Although we're not quite a third of the way through this game yet, I would say. So, now we're getting to sort of the harder part of the run, I would say. So Worlds 1 and 2, there are some hard stuff in them, but this is where the run really picks up in terms of riskiness and difficulty. Because the mistakes start becoming a lot more costly from here on out, and strats start getting a little bit harder. And in addition, this is where comets are going to start appearing. Specifically when we get 4 stars from World 3 here. And I'll talk more about that when that happens. So there's a bit of a fork in the road here, and we're going to choose to do the bottom path. And we're going to go to Cloudy Court first. So if you missed the cloud boosting action from Fluffy Bluff, it'll be coming back here. Once again, there's not a whole heck of a lot happening here. Just a couple of minor corner cuts and whatnot. But something I should explain at the start here is something I'm doing called 4 cloud strats, where if I'm going to cloud boost into a cloud flower, and then that replenishes my cloud stock. I'm going to do it right here. And I can use the remaining 3 clouds to traverse a wide gap like that. And that just allows me to do that. And here I can skip this launch star by using these 3 clouds. That Octumba sometimes tries to stymie, but thankfully it did not. Now we're coming up on the 2D section. There's another 4 cloud strat I'm going to do here in a little bit, but what's important here is that there's some crushers later on with the Comet Medal in the middle of them, and if I'm fast enough, I can actually grab the Comet Medal and make it through the crushers without them closing. And this is kind of tricky to do, but with my setup it's pretty easy. And if you fail it, you get crushed and die, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Or you just have to wait like 10 seconds, which is also not great. But I made it, so we're good. And now this next star, Freezy Flake's Secret, this is where I'm going to get to have a little bit of fun with the chat. There's a handful of viewers here, so I'm going to be interested to see how this turns out. So Freezy Flake's Secret is a skating minigame where we have to beat the Chimp Side score. And and the minigame duration timer is fixed, so there's no way to stop the minigame early. And it doesn't lose time to go for as high of a score as possible. So if you have any guesses as to what my score is going to be, here are the rules. You can guess anywhere between 500 and 900 points, and you can only guess in multiples of 10. So anything like 570, 660, 720, stuff like that. And what my rule is, either if nobody gets it exactly right, then whoever's closest either ahead or behind wins. So you have a little bit of leeway. But yeah, for the most part, this is just kind of an auto-scroller. It just happens to be fast enough. I'm also going to do something a little bit fun here that I've just always been doing out of habit. If you press Z while you're skating, you start skating backwards for no apparent reason. I'm going to do that here. And it doesn't actually mess with your controls at all, but it looks cool, so I like doing it. So, the patterns you can get from these skating minigames, the patterns are technically the same every time, but what's random is their rotation, so they can be rotated one of 3 different ways. But once you realize what the initial rotation is, it's fixed for the rest of the minigame. So as soon as I saw what that it appeared that the first variance appeared in the bottom left corner, then I know what the pattern is going to be for the rest of this level. And it kind of just becomes muscle memory after a while. Alright, 800. And there was only one guess, so that person wins by default. And if you missed your opportunity there, don't worry. There's another chance for you to do it later on. So don't be deterred. Excuse me. So next up is Freezy Flake 1, and this star is pretty straightforward, except I'm going to be on a timer for most of it, and you'll see why later. So basically, once I get on this planet, I'm going to grab this Fire Flower. And now I need to make it all the way to the comet medal in the next section before this Fire Flower runs out. I have like maybe a second or two of leeway. Fortunately, the movement isn't terribly difficult. Alright, this should make it. Yeah, that was easily gonna make it. So if you miss that, you lose like 20 seconds, because then you have to grab that Fire Flower and then blow up the wall to get the comet medal, and then wait for another Fire Flower to spawn. Alright, so here I can just skip using a snowball by just lava boosting behind the Bowser statue. Probably would have been I would have felt a little bit safer if I didn't get hit by that little cinder, but it is what it is. So now that I have collected 3 stars from World 3, we're going to get a little bit of a visit from Luigi, and then we're going to ditch him immediately. Because that's what we do. No. But, look, from here on out, you're going to see Luigi start appearing at the start of various levels, and you can talk to him to switch to playing as him for just that one level. He does run faster and jump higher than Mario, but the thing is, he talks to you before, you have to talk to him in order to switch to him, and then he talks to you after you finish the level. So, it loses too much time to switch to him for the amount of time it would save. And you can't switch between them freely until after you beat Bowser's Galaxy Generator for the first time, and that's kind of the goal of this run, so you're not going to see Luigi at all in this run. Sorry. So the start of Honey Halls 1, I'm going to turn the camera here a few times, because as I alluded to in Lava Lair, if moving platforms and objects aren't on camera, they just don't move or update. So I manipulate the the first two sets of moving platforms in this section to be on specific cycles, so I can make a slightly faster platform cycle. This is a little bit tight, and it does come at the cost of a checkpoint if I get this, which it looks like I should be able to. Alright. A little bit tighter than I would have liked, but we're still making it. So now I have to be careful to not die. Those first two platforms are cycle-based, but this and the next platform actually start moving once you enter a certain radius. So they're not cycle-based. And again, because you can jump, you can just skip waiting on most of them. And now we have the Comet Metal platform, which only starts moving once you take the launch star, so... It stops moving once you take the launch star, so only your movement up until then matters. Wait for this boo to get out of my way. Those boos can just knock you off the stage easily. And we have Yoshi in this section, so you can probably guess what we're going to do. By the way, this is the Bolt Berry. It just eliminates floors underneath you that otherwise don't exist. You don't really need it here, I just grab it for safety. Yeah, there's some global cycles, but I can only name like one off the top of my head for this game. So something very important just happened. I got my 4th star from World 3, which means comets are going to start appearing. In case people don't know how to unlock comets in this game, it's very simple. It's not like Galaxy 1, where they move on cycles, and you have to complete just a prerequisite level. Here, you need to have collected every non-secret star from that galaxy, collect the comet medal from that galaxy, and have a certain number of comet medals total. So that's what I'm going to be collecting comet medals for through this entire run. So if I collect a comet medal from a galaxy that doesn't even have a comet, or that has a comet I'm not going to get, it's to add to that total. And I'll go more into that once I actually start doing the comets. For now, I'm just going to let them build up, and I'll make a couple different backtracking sessions for them throughout the run. So this is Haunted Halls 2, aka Long Jump Simulator 2010. Because it's basically you're just doing this throughout the entire level. Got kind of scared there. So long jumps are actually a bit harder to optimize in the Galaxy games than you might think, because you want to press Z and A roughly at around the same time, like that, so that Mario maintains his momentum upon landing and running again. Otherwise, you'll kind of come to a stop, and that loses a few frames. And also, when you're chaining long jumps, there's a small frame window that's optimal to press A, where you don't lose too much speed. And it doesn't usually matter too much, but again, it can add up if you're paying attention to your long jumps versus if you're not. So again, yeah, this level's pretty much straightforward. There's nothing really to say about it. Yeah. So now we have another Hungry Luma Galaxy up next. And this Hungry Luma is a little bit weird because for some reason the last star bit always shoots out late, and I have no idea why. Which, it is helpful though, because since you can move while feeding a Hungry Luma, I set up a backflip to the button just to make it there a second or two faster, and so that makes it easier to time. And there's a very subtle piece of tech that I'm doing that you probably won't even know. But while I'm talking to this Hungry Luma, I'm actually holding B, and this will make it so that once the text boxes are cleared, I will only start shooting star bits if the cursor is pointed at the Hungry Luma. That doesn't really matter in terms. That doesn't usually matter too much in terms of time, but it makes feeding the Hungry Luma a lot easier. Because you can guarantee that the star bits are going to go into the Hungry Luma's mouth. So B block is a level where it switches between the yellow and green blocks being active every 8 beats of the song, making this another cycle-based level, although it's also just a bunch of long jumps. So I have to be pretty mindful of my movement here. So hopefully I get the optimal cycle here, because it does lose a fair amount of time to miss it.
Yes! Whee! Woohoo! 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 Whee! Wah! Woohoo! Whee!
And this last section just has some silver stars. That last long jump is probably the scariest part of this entire level because the angle you have to hold isn't in the notches of the controller. So if you angle it wrong, you can just bonk on the block and die. But that was an optimal V-block one, which is pretty good. You lose like 8 seconds if you miss a cycle there. So again, I'm just letting comets build up in Worlds 1 and 2, and there will be a couple points in the run where I make backtracking sessions to get them. One of them will be coming up here in a couple stars from now. But for now, we're going to be heading off to Tall Trunk 1, which is a very satisfying level when everything goes right, but that's the hard part, is getting everything to go right. But there are a lot of really cool tricks that I can do in this level. And it looks really awesome when pulled off perfectly. So for this first planet, you're normally supposed to use Yoshi and the Blimp Fruit to climb up this tree, but that's slow, and Mario just happens to be a very skilled acrobat. So we can actually just use Mario's jumps and whatnot to climb this tree. That is not a good angle. This long jump here is probably the hardest part. Made it. So yeah, saves a few seconds to skip Yoshi here, but we'll be utilizing Yoshi on this next planet and to great extent. Coming up is a really awkward Infinite Flutter to get this comet medal because it's straight backwards, so if you screw this up, then it loses a lot of time, because then you have to flutter forwards. And it kills your ability to go backwards, so you would have to grab that Blimp Fruit, but that was perfect. And here I can just grab all these starships in one fall. Like that. And I'm dismounting Yoshi there, first of all because it makes getting to that launch star a bit quicker, but also because I can do a ground pound to fall down this corridor at the start of this planet. And he'll just be in his egg ready for me by the time I get here. And unfortunately here I have no choice but to use the Blimp Fruit. It's actually faster to use the Blimp Fruit as opposed to Infinite Fluttering upwards. Because Infinite Fluttering upwards is actually pretty slow. One tiny little thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually shake out of the Blimp Fruit here using the nunchuck so I can keep my Wii Remote pointer pointed at the next Blimp Fruit so it doesn't spaz out uncontrollably. And Yoshi could get his time to shine here, but no. I mean... So now it's time to do our first comet of the run. So I went over a little bit about how comets are unlocked and whatnot. Basically, comets are just modified versions of galaxies with an added challenge to them. You'll see all different kinds of them in this run, except for the Daredevil kind, because that's just not it, and none of them are fast enough for the route. So then first off, we're going to do Cloudy Quartz Comet. So in this comet, you have Cosmic Clones following you the entire time. And like you saw in Sky Station 2, Cosmic Clones copy your inputs frame perfectly. They can make backtracking pretty annoying at times. And this level is where, if you mess up, they can be at their worst. But this isn't too hard of a level, thankfully. So there's a cool little thing I can try to show off here. If you just barely touch the edges of these starships, I didn't get it. If you just barely touch the edges of the starships, you can prevent the Cosmic Clones from spawning, but it's kind of precise. Doesn't really save or lose time. But now we're getting to the 2D section, and this section's terrible. If you screw up the wall jumping here, the Cosmic Clones also screw up the wall jump, so when you try to get back up, they're just all in your way, and it's impossible to climb up. So you just gotta have to not screw up. Which, thankfully, is not terribly difficult. But now we're good as long as I just don't stupidly fall off and die. That was pretty good. So I actually have to collect this comet in order to spawn every Cosmic Clone comet in the game. So where that gets interesting is that that includes this next star I'm about to do, which is Puzzle Plank's Comet. But funnily enough, Puzzle Plank's Comet actually unlocks every purple coin comet in the game. So I have to get Cloudy Quartz Comet to unlock the comet that unlocks every purple coin comet. It's really weird how that works out. So I'm going to make a quick trip to World 2 to get that star now, because there's going to be a couple purple coin comets I want to get in World 4. So here's our first usage of the Grand World Map. I can just zoom out and go straight to World 2. I'm already at the start of World 2, so I can just go straight to Puzzle Blank. It's that much faster. This is a very, this star looks pretty mundane, but it's actually insanely difficult to optimize, because there's a bunch of groups of 4 purple coins, and optimally you run through all 4 of them without having to like turn around or anything, but that requires very precise positioning and angles. And you also have Cosmic Clones following you the entire time, which is fun. In a little bit I'm going to start doing some short little bunny hops here, like that, because that actually speeds Mario up a little bit as opposed to just walking. Alright. That's fine. Didn't lose too much time from that. That was pretty good. So part of the reason why I'm getting some comments from Worlds 1 and 2 now is because I don't quite have enough stars to make it to Bowser Jr.'s Fearsome Plate. I think you need 28 in order for that pathway to become unlocked. So I'm just getting some stars that I can get now, because none of the other stars in World 3 are fast enough. So here I'm going to get Sky Station Comet, and we're just going to ignore how Nintendo chooses to spell speedrun. But this is a speedy comment, which means I have a time limit for this entire star. Galaxy 2 introduces a new spin on these comets, where I only have 20 seconds to do this level, and even though this is a shortened version of Sky Station 1, that is definitely not enough time. But there's a bunch of clocks throughout the level that I need to grab that add 10 seconds to my time. And so I don't need to grab too many here, but I can grab there's a couple extras I can grab just for safety. And at the very least need that one. And as you can see, I'm already at the Pee-wee Piranha boss fight. So if you missed Sky Station 1, this is essentially going to be the same fight, where I'm going to try to ground pound Pee-wee shell once, instead of hitting it multiple times with spins. So there's actually a soft lock you can get on this fight, where if you shoot Pee-wee with Starbits right before the cutscene starts, then the cutscene just never starts, and you're unable to interact with Pee-wee in any way. Now, if that happens on this star, it's a terrible time loss, but it's something you can it's something you can deal with. On Sky Station 1, you have to reset the run. Alright, but thankfully it didn't happen either time, so we're good. Up next, we're going to do Yoshi Star Comet, which is a new kind of comet to Galaxy 2, the Romp Comet, where there's just a bunch of enemies and we have to kill them within a time limit, usually involving some sort of gimmick. In this level, it happens to be the Rainbow Star. So the Rainbow Star is essentially like the invincibility star for most 2D Mario games. You pick it up and you can just kill enemies by touching them, but you gain this sort of P speed if you remain running on the ground with it. And so I want to maximize the amount of time I'm at that P speed, which means I basically can't bump into any walls, which is easier said than done on this level. So this is a very difficult level to do optimally. Another thing that can happen with this level is, I mentioned earlier that moving objects and enemies don't update when they're off camera. That applies to these Spinies. So a Spiny can die, but then it goes off camera, and the counter won't update until it finishes dying on camera. So it's happened to a lot of players where they're just stuck at 29 out of 30 Spinies, and they have absolutely no idea what happened. When really, you just have to rotate the camera a few times. Alright, that was pretty good. Had to go out of my way for one Spiny that I didn't kill earlier, but still pretty decent. So even though I have enough stars to go to Bowser Jr.'s Fearsome Play now, there is one more star I want to get before I do that. For a couple different reasons. So here I'm going to unlock Flip Swap Galaxy, which is just the Hungry Luma here. I couldn't have unlocked this earlier because I didn't have 300 star bits earlier. And this galaxy has a gimmick similar to that of Beat Block, where there's red and blue platforms, and it switches between the red and blue ones every time you spin, which means casually you have to, you know, keep track of where you're spinning and all. But the platforms sort of flip upwards as they're switching, which means you can get some pretty insane jumps off of them if you long jump off of them as they're rising up, due to the whole inertia thing. And I like to call these super jumps. I'm going to be going for a few of them in this level, but they're pretty risky, because usually if you mess them up, you're probably going to die. But it looks really cool, and it does save a little bit of time over actually playing the stage, even though this is a pretty fast stage to begin with. So these first two are the trickier ones of the bunch. This first one especially.
Yes.
Yeah, here we go. So you just kind of jump super high. There's another one right here. There we go. And you'll see me do that a few times throughout this level. You can actually cancel a spin with a long jump or a single jump, which allows me to move faster while transitioning the platforms. And it also allows me to do something cool here, where I can cause the platform to switch, and then I can land on that platform and get a mini super jump. That was a really good flip swap. Super easy to have something bad happen in that level, but that was really solid.
Oh, yeah.
So if you thought the infinite flutters you've seen so far in this run were crazy, we're coming up on probably the craziest one in this entire run. This is widely regarded as, I would consider this the hardest set of flutters in the game. So I'm going to Bowser Jr.'s Fearsome Plate now, and normally this level is a bunch of auto-scrollers and shooting bullet bills at glass cages to open stuff. But you get Yoshi right at the start, and the level's basically all one height, so you can just infinite flutter throughout the entire thing and skip most of it. But the strat I'm going to be going for involves 3 pretty risky flutters. So for the first flutter, I'm going to get on Yoshi and just flutter to a meteorite that happens to have collision. Then flutter to a question block that's in the middle of where the airships normally all are. And from there, I have to get a somewhat precise angle, and then infinite flutter through the comet metal and go underneath the final structure and dismount at the right time. You'll understand what it's like when I actually do it. And if I die at any point, there are no checkpoints, so I go all the way back to the start. But I will be trying this until I get it, because it just looks too cool. So this first flutter isn't that bad. But now we have this flutter, which is easy to overshoot or undershoot. That looks good. Yeah, that's good. Alright, here's the tricky flutter. I might spend a little bit of time setting this up. Alright, perfect. That was pretty good. That that flutter is way, way, way harder than I just made it look. Because the angle is actually not. You actually have to have an angle that's just barely down from downright in order for that to work. Because everything isn't lined up perfectly. And you also have to go just low enough to go underneath the structure and then high enough to dismount. But now it's time to fight Mega Hammer, which is another terrible pointer-based boss. So I'm gonna get on Yoshi here, and I'm gonna back up here for a little bit, and then try to shoot these two Bull Bills at these weak spots to get a quick hit. I actually don't want to do that here, because I want to cancel one of Mega Hammer's animations. So when he's shaking there, he was getting ready to smash his hammers together, but I canceled that by getting the hit on him. So now I'm going to lure 3 Bull Bills over here. I'm going to use 2 of them to take out the back weak spot, and then get the 3rd one in Yoshi's mouth. And hopefully it stores through the cutscene. It usually works, but it's kind of random whether or not it does. Alright, it worked. And Mega Hammer's supposed to lower his head there for you to hit him with the Bull Bills, but a side flip and a full flutter is enough to hit him like that. And this is the only Grand Star where Yoshi can be in for the cutscene, but nope. That's it for World 3. So, overall, still a pretty solid World 3. But we're still, like, not even halfway through this run yet. We're almost halfway through, but not quite. There's still a lot of SMG2 to go. That's what's kind of weird about doing these Viperthons, is that, because this is something I sometimes just do randomly for fun, not for, like, any sort of special occasion or anything. And because this run is so long compared to all the other ones, it just kind of feels like, after a while, that I'm just doing an SMG2 run. So World 4 is yet another world where a lot of mistakes are usually really costly, and strats become a lot more difficult. So the game wants you to go to Supermassive here, but thankfully we have this fork in the path to a Hungry Luma, which is just preferred. And this Hungry Luma is going to unlock Sweet Mystery. So if you remember how the last level was a bunch of infinite fluttering, this level is basically the exact same thing, except not nearly as scary. If you want a really cool IL to watch, you should look up the IL of this level. Because one thing I haven't mentioned yet about the 10-second limit to fluttering before you lose your speed is that you can reset that by bouncing off of something, like an enemy. And you can actually bounce off of fruits that Yoshi can eat too, but you have to press B right before you land on the fruit in order for Yoshi to actually bounce on it and not eat it. I'm not going to be doing any of that here, but there are some pretty interesting strats you can do with that. So for the most part, the infinite flutters here are pretty straightforward. This first one I'm doing it with a somewhat blind angle, but it's pretty lenient. Alright, this might be a little bit too far back. Alright, that was really far back, so I just cut that flutter a little bit short. You can go all the way over to the common metal if you do that perfectly. Yeah, normally it's just faster to just flutter over all this instead of doing the usual platforming, because you can build up quite a bit of speed while doing this. And here, I'm actually going to skip hitting all those flip switches to make the launch star here by just fluttering over here. And this flutter is notorious because if you somehow fall during that flutter, you actually land on an invisible floor because the kill plane just doesn't load properly for some reason. So you would have to spend like 20 seconds finding a ledge to fall off of. But thankfully I didn't fall. The thing about Infinite Fluttering is that it's a lot harder to get the rhythm down than to, and once you get the rhythm down, it really just comes down to learning what angles you need to hold. But the rhythm can be often the hardest part to learn at first, but eventually it just becomes muscle memory. So Flipspill is a really, really cool galaxy for speedrunning. Pretty much every star here is entertaining in some fashion. And this first star has a pretty neat fan favorite skip involving a couple of really cool gravity exploits. So the star here, I have to wait for this guy to move out of the way. Then I can jump onto here. And I can make my way over to where the comet medal is. And long jump straight from the first planet to the second planet. And that actually unloads a kill plane here, which means I can jump onto this roof. And then I can backflip and then slide off that roof to get a little bit of backwards momentum. So now I'm kind of falling towards these planets, and if I spin at the right time, I can just enter the gravity field of the boss planet and skip pretty much the entire level. So now I get to fight Galamdozer. This is a pretty easy boss once you know what to do. So the entire boss is vulnerable, not just the target on its back. So I can just camp out underneath its chin. And I have a visual cue for when to jump. When the boss stomps, I jump, and then I wait for Mario to start falling, and then I ground pound. And that makes it easy to time the hits. So that they're as early as possible. So another thing I haven't mentioned yet about comet spawning is that not only do you have to collect all the non-secret stars from a galaxy, but then after that you have to collect at least one star from another galaxy in order for that comet to spawn. So we're going to call them buffer stars. And so I'm going to be going kind of back and forth between Sweet Mystery and Flipspill here in a little bit. Because Sweet Mystery Comet is actually going to serve as the buffer star for Flipspill's comet. Also, this is the first of a few stars where we're going to get a mail-tailed letter from a mysterious source, aka definitely not Rosalina. And we get 50 star bits from these letters. And that'll account for the extra 150 star bits that I still need. So Flipspill 2, the start of this level is pretty hilarious because Nintendo did not try at all to prevent you from being able to skip the spin drill here. So you can just kind of jump around this first planet, as you're about to see.
Yes.
Like that. And here you can wall jump on this structure for no good reason. And there we go. Alright, this first room is pretty tight here. So this section is kind of like half auto-scroller, half cycle-based, where you do have to do a lot of waiting, but you also have to make sure you stay on the right cycles. And that first room is probably the hardest part, so once you get past that, you're usually good to go. Something to point out about the spin drill is, as you just saw earlier, I was nowhere near a coin, but when I spun to drill, I just collected the coin because it actually causes Mario's hitbox to extend by a great amount. And that's going to come into play on the Comet, which I'm going to be doing in a couple stars from now.
Oh, yeah.
So Sweet Mystery Comet is sort of a devil in disguise, I would say. The star looks pretty straightforward, and in a way it kind of is. But the main issue with this star is that Yoshi walks really, really fast. So optimally, I want to be walking on Yoshi for as long as possible. But this makes collecting all the purple coins without slowing down very difficult, as it's super easy to miss many of them. Thankfully, though, the only time I have to infinite flutter is if I fall off and need to save myself, which shouldn't happen. Yeah, this star I'll probably be needing to focus a little bit here. And also, every time I jump, I'm going to double tap A to do a short flutter so I can maximize my time in the ground and minimize it in the air. This upcoming platform here is on a cycle, and if I'm really, really fast and really ballsy, I can make it before... Alright, nice, I made that. So if you're really, really fast and ballsy there, you can make it before it goes too far to the right and grab that first purple coin early, which saves a little bit of time in waiting. That was really good. Again, that star is much, much more difficult than you might think it is. But now I have a star that's even more difficult, and that is Flipsville Comet. Because here, mistakes tend to snowball. So Flipsville Comet, I'm going to be collecting 100 purple coins in the room where we collected those silver stars earlier with the spin drill. And not only do I have to rely on the spin drill's hitbox to collect a lot of these coins, and motion controls, I also have to make sure I'm on the right cycles. And making the optimal cycle here is really, really tight. The first half of this route I'm going to go for is really, really tight, so I'm probably going to need to focus here for a little bit. But once I get past the upper left-hand room, it won't be as bad. So hopefully this just goes perfectly. Alright, we're past all the really hard parts now, so it should be smooth sailing from here. Alright, I don't think I'll be able to grab the star right away, but sometimes it can happen. I didn't do it. Sometimes you can just grab the star automatically there, and I have no idea what determines it. But that was an optimal Flipsville comment, pretty much. So that's it for Sweet Mystery and Flipsville. So we're done having to go back and forth between those two galaxies. Instead, we get to go back and forth between two other galaxies, namely Chompworks and Starshine Beach. And those will sort of round out the second half of World 4. Chompworks 1 is a bit of an interesting level because at first glance it's just a bunch of auto-scrollers, and it kind of is, but there's a handful of subtle ways you can optimize this star. This first planet especially has a lot of them. So there's a slope that, this slope right here, you can't normally run up it, but if you just run along the very edge of it, you can. So I'm going to use that here. Like that. You're just unaffected by the slope's physics when you're over there. Right here, I'm going to stun this Octumbo, or kill it there, that's fine too. So its coin's not going to get in the way there. And I can long jump into this launch star, which will cancel a landing animation on the next planet automatically. So I don't have to do anything here. I can just start moving right away. And on this planet, we can do a cool little thing here where I can actually barely touch the left edge of the seesaw, and that will actually allow it to be lowered just enough so that this first chomp can make it on. Normally, you would have to wait for the first chomp to die, but by doing it in that specific way, you don't have to. Here, however, there is nothing I can do to get to this first chomp in time. It's going to die no matter what I do. Unless you use 2 key. So if you have a second player or a second Wii remote, they take the form of an orange Luma, and they can do stuff like grab extra star bits or hold onto coins for you. But they can also hold enemies in place, so they can actually hold the first golden chomp in place and wait for you to lower the platform, and that would actually save time, because you wouldn't have to wait for the next chomp to spawn. But I do not have a second player with me, and I don't really know how to efficiently hold 2 Wii remotes at once. So we're just doing this run with 1P. It doesn't really save much time elsewhere aside from that. It's a lot more useful in Galaxy 1. Nice. So because that button kind of bounces, you can use it to gain like super high momentum jumps, which I was doing those backflips for. And if you backflip as it's rising up, you get a super high jump, and it looks really cool. It's completely useless though. So next up, we get to revisit everyone's favorite power from Galaxy 1, the Spring Mushroom, except we don't really need to use it that much in this star, because you can skip it on the first 2 planets, because again, Nintendo is good at making games. But, the interesting thing to note about this level is that there are moving elevators on the last planet that are moving while I'm on the first planet. So I need to have really, really fast movement here. Otherwise, I won't be able to make an early cycle on the final planet. Alright, that was really fast, so I should have a shot at it. They aren't going to move while I'm on the second planet, though. So there are some planets where you can't normally enter first-person mode, so you can't normally get a landing cancel, but you can actually get a landing cancel if you hit the up on the D-pad on the first frame. Also, for those spins right there, I'm using the nunchuck instead of the Wii remote, because for some reason you can spin sooner after a wall jump if you use the nunchuck instead of the Wii remote. So hopefully I don't choke the fast cycle here. I think I should be on pace to make it. This looks good. Now I have to stay on it. Easy money. So that's like 5 to 6 seconds save right there. It's really, really tight, but thankfully I got it. It's really, really satisfying to pull off. So now we're going to make our way over to Starshine Beach. If I can do movement properly. So Starshine Beach is where they attempted to pay homage to Super Mario Sunshine. But the cool thing about this galaxy is that it's kind of open world compared to most other galaxies where there's sort of linear progression to it. So here you can kind of do things in whatever order you want. And that's especially prominent on this star, which has silver stars. And you also get Yoshi in this level, and he doesn't die upon touching water in this game. So you can do some pretty fun stuff with him.
Yes.
So I'm going to long jump on this crab just so I can stun it and keep it in place for later. And by later, I mean 2 seconds later. We're going to get on Yoshi, we're going to eat that crab, and we're going to infinite flutter up here. And then and use this crabber to break this splash. Now I gotta do a somewhat tricky infinite flare to get from here to that tower. Because the camera perspective doesn't exactly make it easy to tell where you are in relation to the tower, so you have to start a little bit further back than you might think. Otherwise you'll be too far forward, and that's no fun, but then you can dismount off of Yoshi. As opposed to just fluttering slowly if you were too far back. We can use the dash pepper to run on deep water, again, because yes. And cool strap potentially coming up here. Nice. So that's essentially what you saw in Hightail Falls 1, where I just dismount off of Dash Yoshi while going up a really steep slope. So this Comet Medal is a little bit out of the way. You have to dedicate like 10 seconds or so to it, but it will net me one of the fastest Comet Stars in the run, and one of the last ones I'll actually do. So, that's helpful. So overall, that wasn't terrible, just a couple of minor mistakes here and there. Also, happy 420. For the record, I am an hour and 40 minutes into this Galaxy 2 run. Now, Starshine Beach 2 is normally a very, very roundabout level. You have to do a handful of things in order to climb up this tower with clouds. But our good friends from Pianta 5 are going to pay us a visit here, and they're actually going to be kind of useful to us. And I'm going to use a Chuckster to throw me onto the highest cloud there, and that in and of itself is not going to be enough to get me on top of the tower, but once again, if you don't have Cloud or Bee Mario, you have a few frames to jump off a cloud, so I'm going to use that to get onto the tower. And this saves like over a minute. So I just gotta long jump my way over there. And I'm also going to turn the camera at one point just to make the cloud cycles a little bit more favorable. We're just going to long jump into the Chuckster, and he's going to throw us. I have to spin as Mario starts falling downwards. And there we go. And there we go. That's Starshine Beach 2 skip. So if you know the timing for everything, it's actually quite a bit easier than it may seem.
Oh, yeah.
And the last star we have to do before we can move on to Bowser's Gravity Gauntlet is going to be Chompworks Comet, which has already spawned, so I can just make my way there now. So this is the last planet of Chompworks 1, but with Cosmic Clones, which means not only is it basically just another auto-scroller, but you really, really do not want to screw up here. Because if your Chomp breaks, then the Cosmic Clones make it kind of difficult to backtrack and try again. Unfortunately, this is a level where if you feel up to it, which I don't, you can actually grind for a free IL world record. As long as you just do everything frame perfectly. So the only real optimization here is if you break that Chomp at roughly the same time the cutscene spawns, the next Chomp will spawn a little bit sooner. But that's really all you can do to speed up this level, aside from being close to the star at the end. So most of this star is going to be me trying to keep the Cosmic Clones off my back. Like right here, I'm just going to crawl so that I can keep them kind of all bunched up. So I pretty much have it in the back here. So this is definitely not going to be a 51.20 IL, which is the frame perfect time, but it'll probably be within a second. 5. Now we just have one level left in World 4, and that's going to be Bowser's Gravity Gauntlet. So, this level is really interesting because there are actually 2 different ways you can skip a large portion of the level, and obviously both involve lava boosting. And you're actually going to see me go for both of them in this run. So, this first trick, the one I'm going to go for here, there happens to be lava rendered behind that 2D castle area. So I'm going to try to lava boost behind there in such a way that I get pulled into the gravity field of the final 2D section of the level. But it's a lot more complicated than it seems. And once again, I'm going to need this life mushroom. And the reason why I need to do the skip on this star is because I need the comet medal for the comet, and it's right next to where you do the skip, and the comet medal's right here. So here we go. Alright, got it. So it might not have looked like it, but you can't just get behind there, start lava boosting, and hold right. You actually need to pull yourself a little bit away from the castle. Otherwise, you'll be too close to it, and you'll just get stuck in this weird falling state and die. But if you're too far away, you'll also just fall off and die. And dying to that skip is bad. So, really thankful I got that. Okay, kind of thankful I didn't miss that, because that would have been really embarrassing. So now it's time for the next Bowser fight, which is a bit more difficult than the first one, for many reasons. First of all, shockwaves are now going to start coming off of Bowser's punches and the meteors, which means you have more to dodge. But another thing is that for this fight and this fight only, Bowser only drops 2 meteors instead of 3. Which means he could actually, if your positioning is really bad, he could actually punch out both meteors. And that automatically costs suicidal. But this first part of the fight is pretty boring and really, really difficult. So for this first hit, I'm going to go for something called a punch cancel, where I'm going to wait for Bowser to start a punch attack before ground pounding the meteor into him. And that causes Bowser to think he's already punched. So he just spawns the meteors right away. That just nets a couple seconds. Alright, I wasn't sure if that first meteor would break, so I just went to that other one to be safe. One thing I should probably point out now, because it's not so relevant for this fight, but it could be relevant for the final Bowser fight, Bowser's shell can actually deflect the meteors. Okay, I didn't like that positioning, so I wanted to lure him over here. So, on the final Bowser fight, that probably would have caused the meteor to bounce off, as it seems like, we don't know this for certain, but it seems like his hitbox, the shell's hitbox grows with each fight. That was still not too bad. And that'll be the end of World 4. For now. I will be coming back to get a couple stars later, but that will be for another hour or so. So I just finished World 4, so naturally you would think the next world we would go to is World 5, because that's how numbers work. Well, actually it's World 2. Because I need to do a little bit more cleanup here. In order to, A, get some stars I haven't gotten already, and B, have enough stars to actually finish World 5 without getting too many slow stars. So once I have control of Starship Mario in World 5, I'm just going to go straight back to World 2. So some of these stars I could have gotten earlier, but for routing convenience it's better to do them later. And some of them I actually couldn't have gotten earlier because they had other requirements. So we're going to go to World 2, and the first star we're going to do is Boulder Bowl 1. And I'm doing, this used to be the 15th star in the run, but ever since the Honey Bloom 1 route was invented, this got moved to here, because now I can utilize a second Male Toad warp, similar to the one I did after Honey Bloom Secret. And you'll see that after this star. But for now, let's talk about Boulder Bowl 1 itself. There is a particularly cool gravity exploit I can do to skip that planet over there, which is extremely slow and involves killing a bunch of enemies. And there are two different variants of the skip, and you'll see me do both of them in this run. There's with Rock Mario and without Rock Mario. With Rock Mario is a bit harder, and if you fail it, you have to redo everything, including getting this Comet Medal. But this Comet Medal is actually the reason why I have to do it here. So, the skip saves a decent chunk of time, but it also loses a huge chunk of time if you fail it. So let's not fail it. Got it. And that skips one planet, but it definitely saves like over a minute. And we can just make our way straight to the boss planet. So this is Rolodillo, which is probably one of the most overlooked bosses in terms of its difficulty, because this boss is actually really, really hard. This first hit's easy, but for these next 3 hits, I'm gonna try approaching Rolodillo from behind without him noticing me, so that he doesn't go into his rolling attack, because that's slow. The problem is that you're trying to chase him while he's trying to chase you, and so that makes the positioning really awkward, and sometimes that just happens. I'm also attempting these jump spins to increase the amount of time I'm rolling, so I can get him in one roll like that, but sometimes the planet's gravity just eats your jumps. Alright. So it's probably the worst that I missed the first hit, because that's probably the longest one. I think missing the second hit is probably best. But that's like 20 seconds lost, but not a huge deal. It's really easy for that to happen if your angles are just slightly off. Yeah, here's the Male Toad warp. So, because I got Boulder Bowl 1, I'm taken down to the engine room to see Rock Mario get unlocked here. But because I just collected Boulder Bowl 1 along with Chompworks 1, I now have a Male Toad letter for Boulder Bowl letter, because those are the requirements. And so I just get warped up here. And that saves a decent amount of travel time as well. Speaking of Boulder Bowl letter, that's the next star I'm doing. Funny how that works out, huh? So here you're going to get to see me do Boulder Bowl 1 skip without Rock Mario. It is quite a bit easier, I would say, though you can still mess it up if you're bad, like I am. But, really the only awkward part is long jumping across the bridge here, because the camera isn't fully cooperative. Right, but once you're here, it's super simple. You just run up the lamp, long jump to the left, you don't even have to set it up, and spin. But now we get to the fun part, which is luring this Goomba over to the gear mode. And this Goomba, there's a pretty consistent setup to get it to do what you want, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Where you just run into the Goomba, and it stops there. Because otherwise it'll probably just stop in the middle of the road, and it gets crushed, which is not good. And you only get 2 Goombas, so if both of them die, then you have to redo the level. Also, the game can just soft lock here for no reason. When the Goomba enters the zone, sometimes the cutscene just halts and never finishes, and you have to reset the game. Fortunately, if that happens, this game auto-saves, so it's not the end of the world, but it still sucks. And it's extremely rare. It's happened to me once in the dozens of times I've done that level. So now I got a few comments to do before we can actually move on to World 5. Starting off with Hightail Falls comment. We need this to be a buffer start for Boulder Bowl comment due to the way this route works out. So Hightail Falls comment is basically Hightail Falls 1, but with a timer. And the Nintendo gives you way too much time to do these missions. Also, there's some holes in the ground and meteors falling, but for the most part, they don't get in the way. There's a few added smeeches, which you have to be mindful of. And the ending of this level is actually going to be a bit different, because I don't need the Comet Medal since, well, this is the Comet. So if you don't remember Hightail Falls 1, basically it's a level where Yoshi goes zoom with Dash Peppers, and we want it to last as long as possible. So again, I'm going up the left path here so I can get this extra Dash Pepper. Again, you have to be really careful here, because you can bonk on a wall while you're traveling up a slope like this, and if you do that, you fall all the way down, and you have to retry the climb. So unlike Hightail Falls 1, I'm not going to be doing that cool flutter you saw. Instead, I'm actually going to be taking the Launch Star. We're going to do a pretty interesting jump. And that is faster if you're not getting the Comet Medal. Basically what's just happening there is there's a variable in this game called tilt, which depending on a planet's gravity and how far back Mario's leaning forwards or backs determine how high he jumps. And you're leaning incredibly far back on that slope there, so you just gain a lot of height from your jump. And now, it's time for a very not fun level, Boulder Bowl Comet. So, there's not a whole lot of RNG in this run, but this is one of those levels where it's nothing but RNG. Because I have to kill 30 of the Crabber enemies in a time limit, and their movement is just kind of completely random, and if you run out of time, you die and have to redo the entire level, so hopefully that doesn't happen. And there's a bit of tech in this game that goes unexplained everywhere. You can actually jump out of your rolling state in Rock Mario form if you just jump and press Z. This is not explained anywhere in this game, but it makes this star a lot more manageable. So my general strategy here is I usually just kind of hope for them to group up until they get to like 24 or 25, and then I start kind of focusing on individual ones. And the blue Crabbers are really, really annoying because they move a lot more erratically, as evidenced by that. So this isn't terrible so far. I should be able to make this within the time limit. If this Crabber will cooperate with me. Okay, I have no idea where the last one is. It's right there. I'm gonna have to be able to see through the planet. Please. Okay, that was really bad. And I didn't stop right next to the star. I can optimally finish that level with like over 20 seconds remaining on the timer, but I had under 10, which means I did horribly. I had to finish that star remaining with 1 second remaining, which is a massive Monka S.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I probably lost like 20 seconds there, just from being really bad and not getting lucky. Also, here's another Rosalina letter. That's the second of 2. And we got one more star before we can finally move on to World 5. And it is a Fiery Flotilla Comet, where we get to visit our good friend Gobblegut again. So this fight should hopefully go the exact same as the fight from earlier. It's literally just you're literally just doing the Gobblegut fight with a timer, and I'm gonna be able to go for the exact same strat. So hopefully I just get 2 for 2 perfect Gobblegut. But if I don't, you get to see how terrible this fight can be. So again, if you weren't here the first time I did this, I'm just trying to hit the bellyache bulges while Gobblegut is in the air, as opposed to while he's digging his face into the ground. That first phase is usually the easier of the 2 phases for me. The second phase is usually a bit harder. Alright. 2 for 2 perfect Gobblegut. Pretty good. Again, that fight takes a lot of practice to get down. I'm making it look easy, but it's not. And now we can finally move on to World 5. It's been a hot minute, or 12 of them. And we're not actually going to be getting too many stars in World 5 itself, because I only need 9 at this point in order to actually unlock the barrier to Bowser Jr.'s Boom Bunker. So we're going to use the Grand World Map again to get back to World 5. And we're going to start with Space Storm. We unavoidably have to do Space Storm 1 in order to actually make progress in World 5, but fortunately it's a pretty fast level. And it's got a lot of flashy movement in it, especially on the second planet with all the moving elevators that you see on screen right there. That cylinder planet can be tough to optimize, but is really, really cool looking. So that went well. So I have a really finicky long jump I need to do here to save like 5 seconds in platform cycles. I just want to point out that long jump took me about an hour to learn and get consistent at. Now I just gotta lure a Bob-omb over here to break some glass. The only time we do that in this level, despite the star's name, which implies he would do it a lot more. That's fine. And instead of walking all the way to the launch star, you can just long jump over to it like that. Now I get to have some fun with pole stars, because that sounds like a great old time, right? Pole stars are actually really hard to optimize because you kind of have to let go of them before you reach their center, like so. And there's a lot of obstacles, so it's easy to get hit, but that was insanely good. That was about as good as I could have asked for. Yeah, 1:12 in-game time is really, really good for me. And now we basically have access to all of World 5. But we're going to stay in Space Storm for just a little bit longer. Because a Space Storm 2 is optimally the second fastest non-green star in the game, I think. So this level is actually pretty neat because it kind of pays homage to Buoy-based Galaxy from Galaxy 1 and even has the Buoy-based music. Unfortunately, you're not going to get to hear it for very long because I'm not in this level for very long. So you're supposed to hit a bunch of switches to slow down time here. I'm going to try to not hit any of them because I'm fast. And I can skip this entire first section by just jumping onto this wall here. Oh, I tried to backflip off that swamp to get momentum, but didn't quite work out. There we go. And I can skip this final Topman fight with just a triple jump to the star, and there we go. A little bit sloppy, but could have gone worse. I actually got to hear just a few more seconds of the Buoy bass music. Now we can move on into the bulk of World 5. There's only, I think, 7 stars we get here. Across 3 of the galaxies. We're not going to Fleet Glide because that galaxy's not worth unlocking, and Shiverborn and Slipsand is very boring. So here's Shiverburn, where if you missed your opportunity to guess my high score in Freezy Flake, you can guess it here. The rules are the same, except this time the range is from 600 to 900, and again, you can only guess in multiples of 10. And in terms of the minigame itself, it's basically the exact same as the one in Freezy Flake, down to the fact that you can get the same patterns. And once again, I'm going to be skating backwards during it. But yeah, the only difference is that you need to get 100 more points, so yeah, it's way harder. It actually is pretty difficult for casuals, usually. So I've already made the high score, but we can go a little bit further if we want. Alright. I beat my score from last time by 10 points. And it looks like Hex Speedruns is closest despite being 100 points off. So he would win in this case. Now we get to do Shiverburn 1, which is a pretty interesting level in terms of everything you do in it. So at the start here, there's a really neat gravity exploit where I'm going to skip from the beginning of the first planet to the end of the second planet because they're just that close together using clouds. And this strat is a little bit finicky, but with a decent setup, it's not too bad. I'm going to use that moving platform there for a little bit of a boost. I can make these clouds at pretty specific times. That should work. Nice. Now I got a detour in front of the launch star here to get the comp medal. And I'm going to ditch the cloud suit so that I can lose that floaty effect and make this next section a little bit easier. I turn the camera there to manipulate the cycles of these icicles that fall. I can skip killing those octopus guys by just lava boosting past them, the crystals. now it's time to fight Prince Picante. Sort of the offspring of King Caliente, I would assume, from Galaxy 1. So, there is a faster strat for this fight than what I'm doing, but I don't like that strat, because it's very RNG dependent, and I'm not good at it, so we're going to do the safer strat. So I skipped that first coconut on purpose, and I'm going to hit the second one back late, because that manipulates Prince Picante to never be on that side of the battlefield during the second or third hits, which would cause him to do an upwards firing attack that randomizes the fight cycle. But you can use that for a faster strat, it's just really dumb and I don't like it. So I do this strat because it's easy, consistent, and only 8 seconds slower. So yeah, there's a lot to take in for that level, and it's pretty fun overall.
Oh, yeah.
And this will be the last Rosalina Starbit letter, and after this I'll have enough Starbits for Flash Black in World 6. So that's it for that. So this galaxy, Upside Dizzy, is a pretty tedious galaxy for speedrunning for a couple reasons. First of all, the gravity zones are in really, really odd places. And second of all, and more importantly, this is a heavily cycle-based level. Especially Upside Dizzy 1, which I'm going to do first. You can easily lose, like, seconds upon seconds just for making one tiny movement error, especially in this first section. I meant to backflip there. Okay, that is not good. Oh my goodness. This is bad. There we go. So I can just long jump into that gravity field and get shot super high up. Go for a finicky Goomba bounce to get into this pipe here. Got it. And out here I have no control over the gravity switching at all. Alright, that is going to screw me over because I am now completely off my cycles. Alright, so that was a really bad Upside Dizzy one. I lost like 20 seconds of my gold there. But yeah, that is a perfect example of how that level can just snowball if one tiny thing goes wrong. That's a really, really frustrating level, and it takes a lot of time to find a consistent method for each of the rooms too. So once I got thrown off at the start of the second room, I just couldn't recover from that. And the secret star is not necessarily that much easier, because I have to do another really tricky Goomba bounce to get into this hidden pipe. And sometimes this backflip just doesn't work. Not entirely. I don't exactly have this down pat, so hopefully this works. Alright, that was perfect. So, similarly to Right Side Down, because this is sort of the sequel level to Right Side Down, in case you didn't notice. We have a box burning minigame here. This one I would argue is easier to do optimally than Right Side Down, but it's a lot harder casually, because you're a lot more crunched on time. You don't have as many awkward angles to throw the fireballs at. Another thing to point out is that the fireballs don't come out of Mario's center, they actually come out of his right hand. So you do have to pay attention to where you're standing. And you have to be slightly to the left of where you want the where you really want to aim. Yeah, 8 seconds on the clock remaining is decent. Optimally, you can get a 9. And this will be the last time that the purple idiot brings us down to the engine room. And just like every other time, we don't care to be down here, so we're just gonna head on out of here as soon as he's done flapping his gums. And now we're gonna head to the second level, or the second spoopy level of the game, Boo Moon. Now, Boo Moon is, doesn't have a whole lot to it. There's a couple of really cool skips you get to do. But for the most part, this level doesn't have a whole lot to say about it. Just a bunch of snake blocks, and a few other tasks you have to do here and there. We're gonna do Boo Moon Secret first. Just because it doesn't really matter if you do Boo Moon 1 or Secret first, but doing it this way allows me to auto-select an extra time. And it has no time difference whatsoever. So at the start of this, on that planet, it's faster to only long jump at the beginning and the end. And that right there is an example of a frame perfect camera cancel. You can't normally camera cancel there. So I had to do that on the first frame I landed. Right. Now I said there's a bunch of snake block auto scores. You can skip portions of some of them. Like that. And keep this in mind, the fact that this wall is rising and actually causing a gravity shift over here. That's going to be important on Boo Moon 1, which I'm doing next. But for now, I just kind of have to keep riding the snake block. There's a common metal here, so we might as well grab it. And this snake block is terrible, so we're just going to long jump straight to the star like that. That was actually a gold split. I would actually recommend doing that casually, because actually trying to take that snake block is horrible, because it moves really fast and the octo-moves are really annoying to deal with. So now we're actually going to do Boo Moon 1, and this level used to not be... Again, when I started running this game, this level wasn't in the route, but a skip was eventually found a few months after I started running. It was in like late 2015 by Nemi43, who is the current world record holder, and it made this star viable for any percent, even though it's already decently fast. And I think you're going to like this one. Right, see how right there, I didn't get the camera cancel that time. This skip is a little bit finicky, though. I'm gonna go over here, wait for the gravity to become available, then jump onto the side of this block. I'm gonna long jump off, spin, and then enter the launch star like that. And that just skips part of the snake blocks. I couldn't do that skip on Boo Moon Secret because I needed to ride the snake block all the way, and I also needed the common metal. But now the rest of this is just, I had to get those starships, and then here I'm gonna try to get all these silver stars in one cycle. Not too hard. And now there's only one star left before I can move on to the boss level of World 5, and it's frankly a pretty simple one. But first we have this mail-toad letter for a star that we're definitely not going to do. because it's both too slow to be in any percent compared to other stars, and it's just horrible. So, last star we're going to do here, Shiverburn Comet. This is the third romp comet of the run. This time we're killing 30 Octumba enemies on that little platform where Prince Bacante was. And we're going to once again use Rainbow Mario. You might think it's faster to skate for this entire star. It's actually better to run, partly just because I think your movement is slightly faster when you run, and also you're able to make turns a lot tighter, which is better for killing the Octumbas. So what I'm going to do at the start here is I'm going to skate into this rainbow star so I can build up momentum, and then jump out of it, and I can just run. And I should be able to kill all 30 of these guys on one rainbow star. That was pretty good. And now we're coming up on a level I am not particularly fond of, and that is Bowser Jr.'s Boom Bunker. The thing with this level is that it involves aiming cannons, which is pointer-based. There isn't really any other motion control-based levels in this game, in this run, thankfully. There's no Fluzzard levels or ball rolling levels. This level's kind of the one exception to it. And the two cannon shots, it wouldn't be so bad if the two cannon shots I had to make weren't incredibly precise, and if you fail them, you die. The first one is really a lot scarier than the second one, because it's a tiny target you have to aim at, and you lose like 30 seconds if you miss it. And also, the nice thing is that when you go to press A to shoot from the cannon, even if you haven't aimed it perfectly, sometimes your hand just twitches, and it moves slightly, and then you die, and it's sad. I don't like this level, but whatever. But first we gotta lure this bullet bill over here to break this glass, and then I'm gonna try to aim the cannon at a Boomerang Bro's face, and you'll see what I mean by a tiny target. Should be good, that might be too high. Okay. You saw that I kind of twitched at the last second there, but thankfully it didn't screw me over. Thankfully this second cannon shot is a little bit more lenient. I'm going to aim down here. I'm going to go for that Kama Medal over there. And you're supposed to use clouds to get to the end of this section, but that's overrated, so we're just going to do this instead. I lost a cycle there, but at least I didn't die. Now it's time to fight Bowser Jr.'s Boomsday Machine, which is pretty great. Not really, because he either screws you over or you screw him over. There's really no in between. So these first two hits, though, are thankfully not too bad. You just use clouds to get it to Bowser Jr. On this second phase, I'm going to have to wait a little bit because he kind of pulls the clouds in and he doesn't become vulnerable right away. So I have to wait until right then. But this third hit is really where I have to be on my feet and not screw up here. If you don't get it that quickly, then Bowser Jr. catches up to you before you can make it all the way up, and you lose a lot of time because then you have to fight to get your way up on top of him. Thankfully, though, that went well. And that's it for World 5. So we're kind of almost done with this run. About 40 minutes, give or take. And then we got 3 more games to do. But World 6 is definitely where runs go to die in this category. It is a very, very difficult place.
Oh.
There's a lot of really, really easy starts for the run to end here, especially, and it's really punishing when you're almost 3 hours in and then you make a huge mistake and you can't PB. But we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it goes well. So to start, we've got Melty Monster, which is actually going to be the only 3-star galaxy in this run where I'm able to collect every star in one go. Just because it happens to work out that way. So first I'm going to do Melty Monster 1, and earlier I brought up that most, when enemies and objects aren't on camera, they don't normally move. That mostly applies, but with these tornadoes in this second section that you just saw on screen, that doesn't really apply to them. They're on global cycles when you enter the level, so I need to have good movement in this full star section. That was pretty good, so I should be on pace to make the tornado cycle. Not that big of a deal if I miss it, but it does save a decent amount of time. And also allows me to skip one of the tornadoes later on. And this section is really just going through and just utilizing lava boosting to do a bunch of small platforming skips. Alright, this long jump here can be really precise. Right. That angle is really hard to figure out. But I got the tornado cycle, so we're good. That allows me to skip 2 of the tornadoes, actually. Alright, and now we're on this section. Every single planet here has its own gravity field, so it can be really annoying platforming through here. That little long jump helps mitigate most of the first part of this. Wait for this magma to pass by. And for some reason, if you hit this crystal on the left, it's easier than if you hit it on the right. A few bumps in the road, but still pretty good. So, funnily enough, the other 2 stars in Melty Monster don't even have lava in them at all. They're just about bowling with Rock Mario. And the purple idiot's still not done bothering us. Even almost 2.5 hours into a 3-hour run. So next up, Melty Monster 2. This level is not much to say about it except for at the end, but this is a level that's really good for like farming star bits if you happen to need those at any point, because you can just get to 999 and then get the star and then repeat, and there's a lot of star bits in this level. It's usually what you would do if you don't have an SD card to fill out to refresh your bank toad for every run, like I usually do. And a lot of runners usually do, actually. Yeah. Also, you're going to be seeing me do a lot of jump spins as Rock Mario, and every time I jump, I do a spin afterwards, and that just speeds you up by a little bit. And it adds up over the star. So, the big noteworthy thing, I'm going to try this, just for the sake of the event. I'm probably going to fail, though, because I haven't practiced it recently. I'm going to try this thing called Zigzag Skip, where you can skip having to take the fences at the end of this level like you normally would have to, and instead just roll across the tiny gaps in the middle. And it's pretty precise, and if you mess it up, you die. So we'll see what happens. Okay, I actually don't like this positioning, so I'm not going to go for it. It only saves like 3 seconds, so barely lost time there. that, I don't know if I've talked about it yet, but yeah, that one star bit that made it at the end, that's the star bit. Those are the star bit text boxes I try to avoid by spitting them out. So I just lost like 1 second there. Now it's time for Melty Monster Secret, which is another bowling base level, but this time we're facing off against the Chimp. And I selected Melty Monster 2 there because you start closer to the pipe here. And there is a fast strat you can do here, but I'm not going to bother with it because I haven't practiced it recently. So I'm just going to do this regularly. So basically you just need to hit 56. There's 56 spins in total and you need to hit at least 50 of them. It's not terribly hard if you know what you're doing. But the fast strat would be, for these ramps, you can actually cancel the ramps effect by jumping and then spinning before touching the ramp, and then you can jump at the very edge of the ramp and land on the next platform without stopping. As you see, after every ramp I stop on the next platform, but you can continue rolling on the next platform if you do that, and that can save like a couple seconds each time you do it, but again, I haven't practiced it recently, so I'm just not going to bother with it. So yeah, pretty straightforward level otherwise. Also worth noting is that the order I did the stars in actually does matter. I wanted to do Melty Monster 2 before Secret, because then when I re-enter Melty Monster to do the 3rd star, only 2 stars show up on the star select menu as opposed to 3. And that saves just a tiny bit of time. Well, that's it for Melty Monster. And now we get to move on into the bulk of World 6. And we're going to start with Clockwork Ruins. So, we need to collect a star from Clockwork Ruins in order to access Throwback, because that's a galaxy we're going to want to go to. But there's not a whole lot of fast options here. Clockwork Ruins 1 is like in excess of 2 minutes, but Clockwork Ruins Secret is a pretty tedious star and is somewhat lengthy, but it's worth it. So I have to collect 30 coins in this first section to feed a Hungry Luma again. This is the last coin room of the run. And this is a pretty stressful level, because if you die at any point, then these cycles on these gears are not what you want. And it's really, really slow. But fortunately, I have a pretty consistent route to get through here. The nice thing, though, is once I collect the 30 coins and feed the Hungry Luma, the star is basically done. And here I'm going to look in first-person mode for a little bit to advance the cycles of the platform ahead of this one, just to make that go by a little bit faster. Alright, so far so good. We got a cool little triple jump coming up here. Makes that a little bit faster. And there's an item box here that has 10 coins in it, which makes the star a lot more manageable. And here's the last coin. I just gotta make our way down here and beat this Hungry Luma. So, this Hungry Luma planet is yet another one where you're supposed to, you know, traverse a bunch of fast hammers and hit switches to slow down time, but there's a pretty simple way to skip all of it. And it's called doing a triple jump wall kick. Like that. Another strat I would probably recommend you do as a casual player, because it saves a lot of time and effort, and honestly isn't that hard if you take it safe. Yeah, pretty fun level once you get it down. And again, that route isn't too hard to get down consistently. So, this next galaxy you're probably going to recognize, especially if you've been here since the beginning. Because next up is Throwback Galaxy, which is a homage to Whomp's Fortress from Super Mario 64, aka the game I played like over 3 hours ago. So unfortunately, this is not going to be nearly as flashy as it was in SN64, but there's still some pretty cool movement you get to see. And this is basically a recreation of the first star from Whomp's, which is where you kill King Whomp. And the Kama Medal is where Shoot Into the Wild Blue was, which is a nice little reference. So I gotta make my way over there, obviously. And you can do a cool little ledge hop to get up there. Now we just gotta climb up here. And go up here to kill the swamp. You can actually skip killing the swamp, but it's incredibly stupid. So I'm not gonna bother with it. Basically, you just use that womp to clip you through the floor, but the clip is insanely precise, and if you fail it, you get crushed and die. And it only saves a couple seconds, so it's just not worth it. Unless you're Nemi, who literally goes for everything. Now I have to fight the King Womp. Unlike SM64, I can't glitch through him this time, so I just have to fight him as legit, somewhat. And not die to these little wimp enemies, because they can sometimes get in your way and be kind of annoying. I got the high jump there. So King Womp kind of vibrates there as he's after you hit him that time, and if you jump while he's vibrating up, you get that high jump. It's useless, but it's fun to do. And so that's Throwback 1. Pretty fun level to do, and it's pretty nice to show off, but also it gives me access to Throwback 2 and Throwback Comet, which are both really fast stars. So it's kind of worth doing Clockwork Ruins to get here. And this will be the last time that the Purple Idiot bothers us by bringing us down to the bottom of the starship. He's gonna want to bother us one more time in this run, but stay tuned, for we have some big skips coming your way. In the meantime, we're now going to be paying homage to SM64 DS, for those who care about that game, which I'm sure is very few of you. Sadly, it was a good game, minus the controls. But here we have silver stars, which are just kind of scattered around the level in random places. Kind of sad that they didn't just choose red coin locations. But you get Cloud Mario, so you get to do some pretty cool movement. So at the start here, I'm going to bounce off this Ballon Buddy. I have to hold A to get more height from that jump. So here I have to be careful when collecting this second silver star, because if I make this cloud too early, then I actually have to wait for the cloud to expire. Because I can't just ground pound that cloud, because then I would die. And I'm going to go off to the right there when making those clouds, because again, I can get a little bit more horizontal speed that way. And we're going to do some cloud boosted jumps here. Get up here. We got one final set of jumps to do. Get up here. That was pretty good overall. And ground pounding, in case you haven't noticed, sends you to the ground very quickly. So I can just do that. So I could continue on the top path, but the next galaxy on the top path is a galaxy called Battle Belt, which is incredibly slow and incredibly tedious, and no one likes it. So we dodge it like the plague in any percent. Instead, we're going to take the bottom path, because that's just better. And this will be the last Hungry Luma I feed in this run. And Flash Black gives us access to 2 really fast stars, whereas Battle Belt does not give us access to any stars that are shorter than 2.5 minutes. So it's overall, even in a no bank to at any percent run, it's worth it to collect 1,800 star bits to unlock this galaxy, just because it's so much better. So Flash Black's gimmick is that every so often you get a brief glimpse of what the mansion looks like, but other than that it's in complete darkness. And it is cycle-based, but I've played this level dozens of times, so I pretty much have the level memorized by now. And there's a pretty easy way to get through it. This will be another level where I'm gonna have Yoshi, but I'm not gonna infinite butter, because I just don't need to. Alright, that was a little bit weird, but it worked out. So I just gotta use the blimp fruit to climb up this mansion here. Alright, this is a pretty cool strap to get the Karma Medal if I can pull this off. Alright, we just bounce off that Jacko Goomba and then get back on Yoshi, hop again, back off of Yoshi, and boom. Good abuse of backwards momentum. Kind of the tradition with Mario games. And here we just got some silver stars to collect. And this yellow platform is on a different cycle every time I get here, I swear to God. Fortunately, that time it was in a pretty favorable position. And I have the lights on here, so I don't necessarily have to make a blind jump, but even if I did, it's not that bad. There we go. Alright, you can get your resident sleepers out now. Because this next star is pretty freaking boring. The only reason this star makes the cut in any percent is because it's still a better alternative to doing Battle Belt. We have to go one of these paths to unlock Galaxy Generator anyways. So... yeah, we're just gonna kinda... Slimy Spring is just kinda just 2 minutes of swimming underwater with the shell. It's a really nice break before we have to complete the last 6 stars that are all comets, and a couple of them are just late game run killers. So it's a nice calm before the storm star. So if anybody has any questions, I know I haven't been paying too much attention to chat, but now would probably be a good time to ask them, because I'm gonna have nothing to say about this level after this slope boost coming up. Because this is the final slope boost of the run. Yeah, pretty exciting. The star count is 71, so at this point I have 8 stars left to go, including Final Bowser. So about a little over 20 minutes are left in this run. Also, this is the level with the last Common Medal of the run, and I should be good on Common Medals after here. I need 32 for the Common in Bowser's Gravity Gauntlet. Right. And here I'm going to attempt to do this section coinless by kind of going through the outer edges of these coin rings. Without touching these coins. The coins have pretty big hitboxes though, but I managed to avoid them. And if you bonk on a wall head-on while traveling with the shell, at this speed you actually break the shell, which is bad, so thankful that didn't happen. And we got a little bit of a cool strat coming up, so you can wake up now. If you missed that, there's literally a backup shell, like, just a few inches away from you. So, nothing too scary about it, aside from just, you know, general time loss. But this is the last normal star in the run I'm going to collect. Because now the last 6 stars before I do Bowser's Galaxy Generator are all going to be comets. So we're doing 2 from World 3, 2 from World 4, and then 2 from World 6. And that'll round out the 70 stars needed for Galaxy Generator, so we're just about approaching the end of this run. Yep, 32 comet medals. We are good on comet medals. Comet medals eventually just kind of become muscle memory in Galaxy 2. So I'm going to use the Grand World Map to go back to World 3. So due to the way spawning comets works and the order in which comets are spawned, I actually need Honeyhall's Comet here to be a buffer star for Beat Block Comet. Which is why I didn't do this star earlier. This is basically the last section of Honeyhall's 2, but with Cosmic Clones, it's still just a bunch of long jumps. Although the cycles are slightly different due to the different enemy positions. But, yeah, there's not going to be much to say about this level either. This is a level where I don't go for a jump cancel, though, because otherwise it messes with my cycles, and I'm not used to them. So I hope you enjoy the Cosmic Clone noises. I believe this is the last time you'll hear them. Yeah, pretty straightforward level. But now we're getting into the real meat of late game. Oh boy. So, the next star on our agenda is Beat Block Comet. And what's special about this star is that the game outright lies to you for this star. Because it says the blocks transition in double time, but if you remember from Beat Block 1, they transitioned every 8 beats of the song. In double time, they would transition every 4 beats, but they actually transition every 2 for this star. So it's actually 4 times as fast. And thankfully, that means you don't lose too much time for missing cycles, because it's like almost instantaneous. But it can make reacting a lot harder. You kind of just have to learn a rhythm for getting through this level. And also the area with the silver stars is expanded by quite a bit. Sometimes the game just likes to do that. But fortunately, in this level, you get Yoshi for some reason, so that's okay, we'll just Infinite Flutter. By the way, shouts to this star for being the 1 star in my PB where I died. Good timing. I could not have planned that any better, trust me. Alright, there we go. That spin was done that long jump was done at a really weird angle, so that's why I failed that. Okay. That death doesn't waste too much time, because I literally grabbed that checkpoint right beforehand. Oh boy. So if you've ever seen me run this game before, or if you just know about how I run this game, you are probably aware of the fact that I really, really do not like this next level. Gravity Gauntlet Comet, so I mentioned in Gravity Gauntlet 1 that I did a skip called Behind the Castle. Here you're going to get me to see me do the other skip, or go for the other skip, that's optimally around 10 seconds faster than doing Behind the Castle, but it's a lot more finicky and a lot more stupid. And the setup for it is really precise and requires doing very precisely timed inputs in the air. So the basic premise of this skip is when you hit a lava wall as opposed to a lava floor, and then hit the lava a second time, you're able to gain a lot of horizontal momentum. And so that can be used for a lava boost skip that's even faster than Behind the Castle. And since this is the Comet and I don't need the Comet medal, I can do that skip instead. But again, this skip is really hard, and you're almost 2 hours and 50 minutes into your 3-hour run, and if you fail the skip, it loses like 30 seconds, so your run's dead, basically. So we're gonna hope for the best here. So, the scary thing about that skip is it sometimes can just be hard to land on the platform, but sometimes if you land if you spend too long in the air or land like too far left, sometimes you land on the platform and then you just fall through the floor and die for no reason. It's really annoying. Alright. That was a bit of a slow ending, but it works. At least I got that first try. That skip is very stressful at the end of runs.
Oh, yeah.
Now I get a couple of breather stars, thankfully. So now we have Starshine Beach Comet. So this is that comet I went out of my way to get a comet medal for, and you're about to see why I did that, because this star is more than worth it. There are way more than 100 purple coins here. They didn't spread them all around the level like a lot of collectathons did in Galaxy 1. And you're on Dash Yoshi basically the entire time. So this star is extremely fast and pretty easy, as long as you're not bad at the game. The only really tricky part about this star is that if you want to do it optimally, you have to make tiny, tiny adjustments on the control stick, which is not necessarily easy. This control stick is pretty sensitive. I don't want to miss too many purple coins here because I can actually do this, where I just kind of go to the right of that tower as opposed to the left. And that saves just a few extra seconds if you happen to have enough purple coins. There we go. And so at this point, the only two comets I have left are in World 6, and they're Throwback Comet and Flashback Comet, so we're coming pretty close to the end of this run. So if you remember Throwback 2, I hope you really enjoyed that star, because Throwback Comet is basically the exact same thing. There just happens to be a timer at the bottom of the screen. Literally, the only difference that matters to the speedrun is that there are cycles at the start that are going to be slightly different due to the intro cutscene showing different aspects of the level. But other than that, this is literally just Throwback 2, but with a timer. And it's this cycle right at the start here with this bump. You have to have pretty decent movement to make it past it in time. There we go. But from there on out, it doesn't really matter. One kind of annoying thing that can occasionally happen with the Cloud Flower that doesn't happen often. So the inputs for a Cloud Cancel are shaking and then pressing Z, which happen to be the same inputs for a homing ground pound and a frame perfect ground pound. So usually you never get a frame perfect ground pound because you usually time the Z press a little bit later. And you can't normally do a normal spin while there's clouds in your inventory, but every once in a while the game will just sometimes randomly make you do a homing ground pound while you have clouds in your inventory. And depending on the situation, that can be really bad. Alright, so we have the funny number of stars. So get your laughs in now while you can. And we just have one star left, which is sort of anticlimactic, but I would say is a really, really cool star to be the 70th. So Flash Black Comet is the fourth and final romp comet of the game, where you have to kill 30 Octumba enemies, and it's more so, there's less of a gimmick and more so just use whatever you can. So you can either jump on them, you can spin attack them, or shoot them with a starbit and then kill them. I'm usually going to be doing some combination of the three, but for the most part I'll be shooting them with starbits. And this level requires a lot of multitasking. You have to be paying attention to a lot of different things at once. Starbit counter, the cursor, where the Octumbas are, and of course controlling Mark. Oh, okay, that was weird. I don't know what happened there. I just like jumped past the Arc Chamber and nearly died, but I saved it. You have to be able to react quickly if you don't see a Starbit hit the Arc Chamber like you planned for it to. Because if you don't, then you'll just run into the Arc Chamber. And you get Yoshi at the end here, and Yoshi can actually eat up the enemies. A little bit of sloppiness, but still decent. And that's 70 stars, so now we can actually go to Bowser's Galaxy Generator and finish off the game. But first we have the hardest skip in the run, the one and only Purple Idiot skip. So the Purple Idiot wants to bother us one more time, but he's bothered us way too many times throughout this run. And he wants to do it one more time on the space before Galaxy Generator. There's this stupid cutscene that plays that's like 30 seconds long, where he tells us it's the final battle and we gotta get ready and all that. But there's a very hard way to skip it. Doing that. Just click on the space with the Wii remote instead of the nunchuck. That's actually the easiest 35 seconds you'll save in your life. And it's part of the reason why I'm playing this game in 16:9, because it makes that skip possible. So now it's time for Galaxy Generator. This is a really, really good final level. It's challenging, and has really good music, has a lot of really cool skips, and is pretty stressful. So I'm going to not want to take any damage here because I'm going to do another lava wall boost here. This one's much easier than the one in Gravity Gauntlet Comet. You just kind of launch up here, and then you hit this lava wall, and you get a ton of speed going down. And I want that coin there. So here I'm going to intentionally lose the spin drill by taking damage in the lava, because I want to be able to long jump, so that I can skip a good chunk of this section. Alright, this next planet can look really cool if I get the movement right, but it can also go really horribly, depending on how the game wants to behave. Right, this section's the hard part, because these bullet bills like to just break your clouds. Like that. That was kind of slow, but we'll take it. And now we have one of my favorite infinite flutters in the run. Not necessarily because it's fun to do, it's actually kind of terrifying, but it looks really, really cool, and I think you'll enjoy it. So this infinite flutter skips a Alarm Yoshi section and a couple of auto-scrollers, but I have to do this flutter in 2 parts because of the 10-second cooldown. So this first part is just going to be getting on top of the castle. And then I have to flutter over that pit of lava and then dismount at the very end. Should land on top shelf here. Nice. So landing on that top platform is just a little bit faster, but you have to have pretty good height in order to do it. And that should be it, but now we have a final Bowser, which is... So Gravity Gauntlet Comet is the run ender 2 hours and 50 minutes in. This is the run ender 3 hours in. Bowser does go back to dropping 3 meteors in this fight, so it's... You would think it's slightly easier than Gravity Gauntlet because of that, but the problem is Bowser is a lot quicker to pull out his punches in this fight compared to the other fights, so you really have to react quickly. And again, missing hits equals 20 seconds of time loss each time it happens, and there's a ton of ways it can happen. And again, Bowser's shell has a much bigger hitbox in this fight, so it's a lot easier for meteors to just bounce off of him. So yeah, this fight is incredibly stressful. Take it from me that this fight is incredibly stressful when you're on PB base. I'm gonna go for another punch cancel here, similar to a gravity gauntlet. So I'm gonna make Bowser punch here, and then I'm gonna wait for him to start punch attack. That should work. So that cancels the punch. And I don't have to do that anymore, unless... never mind. Alright, so those first two hits, we got that plain and simple, but the third and fourth hits, Bowser's insanely fast to pull out his punches here. So, we could see some failures here, but hopefully we won't. And I should also let it be known that another thing that can happen in this fight actually is that you can cancel if you hit Bowser too late. You can actually cancel. You can actually hit him while he's summoning the meteors and cancel that phase by accident. So when he goes to punch, there's no meteors for you to ground pound into him, and that costs the cycle. Thankfully, that only matters really for that hit, because for the fourth hit, you just go straight into a cutscene. And there we go. That's the game. That's it. Just for the record, for this transition between this game and Pack and Roll Remix, I am actually going to exit to the Wii menu and swap discs. So it'll be about a minute of downtime between those two games, which will give me enough time to change aspect ratios and scenes. So hopefully that'll be enough time to get the layout all set up. Yeah, there's the Grand Star. I just have to touch it and the run's over, right? Debated. There's actually no way to skip that. And this final fight is incredibly lame because you just ground pound Bowser 4 times and you win. You're in this fight for like less than 30 seconds, and the music's like a minute and a half long. And Bowser's one attack drops a coin, so it's basically impossible to die in this fight. Okay, I'm surprised that hit. Alright, one more hit. Alright, so this is looking like a 302.37. That's actually pretty good for a no reset. Very happy with how this run went. Despite having a 29.35 World 1, a mid 302 is definitely nothing to scoff at. Alright. You still gotta wait for the whole cutscene thing to be over and whatnot. Just for the record, my PB in this category is a 3:00:58, which is currently second place, but probably won't be second place for long because of hardcore gaming, who is probably going to get sub 3 very, very soon. I myself am on my quest for sub 3, but got a few events to deal with first. Yeah, pretty solid run overall, but it's not done yet. Just because this is the longest run doesn't mean we're done yet. And time for SMG2. And we are done. So now it is time to swap games. So first we're going to swap aspect ratios. And I'm going to switch layouts. There we go. So we're going to spend a little bit of time getting set up here. I actually didn't have my get my disc out. Should have done this during the cutscene. There we go. Alright. So this is a game you've probably never heard of, but once you see a run of this, you're probably going to love it and want to run it, or at least I hope you do. So this is the Twitch game I usually use for this is Pack and Roll, by the way. So we just got to master some stuff. As you can see, this is part of a Namco Museum compilation, specifically Namco Museum Remix or Mega Mix for the Wii. And it's an updated version of the DS game Pack and Roll. And I think you are really going to enjoy this. So we're just going to boost into this upworld of a game here and get started. In 3, 2, 1, go. So the main movement tech in this game, Pac-Man is a limbless ball, so You just kind of roll him around, and you can boost by shaking with the Wii Remote, which is normally used to break open boxes and whatnot, but you can also use it to gain speed and gain height when going off of steep inclines. And so that's kind of just the main movement tech. And for the most part, this game is mostly just kind of going around and collecting these pack dots to open these green barriers, which are known as Golf Gates. And there's another mechanic in this game. I could be boosting a lot more than I am, because boosting just kind of propels you forward in one direction. And you can brake to stop your momentum entirely and then reset it with a boost. But it's really difficult to control that in real time, even in a situation like this. So that's kind of the extent to which I will do it. But yeah, for the most part, this game is just about going around and collecting pack dots to open these gates and just crowding it out as efficiently as possible. There will be some sequence breaking later in the run. And also, you probably noticed that I have the game already beaten. But you're allowed, because the compilation autosaves and nothing changes in the base game after you beat it, you're allowed to have already completed the entire game. And so, that's also why I have the additional bars of health, which you get from the hidden pizzas throughout the game. And here I'm using the brake button as I'm boosting into these boxes because it stops Pac-Man's momentum. And that just happens for some reason. It keeps Pac-Man from just recoiling all over the place. You'll see me use it a lot, even when I'm not boosting into boxes. So, here in 1-4 we're introduced to the first of Pac-Man's power-ups, which is Night Pack. Makes him a little bit heavier, and he doesn't gain a whole lot of height or speed from various things, but he can break metal boxes, which normal Pac can't do. He can also go underwater. Usually he's unavoidable, but there are instances where there's like maybe a couple instances where I can skip it. And you can also break straight through wooden boxes. So 1-5 is where we're supposed to be introduced to the other power-up in the game, which is Light Pack, but we're actually going to be skipping it because it allows me. Oh, never mind. That's actually the first time I've done that in a while. So, as you can see, Light Pack is a lot floatier than regular Pack. He can do stuff like that, and he lasts in midair for a lot longer, but the reason why I actually don't want him here is because, normal Pack moves slightly faster on the ground, so, normal Pack can actually make a slightly faster platform cycle here. So, I missed that cycle because I'm playing with Light Pack. So that wastes out 7 seconds or so. Not too bad, though. But now we're going to get to see the real extent to which Light Pack can be used for brokenness. There's a pretty big skip in this level. So I'm going to grab a Night Pack card here. I'm going to grab a Light Pack, and I'm going to use this to slow boost to this ramp that you can't really get to until the end of the level. And I'm going to use a Ledge Grab Hop here. If the game will let me. Just get behind the goal platform to get into the goal platform without opening the gate. And that skip saves like 30 to 35 seconds. It's pretty big. There is a gate skip in this level, but it's currently task only. You should check out the task by Elo Mavi if you want to see that. And but there are a couple other minor skips I can do here, such as using these bounce pads to get up here early. I'll do that again in a little bit. But the thing with this level is that you need the Light Pack card that's located behind this gate normally in order to reach the gate, in order to reach the goal platform area, and it's not possible to obtain that card early, and with that task, it's barely not possible to make it to those final two bounce pads without normal Pack. So, 2-3 is a pretty hilarious level because the goal platform is right behind where you start, but there's no way to skip to it. And the best part is in the DS version, it actually is possible to skip to it, but you can't do that in this game, so we have to play through this entire level, and it sucks. I am so worked up over this, but this level is actually pretty fun to play. It's just kind of annoying that the skip isn't possible. But the main issue with this level is there are a lot of pack dots you have to collect, and you're moving around at a really high velocity for most of it. But I have a lot of reserve pack dots here, so I should be able to maximize my routing efficiency here. pretty good. So now I have the bowl, where we just kind of have to go around in a circle a few times. And I used to not know how to make my way out of this bowl consistently, but then I figured out that if you just memorize where that power pellet is and then move just to the right of it, you'll make your way out every time. So again, yeah, notice how the gold platform is right next to the start of the level. If you could skip here, it would save like over a minute, but it's not possible, sadly. So now we're gonna do the first fight against Gaul. This is the antagonist of DS Roll. There's no cutscenes or story here to understand where he comes from. But basically, you just go around and you collect 3 power pellets to make him vulnerable, and then he becomes eatable, and then you have to do that 3 times. The power pellets are always in the same spots, so I know where they're going to be ahead of time, so it's just a matter of getting to them quickly, except for having to wait at the 3rd power pellet so I don't have to chase all this down. And right here I have Night Pack, so I can get this first power pellet a little bit easier, and also get the metal locks out of my way. And this is just a bunch of boosting around. That doesn't really matter, I have to wait for Galvus when I get here anyways. Now it's time for World 3. So 3-1 is a pretty reset-heavy level. It's really easy for runs to die here by just trying to play too fast. But the basic premise of this level is that I have to collect every pack dot in this first section of the route for the route to work out. And I also have to make a pretty precise platform cycle 40 seconds into the level. So I feed some pack dots to that gate to make it a little bit easier. I'm gonna make my way over here. So at this point I have to play pretty well, and ghost movement is completely RNG, so sometimes those ghosts can just be in your way and kill your speed. Fortunately, ghosts don't kill you in one hit, but it's still annoying. Okay, so here I made the cycle, but now I can just skip that car for the rest of the stage by first doing some precise ledge grab hops between these platforms as light pack. Now I can do some fancy schmancy slope boosting to get to these last 2 platforms and finish off all the pack dots. I had to skip a platform earlier, so now I'm going to have exactly enough pack dots to finish the level. So it just happens to work out that way. So 3-2, there's a bunch of different ways you can go about the start of this level, and they're all roughly the same speed, give or take a second or 2. These ghosts are terrible, because sometimes you just don't get momentum when you try to boost there, and you run right into them and lose all your speed. And their movement is RNG dependent as well. So, I need Night Pack here because there's some underwater pack dots I need to get in order to open the gate. You just can't complete this level without first flooding some underwater pack dots. And you could inch past that normal pack card and skip having to eat a ghost in this section, but normal pack just moves so much faster. That's actually worth it to spend some time going out of your way to eat Blinky here. Like so. And we can just the rest of these pack dots, and then we need this Night Pack to get through the box, and we're done with that level. So next is 3-3. This level is pretty much entirely cycle-based, with these ghost platforms that move back and forth. The cycles are all decently lenient as long as you have good movement, but you also do need to keep track of how many pack dots you have. You have, I think, 1 spare pack dot in this first section. But we made the optimal cycle here. Potentially you could skip a cycle here, but I haven't found a consistent way to do it yet. And right here, I'm just minimizing the amount of time I spend waiting on these platforms, so I'm only going to get 3 pack dots from that line and then boost back. And then right here, I grab all these and then make it back and forth and boost my ride. And this last section is I just kind of have to play fast enough to make the cycle here. This section is pretty simple, and you have a ton of pack dots to spare. Yeah, like as you can see, I took it back up there, and I still actually 3-4, I actually want to be kind of stingy on how many pack dots I collect, because it'll be important for the end of the level. In other words, I don't really want to miss any pack dots in this route. I don't really have many to spare in this first room anyways, because I only have 3 to spare here. Alright, I got all of them a little bit slowly though. And I'm going to ditch Night Pack here for a normal pack. So if I do happen to miss a pack dot, it usually isn't worth it to go back for it, so I'll just have to accept the time loss later. So yeah, that pack dot is not going to be worth going back for. So the reason why I don't want to miss really too many pack dots, or any pack dots, is because of this roller coaster. So there's no way to skip this roller coaster, unfortunately. You need the 80 pack dots from here in order to unlock the gate. But what I'm going to do is once I reach 80 pack dots, I'm actually going to die and respawn back at the checkpoint with all the pack dots I have in my inventory. And basically, the fewer pack dots you miss, the sooner you can die. And the game's gonna autosave after this because my life count changed from what it was when I started the level. It also does that if you beat an IL time or update a score of any kind. So yeah, that autosave is sort of mandatory to deal with. Now I have the World 3 boss. This is easily the hardest boss in the run. It's super easy to fall off and die here. Especially in the second phase. If you die in a boss fight, you have to redo the entire phase. You have to redo the entire fight. Okay. So, that phase is pretty scary, but we managed to do it. And here I'm gonna kind of eat the power pellets at specific times so I can manipulate Galvis into not moving around as much, and he kind of get stun locked into death. Okay, so I really should not be going for this, but I'm gonna give it a try because this is a marathon and what the heck. So there is a skip in 4-1 here that was discovered semi-recently by Elomavi, and it's currently never been pulled off RTA. Then again, I haven't tried it too often. It allows me to skip 2 gates, so I'm gonna give it a try here. I didn't get it. You can do what's called a bounce boost, which I'll explain later, and get enough momentum from the bounce pads to essentially make it over that giant wall, and then you can skip this 3rd gate, and you can also skip the 4th gate, but it's really, really precise. So, it would take about 10 seconds if you made it. I missed a couple cycles as a result of trying that skip. And I have to hit that button until all the walls down. So, I lost a decent amount of time there from attempting the skip, but at least I tried it. You'll never know until you try. 4-2 is a relatively straightforward level, literally. It's just about dodging a bunch of obstacles and collecting pack dots. There's going to be a number of damage abuses through this level, such as right here. This is another level where it is possible to skip gates, but it's currently task only. Most Galvis gates have invisible walls that extend outwards by quite a bit and even upwards by a lot. So getting around them is no easy feat, and in this level there's actually a wind that prevents you from making it all the way around under most circumstances. So the skips would literally, and in a linear level like this, the skips would literally just be going around the gate and not going out of your way to collect pack dots, which saves barely any time, especially when you consider that if you fail them, you die. But it's the last 2 gates you can skip. And next up we have 4-3. There's a cycle I need to make at the start here, but with this boosting it's pretty lenient. Task can make it a cycle faster, but in RTA you barely miss this cycle. Yeah, I don't think you can make that cycle RTA. But you can make this one, and the boosting makes it a lot easier. And I have to boost into these bounce pads in order to make it all the way across. And coming up... Oh. I don't know what just happened there. Okay. Coming up was going to be one of my favorite parts of the run movement-wise, but okay, it still worked out. I'm surprised I was able to save that. Oh, that was stupid of me. I do not often die in this level, so that was kind of silly. And here's the autosave I was talking about, because my life count changed. So now it's time for 4-4, which is basically just a minute and 15 seconds of boosting down this long, winding path. It's super easy to die in this level if you hold the slightest wrong angles. And the checkpoints in this level are very sparse, so if I die in this run on world record pace, my run's just dead. So in other words, this is a pretty stressful level, and also the level geometry makes it really easy for Pac-Man to just get affected by some random slope, and he just zooms off in a random direction and falls to his death. So this is a pretty brutal level. And this is the last checkpoint of the level, and there's still like 30 seconds of level left, so keep that in mind. Good checkpoint design, Namco. It's like that in the DS version as well. And here you can, you're supposed to ride those bounce pads all the way, I think, but you can just boost to the side of them. So I'll go ahead and talk about the glitch that you saw me attempt in the 4-1, and I'm going to use a lot in 4-5, which is called bounce boosting, or lava boosting. Because lava is essentially a bounce pad that damages Pac-Man. So if you boost on the first frame that you're grounded while on a bounce pad or lava, you actually enter a boost state. And maintain horizontal momentum. And I'm going to be using that a lot in this level for various sequence breaks and exploits. And by the way, I know this might seem slow, but this is the best method I have for collecting all the pack dots here. If you want to try to find a better, more consistent way that's faster beam, I guess. So here comes the first exploit, bounce boosting. I'm going to use it to skip a bunch of these bounce pad platforms. Again, this is, as far as we know, frame perfect and motion control dependent at 60 FPS. So here's lava boosting. We're going to use it to skip a lot of these falling towers that you normally have to climb. This level also has a cycle near the end of the level. And the optimal cycle is actually insanely tight to make, so we're probably not going to make it. Okay, that's actually not bad. That's actually pretty bad because health management is pretty important in this level. There we go. So I needed to have 3 HP here, so that I could do a faster version of that lava boost, but that's still fine. I didn't die. Alright, so 4 boss is kind of RNG heavy, because all of us can kind of rotate the platform a few different ways. You can mitigate most of it, though, by slow boosting to various power pellets. I'm going to try that here. And I just failed it miserably by falling into the lava. Doesn't matter too much. It just means this third phase is also going to be a little bit slower, and probably a lot cleaner looking. So now we're on to World 5. This is exclusive to the remix version of the game and is a very, very broken part of the game, because every single level here has a major skip. So in this first level, you can actually complete this level in under 3 seconds with tasks, but that method isn't RTA viable as of yet. You can actually slope boost directly to that gold platform, but with normal pack, the setup is currently task only, so we need to go through this first gate in order to get light pack and do a slightly easier setup. Which still skips the second and third gates of the level. This is still the biggest skip in the game. That's not what I wanted to do. So in 5.2 and 5.3, I couldn't utilize this in 4.4 because the level's just too big, but in this level, in these levels, you can actually fall great distances without the game killing Pac-Man, which allows me to skip huge chunks of the level. And this level has the third gate skip of the run I'm going to go for. Right here, I'm going to use a glitchy ledge bounce, like that, to just get up to the goal platform. And then this level is extremely difficult. Yeah. So 5.4 does have a gate skip that is RTA viable and done in the world record, but for the sake of this run, I'm not going to be attempting it because it only saves about 10 seconds, and if you fail it, you die, and there's way more time than the skip actually saves. So we're just not going to bother with it for this run. But you do get to see the cool routing for the pack dots here, and there's still a bunch of really cool tricks in this level, like cycle skip here. We're going to do some cycle skips on those pink and blue platforms, and there's another really big skip at the end of this level. Alright, there's a lot of cycles here and obstacles that can easily kill you, so I have to kind of rely on some timer cues. Almost too early there. So here's a pretty cool skip. I can use these light pack cards and this bounce pad to just go straight to the final gear pull up. That was insanely epic. Let's try that again. Let's not die this time. There. So that skip saves like 25 to 30 seconds. Now it's time for the World 5 boss. So this first phase is a pretty fast pace because there's a lot of boosting going on, but it's super easy to die because of it. And then the second phase has a pretty big oversight that was discovered semi-recently. That saves a good chunk of time. So I'll go ahead and talk about that. So in the second phase of this fight, because this fight works in two parts, Galvis spawns a bunch of ghosts that have power pals on them, and I actually don't want to eat them right away. I want to reserve them for the third phase, because I can eat them as Galvis is spawning in and do damage to him. Also, I need to start right. And if I get all 3 hits on Galvis as he's fading in, I can cancel the fade. I can cancel the transition in and save a little bit of time. So I'm going to be taking a pretty odd route here, but it is fast. So this is one of the bigger oversights found recently. So I'm gonna take a little bit more time than usual to transition between this and SM6470. So we're coming up on time though. So just boom, 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 and bang. So now we're going to switch consoles. I think, yep, these are my N64 cables. So I'm gonna delete my save file really quick here. And we're gonna get started with SM6470 Star. There we go. I'm gonna switch scenes once more, and there we go. So that was a 23:48 pack and roll remix time. That is a minute and 32 seconds off the current world record of 22:16 by me. Please run that game, by the way. So here's some games you've already seen, but now we're doing some different categories. So this is going to be 70 star of SM64. This is essentially any percent, no major skips. So no BLJs are allowed, backwards long jumps, and no nips clipping is allowed. And the nice thing about the way I have this order is that I just played in a 60 FPS for almost 3.5 hours, and now I'm going back to 30 FPS. It's a little jarring on the eyes. Right, I'm currently 0 for 2 on my key to skip. Can I get it once? Yeah, there we go. So for the most part, this is just going to start out somewhat similarly to the 120 star run, but you'll start to see it pick up a lot faster. You can actually do a 2 stars in BOB first to avoid one trip here, but that trick is not marathon safe. So I'm just going to do bomb club first.
Here we go!
So unlike the 120 star run, I'm actually going to do a tiny optimization in a castle movement here. I'm actually going to go to the Princess's Secret slide before going to Womps, because this saves 1 second in castle movement. Yeah, most of the stuff here you've already seen in the 120 star run, but there are a couple differences I'll make sure to point out here and there. So I'm probably not going to be explaining too much again. This is usually the part in the Viperthon, by the way, where I start kind of getting a little bit whiny. Because I just completed most of the major runs, but I still have a lot of gameplay left to do, like about an hour and a half. We're almost done, though. So, once again, I'm getting all 7 stars and Womps here, because this course is just too fast. Yeah, so, you have any, this would probably also be a good time for some questions, because, like I said, I explained pretty much everything you need to know in the 120 star run, so I don't really have much to say here.
Go.
Right, so I messed up some movement there. Wow, I cannot time those rollouts right now. So I was going to do the 100 coin star, but I wouldn't have been able to make the cycle, and it was early enough to where I could bail. So let's try that again.
Go. There we go. This is much better. I don't know what I did there. So I kind of blew my chance at the cycle by kind of brain farting there. At least I still made half cycle, which is not ideal, but worse.
Here we go! Here we go!
I didn't press down a second time. I almost hit save and quit. At least I'm 3 for 3 on Cannonless and Owlless today.
go.
Wow, I cannot believe that just happened. So this would be the part of the run where you get to make jokes about like, oh, gee, he's 6 hours in and he's still on Womps. What a scrub. You know, if you want to be a troll like that.
Here we go. Hey, go.
Oh my goodness, game ate my jump again. This game loves pretending inputs didn't exist. And I'm not entirely sure why.
Here we go.
Well, we're out of Womps. So we're actually not going to go to JRB at all because that stage doesn't deserve to be in 70 star. We're just going to go straight back to PSS. And after this I'll have 10 stars so I can do Tower of the Wing Cap. It's actually the only special cap I'm going to get in this category. I do not like ground pounding that Starbucks. I don't know why. I always miss it.
Here we go.
Funnily enough, you technically don't need the wing cap here. You don't need to hit the switch. I don't know why I didn't. But the thing is, you could actually do a trick called Island Hop to get the star on the island in VOD without the wing cap, which the optimal 70 route does anyways. And then you could do that side hop trick that I did, and that would be the lava land for red hot rock rolling. And those are the only 2 stars you use the wing cap for in this category. Because really, this route just boils down to collecting the 70 fastest stars that are available. Dark World is just as scary of a stage in this category as it is any other category. I will say, it usually doesn't take me too long to adjust to the 30 FPS again. Get your gear cycle again. This Goomba's in a pretty bad position, so I'm not going to do the side flip strat here, even though it's a little bit faster.
Here we go.
So my PB in 70 star is a 49.40. And the world record is a 46.59 by D whatever.
Here we go.
Alright, that's me once again utilizing that tail manipulation tech to grab Bowser's tail when it looks like I didn't.
Here we go.
So now that I have the wing cap, I can go back to VOB and get the island star, which I could have done earlier but didn't want to. I'm gonna use that same sky jump trick again.
Hey, go. Here we go!
And I'm gonna head straight to Kokoro Mountain because there's no other stars from there that I want to do. And CCM is kind of an interesting level in this category because depending on your comfort level with Pillarless, you can either do the CCM 17 or CCM 18 option with this route that I'm doing. So I'm going to be doing CCM 17 because I'm pretty confident with Pillarless, which means I'm going to be pairing the 100 coin star with Slip Side in a way. So we're not going to have to deal with what I dealt with in the 120 star run where I missed too many coins on the slide, because that's not necessarily going to matter with this route. Well, I mean, yeah, it'll lose time if I miss too many coins on the slide, but I'm not going to have to go back down the entire slide. So, while I do have to do 2 Pillarlesses as a result, I'd say this route is a little bit safer for me.
Here we go!
Alright, so here's the 100 coin route that you only get to see in 70 star. It's pretty similar to the other 100 coin route. Okay, I actually meant to grab that red coin, but that's okay, because there's a backup red I can get. Oh, I'm surprised I made it there. Oh. So, now I can't miss any coins on the slide, but unlike the other 100 coin route, it doesn't really matter too much. Like, I'm not going to have to redo the slide or anything. I'm just going to go out of my way and find, like, 1 or 2 extra coins. So, yeah. So, normally I would have 98 when exiting here, but I'm going to have 97. Which means I can't just go to the... Normally I would just get that red coin from the tree as the 100th coin, but I have to go all out of my way here. And we're gonna get a spin drift.
Here we go!
And there we go.
Here we go!
Again, much, much safer than doing the penguin race. So now I am going to go to BBH and get 2 stars there. I should probably point out that I would say 70 star is maybe not my best category of the 3, but I would definitely say it's the one I prefer. So, probably going to excel a little bit more in this category compared to the other 2.
Here we go! Let's go!
So I should probably talk about what's about to happen. Oh, forgot to split, whatever. But, so in
SSL, you saw me do that pillarless trick in the 16 and 120 rise wall. With this route I'm doing, I'm going to be going for it for 2 stars. One is inside the ancient pyramid like normal, and the other is actually going to be pyramid puzzle, which is the star you can opt out of doing if you do CCM 18. I'd say I'm pretty confident in my pillarless ability, so I'm going to give it a try. Alright. Redemption for that Mips grab. So hopefully I just get this 2 for 2, and we don't have to worry about it.
Here we go! Hegel!
That was a bit of an odd angle at the end, but still made it work. So that's 1 down, 1 to go.
Hegel!
Nice.
Here we go!
That tends to happen to me because that bomb grab is technically frame perfect. Because you want to grab it on the biggest frame possible.
Hegel!
Like that. Okay, that was kind of scary. I was really close to that star. I thought I was going to collect it again. Now all I have to do is the star from Klepto. It's actually kind of nice that kind of messed that up because I saved star 1 for last, so I can utilize the fast mini tech a little bit more.
Hegel!
By the way, doing pyramid puzzle is part of the reason why using NTSCU is usually better for 70 star. Because sound glitch is less of a problem when you use this version. Also, I think text boxes are just faster on Anguish for 70 star.
Hegel! Here we go!
So this is another strat that's kind of exclusive to 70 star. It's called a lava boost. You didn't see me do it in 120 because I need to collect the coins going up the volcano, but you can actually use the lava waterfall to lava boost to the top of the volcano and skip having to climb all the way around. That was kind of a weird segment there. I'm going to play it safe by using a triple jump because I haven't practiced the long jump method enough. Yeah, that just kind of gets you up here.
Here we go! Hegel!
Don't know how that didn't make it over, because that was perfect execution in my opinion. Got really hasty there.
Mamma mia!
Fortunately, when you die in the volcano, you just spawn back in it. There we go. Just had to jump a little bit later.
Hegel. Here we go. Hegel. Here we go.
So, after LLL, this is the last star I'm doing here, I'm going to have exactly 30 stars, which means I'm actually going to be able to go to DDD. So that's actually what I'm going to do after LLL. I don't know why my D press didn't count there. And if you're wondering when I'm going to do HMC, I'm doing it later. I'm actually going to be coming back for HMC.
Here we go.
Because I want to be able to get the star from the second MIPS, who spawns at 50 stars. So I'm gonna get the second key, do the upstairs portion, and then we're gonna come all the way back down to HMC to get the second MIPS. Believe it or not, that routing saves a grand total of a whopping 1 second. And that kind of matters in this game at this point.
Hegel. Here we go. Hegel.
Now, in 70 star, the manta ray can be a bit more of a nuisance than usual because in this category, if you mess up the manta ray in this category, you don't have any backup stars, so you kind of just have to take a lap with it.
Hegel.
Honestly, though, I would say missing the star is an even more stupid mistake than missing a manta ring and having to take a lap. Alright, so I got Lava Boost early alleys last time, so let's see how this Fire Sea goes.
I was holding my thumb on the control stick for so long that I just kind of had trouble holding onto it. That's sort of a problem that happens to me. I don't know if it happens to many other people, but it looks like I'm just going to have to settle for normal early Alice here. It's actually not that much slower. You can get it like within 10 seconds of boost Ellie's. Still better than dying. Just get up. Get up, please. Alright, there we go.
Here we go!
So the second half of the run is probably going to fly by a lot quicker than this first half. Yeesh, that was almost as bad as if I didn't get early Ellie's at all. So Wet Dry World's going to be interesting because in 120 star you got to see hundreds with reds, but now here you're going to get to see hundreds with secrets, as that's faster for this category. And this is one of my favorite 100 coins movement-wise. There's a lot of really fun movement to optimize in this stage. And at the start here, I'm going to go for some strats where I try to break 2 boxes in 1 kick. It saves barely anything, but it looks cool, so we're going to try it. Right. I do have 1 spare coin in this route, but yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and grab it. So that's going to be the 1 spare coin I miss out on. Which is fine. Still more than enough. Or still exactly enough, mind you. I apologize, by the way, if you want me to be talking more. Like I said many times, I've already explained pretty much everything you need to know in the 120 star run. So I'm really just going over stuff that is 70 specific.
Peggle.
And most of the stuff you've already seen in 120 star. Get that. At least I didn't fall down.
Here we go!
Alright, so I messed up the movement I normally do on top of the town in the 120 run. This is my chance for redemption, I suppose.
Peggle.
There we go.
Here we go! Here we go! 해고! Here we go!
Clean secrets.
해고!
Almost jumped right into Chuck, yeah, there. There is actually a way to escape from Chuck, yeah, if you get grabbed by him. There's a counter that appears when you get grabbed by Chuck, yeah, and if you either press A or move the control stick from the center to the outside, you increase that counter, and once it hits 11, you escape early.
해고!
I screwed up my camera at the start there because I'm an idiot. Maybe not every speed run, but certainly every copy. We didn't see the Wario apparition in this, so I think we're okay. I don't know, though. I'm pretty sure, although I'm pretty sure even if I did see it this run, I probably wouldn't have remembered.
해고!
Nice, I got that save. That backup is actually really hard to do. And I screwed up my camera, so I thought I wasn't gonna get it.
Here we go!
I haven't gotten that backup in a while, so pretty cool.
해고!
Nice firstie.
Here we go!
In 70 star, you do TTM reds by themselves without hundreds, obviously because TTM 100s is slow, but reds by themselves is not really interesting.
해고!
I'm not sure if this angle is going to work.
Here we go!
So here's reds by themselves, if you ever wanted to see that.
Here we go!
Yeah, nothing really exciting there that you didn't see in the 120 run. for 2 on breezeless. So this is the strat you would do if you didn't do breezeless. As you can see, it's not that much slower. So the reroute that happened, it's like, God, I don't even know when this reroute happened. It was like over 2.5 years ago, I'm pretty sure, at least. But the basic premise of this idea is instead of getting the red coins here, you get the second nibs. So once I'm done with SL, I'm only going to get 4 stars here. I'm actually going to exit course and go all the way back down to basement. Then I have to get the second MIPS, then I'm going to do the Toad and HMC. Then I have to exit course from there and go all the way back upstairs. But yeah, also as you just saw there, you can chain speed kicks. You pretty much never have to do that under most circumstances, but I messed up my movement and it just happened to work out. I think past 2, though, you start losing speed. And yeah, the whole rerouting nonsense, again, all for 1 measly second. But it's free.
Here we go!
So here begins the long travel process. So again, this second MIPS being slightly faster than the first makes this grab a little bit tighter, but it still works. And I'm also going to get this Toad here. If you were doing HMC early, it would actually be faster to get Toad after HMC, like it is in 120, but since I have to go back into HMC to exit course anyways, it's better to just do it this way. Wow, I still cannot get that first try. I don't know what is up with this today. There we go.
Here we go!
Navigating the Toxic Maze is actually an alternate star that some players choose to do incorporate into their routes, usually instead of TTC 100, but we're not doing that. I am going full out and doing TTC 100.
Here we go!
Again, I haven't seen chat be very active this entire run, so if you're just kind of joining in and wondering what the heck's going on, or just have any questions for me about my life as a speedrunner, what I'm doing, any certain tricks I'm doing, how to get into any of these games, just ask me. I'm definitely open to answer. I've got really nothing else to say, and I'm gonna have nothing else to say for no skips. Actually, I'll probably be able to say a few things about no skips. Maybe that it sucks. It doesn't. It really doesn't.
해고.
What about A presses? I was so tempted to make a watch for rolling rocks in 0.5 A presses joke, but I didn't want to. Alright, time for Tippy. Again, we gotta exit course, go all the way back up. Just for that 1 second. It's kind of nice though, because you get a lot of the upstairs stages out of the way earlier, and HMC isn't necessarily that hard of a level. Alright, Tippy, I would say, is a lot more... I don't know if it's more... I would consider it more stressful in 70 or 120. Thankfully, I only have to do, like, need to bounce once, so that helps.
해고.
I almost jumped too early there. I'm having a bad habit lately of trying to jump too early off of pulls. Alright, so now you're gonna get to see the strat for tricky triangles that I otherwise, that I didn't go for in the 120 run because I had to do it as a backup. This strat is dumb, and I'm probably gonna die to it.
해고.
Never mind, it's free. I actually died to that very first triple jump wall kick in my 120 PB, and that's my only death of that run. Just one.
해고.
That angle looked a little sketch. We're in there. Is this actually going to be a good rainbow ride in 70 star?
해고.
Alright, that backup's kind of tight, but I wanted to try it out. Alright. Probably would have been a gold if it weren't for that mistake, but still a really good rainbow ride. Now all that's left is TTC, and I'm once again going to be... This is the only other course in this category where I get all 7 stars, including 100 coins.
해고.
Angle was a little bit too inward there. By the way, you're probably wondering, wait, after this level you're going to have 69 stars, what's your 70th going to be? And it's going to be Toad. Very climactic, I know. That kick was meant to hit the box. So for the most part, this TTC is going to be pretty similar to what you saw in 120. I'm going to do, including doing the stars in roughly the same order.
Peggle. Here we go.
So hopefully this time I get to show off the proper movement for hitting the pendulums, since I got robbed of it both opportunities I had in 120.
Peggle.
Oh. Well, I got robbed there, so now we get to do moving reds, which is a backup I am fortunately pretty well versed in. Okay, I don't know how I saved that.
Here we go.
As I said, backup I'm fairly well versed in, but that did not go as planned, so... Alright, let's actually try and redeem ourselves this time.
Peggle.
There we go. That's what I wanted to do.
Here we go. Peggle. Here we go.
This run's probably going to be mid-low 51, which is not bad for an RE set, considering some of the stuff that happened in early game. I doubt this is still 50 pace. Yeah, it's definitely not now. Alright. That's it for TTC. So, this is the last time you'll get to see the funny number, so make fun of it while you can. Because there's not going to really be any reference to it in Mario Kart 64. And now it's gone.
Here we go.
So, now all that's left to do here is just finish bits off one more time, and the mystery of the endless stairs has been solved, so we don't have to do any crazy BLJs or anything. Alright, wasn't sure if that triple jump dive was going to work. Doing it with that kind of setup is really, really tight. Alright, I could go for moving right side, but I don't really want to, because I haven't practiced it in a while. So we're just going to do the standard non-moving left. Is that safe? Alright, so what are the standings at? 16 I missed 3 throws. I think 120 I missed 1. It was either 1 or 2. I think it was 1, but can we make it 0? Also, yeah, this is like mid 51 pace, so average, maybe a little bit below average, but whatevs.
So long, Bowser. So long, Bowser.
Nice. Going out with a bang, as the kids say. Alright, final game switch incoming. Coming up on the final run. There we go.
Mario Kart Grand Prix. Select your player.
Man,
Alright, here we go. It's time for the final run of Viperthon. Mario Kart 64, all cups with no skips. Kind of anticlimactic. So, you saw skips, I don't know, like almost 5 hours ago, and you're probably wondering to yourself, so what's different about no skips? So, pretty much anything you saw me do in the no skips run that didn't look like something you should be able to do, is not allowed. So, wrong warping with like E2, using shells to go over walls, using items to go over walls, the Calamari Desert trick, wall jumps, CPU jumps, all that good stuff. None of that is allowed in this category. That being said, you can still do stuff like cut corners and intentional shortcuts, which I'll get to in a little bit, because there are a couple in this game. Or shortcuts that don't involve throwing yourself out of bounds or something. Those are allowed. So like cutting across the grass, if I got a mushroom, for instance, I could do that. So really, so you're probably wondering, well, then what is the purpose of this category? Well, it's for people who, really, I would consider it for people who want to run all cups, but don't want to be bothered with learning all the ridiculously hard shortcuts, because a lot of the tricks I did in the skips run are actually really, really difficult. But this category is a lot more beginner-friendly, even if albeit a little bit boring. RNG is less of a factor here. Really, the only times you have to worry about RNG is whether or not you get mushrooms, since you're going to be in first place for most of the time. And it's really more so. It's really more so for people who really just want to put their driving skills to the test. Because this category, the reason why I'm not very fond of this category is because I would honestly consider this the worst of the 7 runs I'm doing here today. Kind of funny how it's the last one in this case, but the reason why is because my driving is not very good. But there are a handful of tracks that are, if you remember from the skips run, they're basically the same between skips and no skips. And most of the fundamentals of running this game still kind of apply here in terms of like the character selection and whatnot. As well as the item probabilities. Just wanted to kind of give Toad a piece of my mind there. Some of the tracks that normally have skips we do actually have some pretty interesting strategies when you don't utilize them, or when you actually have to drive all the way through them, so I'll be able to talk a little bit about some of those, but yeah. This category is kind of just driving around a bunch and not really doing too many special things. And you really get to see how much time some of the shortcuts actually save, especially on tracks like Wario Stadium. Wario Stadium in particular is a pretty good contender for how much time it saves. Another thing to point out is it's not likely, but it is possible that I could actually PB in this category during this run, because I never run this category outside of Viperthons, and my PB is a 41-14, I think, from my last Viperthon PB, aka my current one, and that's pretty good for my skill level, I think, but I could probably push it a little bit lower, so we're really just going to have to see what the RNG says, and so overall if I still remember how to play this category. So talking about intentional shortcuts, so this tunnel jump, for instance, is still allowed, because that's obviously something that was built into the track, and if you miss it, there is a backup jump for it, and evidently that is also allowed. Also, the finish line glitch is still fair game. So maybe I can actually get something useful out of it this time. There's actually some weird things that can happen with the tunnel in Koopa Troopa Beach here, like there's
parts of the collision that aren't really made perfectly, so it's actually possible at some points you can just fall through the floor there. It shouldn't happen with the way I'm doing it, but if it does happen, you know why. I think that's 6 for 6 on the tunnel jump, which is pretty darn nice. And another nice thing about this category, I guess, is like I said earlier, you have to worry less about RNG because you don't. Pretty much any skip that requires a specific item is banned, so you only really have to worry about CPUs hitting you with lightning or whether or not you get mushrooms. So Kaimari Desert is a pretty neat track in this category because you do have to worry about the train cycle. And there is actually an optimal train cycle for my driving skill level. If you have a different kinds of cycles you may have to worry about actually driving between the cars, which yes is something you can do. There's tiny gaps between the bottoms of the cars, and as a result, you can just kind of drive between them. But I'm probably not going to have to do that. I'm gonna hold this banana behind me until I get to past the second set of train tracks so I can use this mushroom. So this is probably the tightest part here. I make it past that train right as it passes by, and now I kind of have to make it past this train in time. But now I'm not gonna have to worry about it at all on lap 3. It's not even going to be anywhere near being in my way on lap 3. And so really what No Skips comes down to is just trying to fit in as many mini turbos as you can, driving with the best lines, you know, typical racing game stuff. Just like in skips, we have the ability to reset the console between reps. An interesting thing about how I reset the console is that I actually lean forward and hold down the reset button, and then I let go as soon as I cross the finish line, and that allows me to reset the game sort of automatically, because normally you have to wait like a second. So Toad's Turnpike is really just about don't run into any cars, and you're fine. One of the unfortunate things though about this category is that oftentimes the CPU are kind of on your tail a lot of the time, so it can often be helpful to have items on you. Like right here I have my triple green shells. It's pretty hard for a CPU to take advantage of being on in this state. So now I have a mushroom, so I'm going to have to get rid of these. Might pose a problem for me later because you can only, when you get triple green shells, you can only shoot them forwards. And as I mentioned in the skips, if you shoot a green shell backwards, then you don't have to worry about it ever hitting you. But green shells shooting forwards after the first few frames, they can hit you, and usually they will. So I'm pretty sure at least one of them might have run into a CPU, but we cannot know for certain because that all happened off screen. I'm just going to kind of see what happens. That green certainly didn't go anywhere. here because I don't really want to hit any of these vehicles. I think Wario just got hit by that green shell. Don't know how I didn't get hit by that car. Alright. Really, really good touchdown tag. But as you can see, that was, compared to the skips run, that was like over 40 seconds slower, and compared to an optimal run, that was like almost a minute slower. So Frappe Snowland, you might remember this having the super easy shortcut that I was talking about. We can't do that in this category, but this course is actually kind of fun to drive at certain points. One thing you're going to be seeing me do quite a bit on certain like hills and whatnot is jumping right before the edge of the hill, because that reduces my time in the air. Because, you know, time spent in the air is time not accelerating, which means you actually lose speed. I feel like I just heard thunder outside, but I think I might just be going nuts. Whatever, this run's almost over, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know why I haven't been able to shoot any green shells backwards. Chalk Mountain is another track where I'm going to be utilizing that jump at the edge of hills thing. Specifically at the hill midway through the course. Actually, kind of believe I forgot to share this. So, in one of my older Viperthons from like the end of 2017, I think, or 2018, I don't remember. I was actually got to this category and I forgot for a second that I was doing no skips. And I got to Frappe Snowland, and I attempted the shortcut on that one, and I was able to continue because it didn't work, but if it had worked, my run would have been invalid after 7 hours of playing. So I always remind myself when I get to Frappe Snowland, this is a no skips run. Hold on to this boo in case I come across like a pit field of items, then I can use it for some free invincibility frames. That's generally a good strategy. I don't see any items here, so I'll just use it right here.
foot just kind of fell asleep in a really weird way. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I have some things to say about this category, but usually not many. I'll probably have some more to say when I get to the latter half, when we get to the more interesting tracks. So now I get to show off the optimal shroom spot with this mushroom, because can't go for the shortcut, even though I probably wouldn't have wanted to anyways. Also, those plants are really, really annoying. I feel like you can actually get eaten by those plants. Okay, I did not do a good job of showing off that shroom spot. Okay, not entirely sure how I spun out there. Lightning. So again, lightnings normally lose about 4 seconds in terms of no skips driving. Yeah, about that. And it's a 1% chance for it to happen, so kind of unfortunate. Okay, so this is a great example of how much time these skips can save. So if you remember, in the skips run, Wario Stadium was completed in 34 seconds. I will be halfway done with the first lap at that time. This is actually the second longest track in the game under no skips conditions. But what's interesting about this track that unfortunately I won't be able to show off here is that there are actually more wall jumping spots than just the ones you saw in the skips run. Yeah, so again, the skips run I would have been done by now, but we have still about 3 minutes left of racing to do here. So for instance, there's a wall jump spot that I already passed by that's right before that turn for the big jump that takes you right around here. And I actually found it by myself while I was just messing around. I'm sure it's already been known. Can't use that in this category. Now, usually what happens here is it's usually pretty typical here that right around here I'll have the CPU sort of catch up to me. And they kind of are in my tail for a little bit. Not a good frame to jump on because I kind of got launched high there. Probably lost a little bit of speed. What's nice about this track is that occasionally you can get really, really, really big leads over the CPUs. Right now, I think I have a pretty big one. As you can see, you can probably tell why I'm usually not a huge fan of this category and why it's not necessarily the smartest idea for me to have placed this as the last run of Viperthon, because some of these tracks just kind of drag on, like this one. Because yeah, like I said at the start of the 70-star run, this is usually the part... Wow, that was epic. This and 70-star are usually the part of the run where I'm just like, oh, come on, please let this be over. Alright, that red shell is probably going to hit me. Okay, I dodged it. Or not. Alright, that ought to screw somebody over. Of course, we're not going to be able to see it happen. Not a great Wario Stadium, but, you know, it's kind of hard to optimize your driving for 3 minutes and 45 seconds straight. So we take what we can get. Who is a level 19 Conjurer? I have no idea what that means. And hey look, a track that's basically the same in skips as it is in no skips. So this should look familiar to you. Maybe this time I can do it without running into any penguins. Wouldn't that be special? Never mind. My bad. I gotta say, Wario and DK have been hot-tailing me this entire run. That was horrible banana placement right there. I had to react super quickly to that. I tried to go around and it didn't work. Oh my goodness. This is even worse than the skips run. Didn't fall into the water, at least. Are you trying to distract from my excellent gameplay? I'm offended. Royal Raceway is kind of boring to drive. Not gonna lie. The only interesting thing is right here, where you can do this corner cut. I didn't bring this up in the skips run, and I probably should have, but there is actually another shortcut that some players do here in RTA that I don't do, because it's stupid. But basically once you get to the ramp, you jump off to the left and you hit a certain part of the wall, and it places you at around the last corner. It saves literally like half a second, and it's still banned in this category for obvious reasons. So even if I wanted to attempt it, I wouldn't, or couldn't. So I'm gonna try to use this boo to get something useful from finish line glitch. Triple red shells, I would not necessarily consider that useful. Nice. Go, please. I was afraid I was going to fall into the water there for a second. Note that I just got a boo from a boo. A boo is a 5% chance in first place. Also, I'm pretty sure a CPU just cheated. A boo is a 5% chance in first place, and when you use a boo, you have a 20% chance of getting nothing, so that kind of decreases the odds. So I just got a boo from a boo in first place. Also, yeah, it is actually possible for CPUs to cheat on this course. Bowser, I don't exactly know how it works, but Bowser kind of took a shortcut at one point and ended up super far ahead of me, which is how he ended up finishing before me. Right. Another track that's same as in no skips, or same as in skips. Again, keep your eyes open for Marty. Never been let out of his jail cell. This bridge is the thinnest part of the game that doesn't have sides, and there tends to be bananas there. Ah, come on, dude. Get through. That banana was placed in a really scary spot. Surprised I didn't run into that. Use this mushroom for a cool little shroom here. With a corner cut like that. Slipped off the control stick there. Sometimes I do that too. Last reset. We are so close to the end.
Mario Kart Grand Prix. Select your player. Select match.
We just got 4 more tracks to do. And this probably isn't no skips PB pace, but still not too terrible of a run so far. So this is a track where I really want a banana or fake item box, because as you can tell, it is extremely laggy, and we have to drive this entire thing. There is a cool little shot for this ramp here. I'm going to start a drift going left and hold neutral, and that actually puts me at the perfect angle to start driving, starting from there. I have not gotten any lag-reducing items yet, which is a little bit concerning. That's going to cause lag more than anything.
Can't believe this is the track where I'm begging for a banana and I haven't gotten one yet. There we go. So now I can just hold this behind me for hopefully the rest of the race. Unless I get a mushroom or something, in which case I'll probably let go of it. One thing that's kind of annoying about this track is whenever you go off into the grass, you get pelted at by those rocks or fruit or whatever they are. And it kind of sucks. It can sometimes just throw you off your driving completely. I'm getting all the lag reducing items here. Alright, come on, give me a mushroom. That was pretty darn good. Probably could have saved a little bit more time if I got lag reduction on the first lap, but overall not too solid. Overall not too bad. Okay, this next track, Yoshi Valley, is interesting to say the least. So, Yoshi Valley and no skips requires doing the hairpin jump, which weirdly is not considered a skip, but not worry about that for now. So this route is actually the second fastest, but the first fastest you really just need a boo in order to do it. Alright, this jump is really bad. Alright, I'm surprised that worked. And yes, that is allowed in this category. Don't ask me why, it just is. And the setup required to do it in 150cc is pretty stupid. This is another level where having lag reduction really helps. I have a pretty decent setup for getting that trick to work every time, but it's still really bad. Nice mushroom. That's going to be useful. Alright, 3 for 3 hairpin jump. Considering I haven't done it that way since whenever all my last Viperthon was, pretty happy with that. And it's actually faster here to kind of finish the race off in the grass. Plate split, but whatever. Now, Banshee Boardwalk, I don't have to worry about the CPU rankings at all. It looks like I got lightweight wire rival, so it wouldn't really been a huge deal anyways. Nearly just drove off the edge there like an idiot. Getting knocked back by walls in this course can be really scary, especially when you're coming up in that bat house, because the movement to hop across that gap like that is like kind of specific. And if you screw it up, you're very likely going to fall into that crack. Or you're going to get like hit by a wall, bounce to the left, and then you just fall into the water. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so here's my... I think this run's probably going to barely miss no skips PB. But still could be mid 41 or so. It really depends on when I start Rainbow Road. I'm gonna need to start it like... Oh yeah, it's over. I can't no skips PB. So Rainbow Road, no skips, is kind of a marathon in and of itself. The only really noteworthy thing is doing that at the start so that you stick to the ground a little bit more. We can't do the shortcut or any of the green shell stuff or anything. Just kind of have to drive as normal. And it takes about 5 minutes. I'm not even joking. So I guess while I'm here driving this, I guess I can just quickly say I really want to thank really Longathon for giving me the opportunity to showcase this. I've obviously never done this in the marathon setting before. I usually do this on my own accord. And the fact that this obviously is something no one else would do because no one else runs all 4 of these games at the level that I do. I just happen to run all 4 of these games at this level, and the fact that I've gotten the chance to showcase literally all of the speedruns I take pride in on a stream like this is kind of special. And I know chat hasn't been very active, but I noticed that the viewership has consistently stayed around the 50-60 range, and that's pretty good to me. So if you ever want to see me do any of these games, a single run of any of these games, I'm not entirely sure what I want to focus on next aside from SMG2 any percentage for sub 3, but you're welcome to watch me take on any of these games. What else do I have to say? If you want to learn any of these games, you can get in contact with me and I can provide you with useful resources and Discord servers to join if you really want to get into running these games. All 4 of these games, they have their quirks, they have their advantages and disadvantages, but I would consider them all really great speed games. Even this game with its heavy RNG and how much I love poking fun at it. Knew I wasn't going to get through here without running into a jump. By the way, PB passed like 2.5 minutes ago for Viperthon, so yeah, this is not even going to be a sub 740. But still going to be maybe a high 740. What was the difference between? Literally none, I just did a name change. I didn't want to get in trouble with GDQ. And I will say though, having no skips as the last run makes this a really great end to this run because it's a super hyper adrenaline rush right here. you get to drive around the Rainbow Road with this really, really fast-paced and upbeat music playing. So, I think this is a worthwhile end to this marathon. Gotta be DK. He's been a good lad. Alright, time is coming up in about 30 seconds. It'll be when I cross the finish line, so get ready for that on my mark. I'll let you know what my final time was, according to my end. Almost at the end. Finish line is within reach. And time. Ugh. 7:41:01 is what my timer says. That is, let's take a look here. 4 minutes and 18 seconds off my personal best of 7 hours, 36 minutes, and 43 seconds for this marathon. So, not the greatest run of this I've ever done, but pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. And, yeah, so I'm going over the individual times. We should probably do that. First. Blank segments, here we go. So, let's go through the 7 runs in order so you know what my individual times were. 16 star is a 1713. Was SM64 16 star was a 1713. SM64 120 star was a 150.56. Mario Kart 64 all cups with skips was a 3106. Super Mario Galaxy 2 any percent was a 302.37. Hack and Roll Remix any percent was a 23.48. SM64 70 star was a 51.13. And Mario Kart 64 all cups no skips was a 41.22. So decent aside from 120 star, but other than that, pretty nice for our first time ever trying this kind of thing. So wanna thank you all for watching. It's been a pleasure doing this, and yeah, I got nothing else to say. So again, if you just want to watch me do any of these games just solo, you can check me out on Twitch. I upload stuff to YouTube sometimes. Yeah, don't really have much else to say, so feel free to take it over from here. I am done for today.
Thank you very much, Viper. My name is Zelnathon, or Zelnathon. I'm the host, operator, etc. of Really Really Wanathon. For the next little bit, what we have planned is, I've been fairly sick lately, so I haven't really been. I originally planned to do, from popular demand, another Final Fantasy XIV run on the channel. I don't feel healthy enough to commit to one on the channel, because I have a high standard for what goes here. So I may still do one over the weekend if you are interested in that. In Final Fantasy XIV, that speedrun, I'll be doing a full one. The next event on the channel, though, will be a Puzzle de Pawn Pokemon Puzzle Challenge League marathon that'll be done on the 10th. So that's going to be on Monday. And that is going to be about 4 games. After that, we're going to have Final Fantasy, or sorry, after that, on the Saturday before GDQ, so that is exactly 8 days from now, we're going to have Hollow Knight 112% by Emre Quaza. So there's that as well. Yeah, so what I will do is I will do a host. Friend, now this isn't speed running, but it is Beat Mania. So yeah, so we're gonna have Hollow Knight 112%, which is like the full tagger. It's like all bosses and everything. I'm gonna raid a fellow Canadian who's playing Beat Mania. So enjoy.